condensed, bit of a longer stage compared to kickoff. That was only 9 days, something like that. So a bit more time, a lot more matches to be played here across the board for every single team as we go through this cross-group round robin. But, I mean, every single match counts. As we were talking about yesterday, those championship points are now live. Every single match victory that you find, those are going to be giving you those hello. Gen G getting theirs in kickoff, but now
It's so warm today, like actually
warm. As
warm.
well as DRX with a win over Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. We saw our two first teams
I don't know why
getting
this
their
dashboard
championship
sometimes
points, really
opens
precious
on that
points
side. That's
that will
kind of
lead
dangerous
you
that it
to
does
champions. So for those of them who are competing for Shanghai, it's completely a different route actually to champions, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's right.
absolutely. Again, it's very big to be able to just get all of those points for yourself. As you can see here, if they're able to get into top 3 for stage 1, that's what leads them into Shanghai. If you're the winner of stage 1, you get that plus 3 points, and then everything else again leading into champions.
Where are all of our commands?
The 2 points went to the Omega group. You had 2 groups here. How did you describe it, Achilleos?
Cross-group round robin.
Yeah, I like that. Very concise. Basically, Alpha Group competes against the Omega Group, and next stage they'll be competing within their own groups in a very unlikely case if you must have a minimum of 2 wins to qualify.
Yeah, if nobody from the Alpha Group, I mean, given that we have T1 and Gen G in there, this seems, like you said, very unlikely to occur. But if nobody in that group were to acquire,
I'm just gonna say band FPS. My prediction is
teams from the Omega Group would basically just be pushed into the playoffs. So we're not going to be rewarding
Talon. My prediction for today is Talon and T1
by giving them a playoff spot just because they happen to be in the opposite group. But again, very unlikely to occur.
And what I really like about this point system is that it's not guaranteed who's going to be going to champions. Whereas last year,
I'm like not as confident as I was
from the get-go. But with this kind of format, everyone kind of has a chance to get those points to head towards, well, here.
I mean, actually, I think, I don't know. The thing is if Bleed wins, I think it's actually going to be off of, like, your individual play. If somehow they are comfortable enough for their players to play at the individual best, I think Bleed should have a solid shot.
Top of Masters recently in Madrid, so I think, a lot of teams might be...
I think that's, like, that. I'm not saying that there's no chance that happens, but I think the chances are definitely low.
With Loud winning Istanbul.
But the thing is, yeah, I mean, we've seen more, like, we saw, what, CNET playing Chamber? Like, we're seeing more Chamber pop up. Like, people are finally getting back to the idea of Chamber. So we'll see.
Finally, it's our time. Our time is now, as they say in Pacific. Now we got to talk about our schedule for this week. Every single team is playing. You'll see a little glimpse of them, and a lot of these.
Yeah, I was catching up on a little bit of the EMEA games, a little bit of the Americas games.
We're on Sunday now. For those of you who need a time tracker, Bleed versus Talon and T1 and PRX. Tomorrow,
didn't get to exactly catch up on all the CN games.
I think we had a lot of question marks about them because we didn't get to see
how that's looking
during kickoff, but they still looked pretty good.
No, they did, but also RQ ended up having a really tough draw. They played against
the day one stuff I did see.
Teams that were in the top 3 over at Madrid.
Didn't see yesterday's.
I'm curious to see how they're looking versus Team Secret tomorrow with a little bit more time to just
all gamers,
the team play and everything. We saw
all gamers 2 and DRG,
some moments from Jemkin, but he never fully got activated. We didn't see that big takeover that we wanted to see from that star player. So curious to see if he's going to be able to find that footing going into tomorrow's match. Also, Team Secret going to be able to
played Raze instead of Jet on Icebox. Damn, bold.
They get that chance, but
are you?
Yeah. No,
you got to watch it in person? That's sick. How was that? How was watching it in person?
Oh, come on. You're going to call me out on that again.
I mean, I saw bits of it. I woke up and I was like, oh, the game's still going on. And I was watching it and I was like, oh, this is too much for my sleepy head.
What capsule did you buy?
Watching it a little bit in bed.
Oh, okay. From the Philippines, you said?
I'm trying the headphones today just because I think my earphones have been really well because I wear them so much.
We're all very curious about this. But you know what? Let's go over to
my hearing's been getting worse and worse. Damn, dude, look at this squad. What an, I mean, who would have thought?
How are you feeling coming into stage 1, especially with the 2 new guys on the team?
I'd say we're feeling pretty good. You know, I think the team vibe has been like really nice. The atmosphere has been really really good. So
The atmosphere's been really vibe.
Result here, but we'll do our best, and hopefully for everyone who comes to the venue, you'll get a good show.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, and good luck. I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah, I know. That's what I saw. These are, yes, they are MDRV sixes.
With the addition
Blah, 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 blah.
of DRX, Zest.
Oh, these are getting really warm
Redla
too, so I
is
might
back
switch
on
to
the
our
roster.
earphones at some point. But
Redla, he was on Bleed
also,
previously,
because
but
my
actually
earphones
he's also
are
part of
like
the original
basically
PRX
airtight
team
passive
that they
noise
first
canceling.
started many years ago.
Yeah, that was his first squad,
So I don't know.
Kind of foray into Valorant.
I've always liked studio headphones just because like I really got used to them doing a lot of music stuff, and also just because I used to like still do music stuff for fun, like in college and stuff.
Curious to see.
I don't know if they're they're probably not the best for gaming and such, but like they're not exactly the best for like enjoying audio, I would say.
Huge star, huge player that
What's up, Lyle?
left on the sidelines playing in challengers in his own right, but it was only a matter of time before he gets.
Let's get our tweets out.
I think
dot our I's and cross our T's, or cross our T's and dot our I's, or
Still the question is,
you know, whatever.
How they integrated with each other, right? Because this isn't, you know, a change that came in with a lot of time to prepare with.
All right, let's see a word from Talon.
You good? You done? How many did you get? 24. Okay, now I got some questions to ask you. Talon or Bleed?
Talon?
Yay or Governor?
Governor.
What? That's messed up. That's so messed
He got the
up.
answers right, I think.
Oh man.
Listen, just the inverse of a loaded question. It's the easiest thing in the world for him to choose from. I mean, I think it would actually be very funny if Governor just went, yay, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was gonna be the bit. I thought he was gonna say.
Governor, this guy had such an explosive debut
That is
over
funny.
here in Pacific with the opening series from Talon back in kickoff, and then things pretty quickly fizzled out. You know, I'm still thinking about him playing that Neon, playing on that Breeze, and just absolutely crushing, dropping like 32 kills or whatever it was. That's the Governor that I want to see coming into
Let's get a little
today.
screenshot in
There's a bit
here.
of a change here because we do have Surf in the starting lineup.
Dude,
That's right.
Surf in the starting lineup. Yes, that's what I want to talk about.
In kickoff, and it looks like Cruz is going to be the IGL this time around, and the addition of Surf.
Yeah. Because
Dude,
again, what I kind of like
Lenny-
about this is Cruz has
R.I.P.
been
Lenny,
that
2024 to
brain behind them
2024.
when they were still in X10, Sersha, so
You
on and
will
so
be
forth,
missed.
up until this iteration here on Talon. So
I mean, who knows?
definitely
It might be
no
a map-to-map
doubt
thing.
one.
This
Surf
is
also
this is
pretty
always
known in
this is the
Icy
lineup
as
that's
one of those
entering for map
very strong
1.
players.
Okay,
He's
we have to
known
always
for
remember
his
that
jet
when they
from back
introduce it,
when.
it's the
So
lineup that's
things to just kind
confirmed
of
for
watch
map
out for
1.
here is they're
So who
very,
knows? But
decorated
dude,
as
I
players
hope
coming
not. I
in.
hope Lenny's not permanently. I mean, I mean, here's the thing: is that like if he has to be, then he has to be. Like, you know, it's a competition. But like, damn, dude.
I'm guessing that he's probably going to be playing Jet, and then Governor going around and
Dude,
kind of filling out
Surf,
some
yeah,
other
but
supplementary
Surf, Ban,
duelist
and
play.
Governor,
So
dude,
I'd be
three
curious to see if that is
primary
going to be the
duelists
case,
that you're
or
trying to
if,
flex
you know,
around.
Surf
Ban is definitely
practicing
fixed on
something else in
flex
the background.
then.
It's been a while since we've seen him.
I am
Now,
curious.
on
I'm curious
paper,
if Surf has been practicing
after
other roles,
multiple
because Governor looks
iterations
real
in
good on
half a
the
year
being the
alone, do we
primary
finally have a
duelist.
championship
Well, it looks like it's Cruz.
lineup
It looks
for
like it's
Bleed?
Cruz, which I mean that's fine. I actually liked
They're
Cruz's
all
calling.
like,
I don't know if
no
it's world
accolades
class,
per
but
person here.
I
It is a
don't know if I
pretty
can say it's world class, but I actually
individually
like his calling.
really strong players.
Oh, I mean, it's top to bottom, like a stacked team, and I don't think that anybody is really going to question that. Again, I think Redla is going to be the one that is the biggest question mark. You know, just surrounding how is he going to perform today, considering that he hasn't really been in the Tier 1 scene for quite some time. But this is a stacked squad. The main issue is you can always take some of the best players out there, put them together on a team, but it's not necessarily always going to, you know, come up with results.
It's not always gonna look good. Just say it, Seth.
Between all the players where they
It's not always gonna look good.
To play with and off one another, and if that's going to be still lacking here for the set of Bleed, it doesn't matter how many star players you pick
Surf
up.
on
it
Sentinel?
just still
What?
won't work.
But Jit Boys is
I
such a
guess
good
one of the
Sentinel.
other things is just the the role assignment for these specific players. We saw how difficult it was, I think, for Bleed
No,
to
dude.
integrate,
Surf on
behavior
Sentinel's
when he was
trolling.
playing on that Viper.
Well,
He
I guess
didn't really
Jitboys
have
has
that
a good
impact that people were
breach.
kind of hoping for. Durian was put in that position where he has to be that.
I guess Jitboy's
that
pretty good
duelist,
everywhere, but like his
so
Sentinel
far,
is so
at
good.
least during kickoff, not really.
No,
the thing
surely,
that they-
surely.
that we were gonna
Okay, so
expect from
Governor's
Bleed.
definitely probably playing Duelist. The
Yeah,
real
I
question
think-
is
I think it's safe to say that results were almost a little disappointing with Bleed during kickoff. I mean, they obviously felt the same way.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I
made
guess
some
the question
changes.
is
But now
is
we're
it
gonna look at our key players.
between
Darion
Jitboys or
has been with this roster
Surf, I guess.
throughout, and Governor, the newest addition. Oh man, he's a killer.
what's
Yeah.
all you
Yeah, he has
solo
been. I mean, he
queue
was one of those
trackers?
players
What's
that
Surf been playing in
we
solo
had our
queue?
little outlaw video that we filmed ahead of kickoff and everything, and he was putting up some serious figures in that, just kind of going the 1v1s against people, and then brought it out. I mean, you play those long sightline maps such as Breeze, he picks it up. He's going to be deadly, but again, the start from Governor was so damn hot in that opening series. I need to see more of that explosive firepower from him here today.
Oh, I was just gonna add that he had probably one of the biggest first blood percentages when they had that series against Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
And then again, it fizzled out very quickly. So if they can bring that back, definitely something to watch out here. Watch out for here for Talon.
Sorry, chat. I'm
Now,
just
yesterday
posting my
we saw a
hashtag
ton of
VCT
Sunset. It was the
Pacific.
first
Can't
map,
forget the
for
hashtag.
both matches, and I
All right,
think
I'm like kind of
maybe
done.
we're not going to see so much of that today, considering both of them.
I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they've cooked up. I mean, Talon cooked quite a bit for kickoff. You know, it didn't bring home the results that they would have wanted, but they cooked and they showed why they cooked it. You know,
I'll be curious if that does end up coming through. Talon as well. One of the ones that I'm going to be very much keeping my eye trained on is if Split comes back in at some point, because they were the team that tried to go for the Sovon split, which is basically a big no-no. We just never see anybody do that. I think in theory, having
Seth, somebody hasn't been watching our boy Yoman's games in Challengers Korea.
The coaches roundtable with
He
William
also plays Sova on Split. It's also starting to not work out anymore, but
they had a very specific
it did
use
work for
that
quite a
Sova,
bit.
But they weren't given any opportunity to really utilize
But yeah,
it.
generally,
Playing against
Sova on
an
Split's
elite
bad.
PRX. So I think that that's something that maybe they'll
Close still not allowed, which is sad.
I'd be curious to see if they try it again.
I'm just looking for an
there was
extra
the
on
post
Breeze.
about the
We're probably
PBE
gonna see Governor again on,
for Clove
one of their
fixing the
strongest
bugs, so
maps,
we'll see if that
possibly
gets
on
put
that
into
debut,
VCT
so
ASAP.
hopefully.
Well, we will be
Surf
going
could
to
pull
the
out the
map ban
chamber.
picks very
Surf could
shortly,
pull out
and
the
I think you guys bring up
chamber.
excellent questions. Is it gonna be? I mean, there's so many changes.
No, chat,
since
I will
then. They've
die.
had a
I will
couple more
actually
weeks
die
to
on this hill.
workshop
Yay on
everything,
Viper, I think is fine.
including
I think
roll
Yay
speed.
Viper
So
is
I'm not
fine.
sure
That's
which
not
maps we're
the
gonna be
problem, and
seeing
it's not
today, and
a
maybe
problem, in my
like
opinion.
yesterday with
If he
Carlisle
likes it,
and, Zeta,
I
we'll
can
be
totally
seeing
see Yay on
guys
Viper
today.
working out.
I
That's
mean,
not
that
the
very well
problem,
could be the
man.
case. You think about
It's
it,
how they
maybe it's gonna
play
happen again.
the comp. It's how the team plays, and it's how he plays individually, etc., etc. But
Oh
like,
yeah, he's very, very.
that
fun.
wasn't the problem, in my opinion.
I'm effectively a two-trick chamber and raise player, so I do quite like it.
All right, here we go into our. map
Oh,
ban
close
picks.
match. I see.
Got Crew
All right,
Next
map
here,
draft.
Coming back as an IGL.
Let's get it ready here.
The numbers. So,
Going too far.
So, please, you may now choose whether to be Team A or Team B. Team B, which makes
Team B. No big surprise there.
A. So we'll begin with Helen Bang, the first map.
Let's see what they decide to do here.
Anne's Breeze.
And map.
Huh.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, no
Yes,
Neon
right.
map. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sad.
That
Helen, you may now
is
pick the first map.
very
Ascent
surprising.
banned
I mean, we
out.
did get to see
Really?
Bleed
I mean, we got
there,
to see a
and
decent amount of Talon
it
Ascent.
was
Side for Breeze.
anywhere near as impressive of what we saw from Talon on Breeze, so maybe some things have changed in the downtime.
Lotus
They
first
don't wanna
pick.
go
I don't
there
mind
anymore,
that.
Or maybe Bleed has just very much improved their performance, but either way, Lotus picked, and then Bleed swiftly coming out with Bind on the back end.
Bind.
Helen, you may now ban another map. You have
This is
Icebox,
actually
Blade,
looking pretty fun for both teams.
Something I'm curious is probably because they got Surf back in. Probably the
Dude,
reason
Talon's
why we're
thinking
not
a
gonna be
lot.
seeing that Breeze anymore. It's probably because of
They're probably torn between
change of
Sunset and Icebox. Like,
region
I'm
call.
wondering if they're trying to figure out
Again,
what Bleed's ban's gonna be.
Unsure
Like,
as
Gia
to
looks like he
what the agent selection
kinda
or what the
expected
role would be
the-
for Surf here, so
Icebox,
has to be something because of that.
them being torn on that.
Okay, well, Icebox is going to be left open. So, I mean, we get our first bind so far of stage 1. I haven't seen that across the
right.
matches yesterday.
Lotus Bind
Icebox
Icebox.
fans
Between these two
decided,
teams, I'm interested.
Honestly, I'm not really sure what to read into this one here. I'm not sure what Talon are going to
The
have
Sky
planned.
I was not happy with. Yes, the Sky I will not fight for. The Yay on Sky I will not fight for, but
maybe some chamber
Dude,
instincts, because
the
I can see
Viper
Surf
was- it
potentially
was not
coming
the
out
problem.
Like something like Raze on Lotus, and maybe they lean on to Chamber, which is something that T1
All right, get your points ready.
There's a lot of options,
Map 1,
again,
Lotus, Talon's pick.
Yeah, so Lotus is going to be the first map with Talon on defense. And I think, again, this is one of the highly anticipated matchups coming into this very first one.
I agree, but it's for reasons that are...
What do we think, chat? I mean, Lotus, I mean, first of all, we have no idea what to expect from either of these teams, quite frankly, right? So you're playing Surf on...
We have so many questions about how both of these teams are going to be playing. Bleed especially. They're the
Cruz
ones that,
versus Scary. Oh, you're right.
So many eyes
dude,
on
Cruz
them
versus Scary as IGL battle? That's so sick.
Not off-season, during Madrid about the changes that they were doing. So I am very excited to see how they're going to be
That's
performing
actually so sick.
I want them to do well. It was a disappointing kickoff, but it's not too late to be able to
That's so sick.
and course correct.
Do you think the Neon was good on Breeze?
Yeah,
I mean, I thought it had legs. I think the Neon had legs. Both of these teams actually played Neon now that I think about it. That's funny.
Trying to figure things out along the way.
I think it has legs. Obviously, Talon played it quite well. They played it to their strengths. I think the second time they played it, they it was pretty one-dimensional, right? So like once Secret came back prepared, it looked like Talon ran out of fuel, but I was okay with the Neon.
Really bring out most of the maps, a lot more of these maps aside from just that Breeze, but anything
YouTube
else.
YouTube saying Talon will take this. It won't be close. Don't believe in Bleed's team culture anymore. I mean, I think it's for now. I think it's too early to say whether I mean, as a fan, it's up to you. But for me, it's too early to say whether like I've lost faith in the team's culture, right? I mean, it hasn't been that long. Obviously, they got through Ascension. So, but I do think it's too early. Where like again, the only way they win is if they like individually, like Ye pops off and Scary clutches all the time, and Zest just sets everybody up like individually. Like that's the only way I really see it. I can't imagine, but then I mean Surf's been with the team since before kickoff, so that's not entirely new. Him being the starting lineup is obviously after kickoff, so who knows, but
maybe I should stop talking about it because I don't want to get too excited because then if it doesn't happen...
thanks, Parby. Glad you guys are liking the Pacific content.
You're getting me a little excited too. I'm like, ooh, that'll be fantastic.
The prospect of that
yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think about the laning situation. Again, we'll see. We'll see if there's subs for map 2, or 3.
It's so hard when it's
so we'll have to wait and see, but...
in stage 1 or any part of the events. And it's all red.
It's all red.
We all win today.
But there's one little difference there in the middle.
Yeah.
As,
who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
The B there stands for bald. Yeah, Paper Thin is going to be going for Bleed, I guess.
Oh my god.
Bald and beautiful. Bald and beautiful.
Also true. Now, actually, the storylines here are so good. The storylines here are so good. Scary versus Crew, ex-teammates as IGLs, and then Governor versus Ye.
I just think that there hasn't been that many changes.
That's pretty hype too.
Expecting to see Surf in the starting lineup here today, so that is something that catches me a little bit off guard. But I think overall, Talon just
Governor versus Ye, man. I mean, well,
Because
first of all, is it Governor versus Ye though? It's probably Governor versus Darion.
This is very much like the Zeta GE series yesterday. This is not a clear-cut decision for me. I think that this is close to
I picked T1 while everyone picked Paper X, and in case any of you guys are wondering, I was full well aware that Jing is back, and I still picked T1.
It's just because I feel like Talon still has these really nice pieces. Cruz has been
but I was not aware that T1 was having trouble scrimming because of the DDoS to their HQ. So cut me some slack on that one.
In tandem, I feel like still brings Talon up to a slightly better position here over.
I mean, I was thinking, right? I was thinking with the pickup. The thing is Retla has been mainly playing Sentinel as well, so it's like, I don't know. In my head, if Ye wanted to play Duelist, I think put him back on Duelist. Like, Darion flexes, and the thing is obviously he used to be one of the stronger duelists in the Singapore region, but and in Challengers back in the day. But at kickoff, like Darion's duelist was not exactly that. Like he just seems to be he seems to be good enough, and he can flex everywhere. Like he doesn't seem to pop off on anything. So to me, like that's the guy that you just tell him to play whichever role if someone else feels better on another role. So we'll see. We'll see what their discussions were. But
last year with like triple duelists on split, and it almost looked like it was by accident. It didn't really work.
I think Frost has trained that out of them a little bit.
I mean, I assume Talon probably wanted to change.
Now this is gonna be a little bit awkward based on our predictions because we have a special guest with us. We got Bleed's coach, Legia, with us.
Dude, the coach interviews are so sick.
Welcome.
Wait, how are they doing the Korean interview then? Is Jen there with them?
Or do you want to put him aside? All right. Okay. How have the last few weeks been for you? I know you guys.
I want to check in on the Korean side.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very confident. I think kickoff was a very needed experience for us. I think it was good for us that it also went how it went. Just because we had many issues in our team that are kind of hard to solve if you win something.
Oh, they just don't do interviews if it has to have translations, I guess?
Team. The mood is great. The motivation is big.
Yeah, I mean, you could see problems early on and fix it immediately, which is great. Now, we've got Zest and Retla on your roster now. Can I ask you, were there any specific traits or characteristics
how have things been doing? How have things been looking?
For these new additions for now?
Not necessary. I think with Retla, we had already played with him before in the, 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, Retla's, been here, been there.
He's a very good player individually and also as a very fun human. Who always the mood in the team, I would say. And for Zest, he was a no-brainer. He's very experienced. He's played on the higher stages. He knows how to win tournaments. So
I mean, Zest is individually so good, but
perfect pickups for us.
So these are the missing
we'll see.
pieces.
Yes, I think so.
And,
what's up, Gnome?
Achilles, you had a
welcome.
IGL.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it looks like they're doing tier lists.
Alongside you during the map ban and pick, so
they friggin' the Korean casters dared to put they dared to put RQ below Zeta, but then Zeta looked pretty decent yesterday, so I'm kind of getting scared.
His English and whatnot, and how the team communication is going to be. So how has that been so far, and what was your approach to try kind of get him ready for the IGLing position?
I mean, once we knew that we will make the changes, he was the first guy directly to say, I want to be the IGL. It was not like, who is going to IGL? Do we need to find
scary.
An IGL? He wanted it to do it. And I know that he had also experienced calling in Xerxia before joining us in Bleed. He was, I think, switching it up with Cruz.
Yeah, they were switching a little bit, but it was mostly Cruz at the time, if I'm not mistaken.
Kind of helping a little bit mid-round calling.
For anyone wondering, that's the giant version Tactibear.
I don't think that his English is necessarily bad. Like
I believe that Tactibear is like
a bit harder to understand him.
$70, $60,
when he speaks Thai.
Maybe like 65.
But he improved a lot. He's learning English himself also individually. So
the mini one, not the mini one, but the small one is. I think these are all the large version actually. These look really big too.
Zest and Ye's synergy.
Actually, dude, why do these look so big?
I think now, general with the team, I cannot only look about two players synergy. I always
these
object,
look. Dude, why does Red Bull can look so big?
I think it's better than it ever was.
Oh, something about the angle is really messing with my brain.
We hang out after the practice, before practice, and it's just really good. I think we have a good chance this tournament, I would say.
What's up, Keyframe?
Okay, well,
hopping back and forth between YouTube and Twitch. I see you.
After I had a whole bunch of questions from Firepower to other questions about Ye.
Okay, do I go for the first one or the second one already?
Both, go for it.
Yeah, just go for it. You guys
he's playing
we got some time. So,
you know.
He's playing Duelist.
Okay.
He's playing Duelist. Okay.
So, you were talking about how there was some changes that happened during kickoff. There was my question about how the Firepower felt like it wasn't at the right spots here for Bleed from that kickoff stage coming into the regular season. Is that
he's playing Duelist.
Coming into this
That's what he just said.
With Talon.
I mean, I'll be really honest, and we were a dead team coming into kickoff, dead. It just didn't work out anymore, and it was very necessary to make changes. And yeah, I think we have really the right pieces now.
Suddenly that bleed pick's not looking so crazy from Paper Thing.
In-game intelligence, firepower, team play, communication. Everything is really good. I thought also it will be a little bit hard with.
Well, I thought he was joking, but I couldn't hear whether he meant it as a
practice learns for 2-3 hours English, and he's improving a lot on it.
Wow, upgrades all around.
Question or an answer, but he made it. I think it was a statement. I think he just got ahead of the question.
Yeah. Oh, we still have time. Okay, so you're talking about how it's all looking good. We saw Laz bring out the chamber. Ye, very much known for that. Is there a chance that we might see it today?
You said he's playing Duelist. In your definition, is Chamber a Duelist, is what we're asking.
I mean, you can consider Santos a Duelist, but no, for the maps today, for sure he will not play Chamber.
He won't play Chamber. He's just going to go ahead and tell us. Okay.
We will have Ye back on Duelist. That's why.
Okay. That's good enough.
But Ye back on Duelist. So Ye's on Duelist. He's not playing Chamber today.
Hear that you guys are feeling good this time around, and all the best for your very first match.
So my predictions were Talon and T1, but
sorry, you got to leave the bear. Unfortunately, we tried to give it to Carlisle yesterday, but
he's still upset.
Ye on Duelist.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear hear. This is what we want
I mean,
to
yeah.
hear.
First of all, it's just saying that straight up is kind of wild. But I've always gotten the feeling that Legia is like pretty willing to just be open because.
And they've definitely adjusted.
Like if it's in pregame interviews, because it's like things are already decided anyway. I think that's where he comes from, right? Like the opponent's picks are already probably decided for the first map, like et cetera, et cetera. So
clearly, like the wheels were coming off before kickoff even began, and I really liked what he said with like. We needed that long.
No, he played Neon. He played Neon on the Breeze. He played Neon on the Breeze. Lead played Neon as well. So he could be playing the Neon.
Maintaining the same roster that ultimately wasn't going to work for us.
I mean, he could also be playing
we'll
the
see how things look
ISO.
Today, but overall, I think that the mentality is in a very good place.
We don't know that.
The fact that Ye is going back on the duelist, we had a lot of questions about how, the roles would be. I think with Retla on the Sentinel.
I mean, as a team, I think I would still favor Talon. But the thing is also a lot of these first week's matches are all such big question marks in Pacific, right?
It still has to be proven again because, again, Ye hasn't had that big takeaway of a
we'll have to wait and
even
see.
Though, again, we're all excited that he's going to be coming back on that duelist, it still yet has to be truly proven in a series.
Now, here's the big thing that I'm interested in, because we have Surf, we have Cruz, this is Talon. Ye used to be on NV Optic.
They always got knocked out by Xerxia.
That happened in internationals in the past against that NV Optic squad. Does it happen again today? Are they just the kryptonite, and no matter what Ye does, they just...
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what duelist is playing. And again, it is about how they set him up. And someone was saying earlier in chat that people probably have too high of an expectation for Ye just because of obviously where he used to be. I think that's exactly true. I totally agree. I mean, listen, like I'm part of the production, so like I'll hype him up on the official broadcast, right? I mean, it's kind of the easy storyline. But the reality is dude's been down and out for a year, right? Over a year.
Watching, and also those of you in the audience, you can answer this question.
And the meta shifted a lot. And back then, like he was one of the best players for sure, but Optic was one of the best teams. So I think having the faith.
Oh, okay. Do you want a hard carry? Or
dude, half of the audience likes to be carried.
I assume.
You're cozy. You're like Yoda in.
Oh man. Chat. Are you happy to just be carried?
Clinton
Yoda. Yes, he also
shouting
did
from the other side. I know. That movie came out when you were like 27. But yeah, you're just like chilling on the back, getting carried around by Luke Skywalker. That whole kind of
I'd assume on Lotus it'd be the Neon.
I gotta also lean into the hard carry. Like I'd prefer to feel like I'm actually doing
RR is RR. That's true.
Yeah.
But every now and then, if you're just having a bad
look
day
at all
or
these
having a bad
realists
game,
in chat.
I
like
nice
it.
To just be able to be like, okay, well at least we're still winning.
But yeah, in terms of teamwork, I think Talon obviously is still favored.
Because I don't know, I feel
how's the audio level, by the way? Are we good? Is the desk and May shouting over each other? No, not Soul. You can't steal our Radionite from Soul. Dude, that spike is so big on that screen. Thanks, Squelchy. Oh, I guess that message pops up. So we don't actually know if it's today or not. Apparently, it's just all this weekend for my partner anniversary. Oh, no opening video today?
Very much Chubby
well, I
Ninja,
guess they wouldn't have new ones. It would just be repeated.
Oh,
so
I hope they never stop doing that. The spike going off just to kick things off is so exciting. Amquack, of course, this is Paper Thin here, the guy who watched Star Wars when it came out when he was 27.
This is untrue. This
he was actually only 26.
This is libel, not true.
Yeah, Kilios.
I was in 8th grade when the Phantom Menace came out. That'll date me. I'll give you that.
Yeah, he's pretty old.
But I was not alive for The Empire Strikes Back when it originally came out. Now, they did re-release them in like the 90s, and I did go see them in movie theaters, which is super sick, but anyway, it's neither here nor there.
But yeah, the main thing here today is...
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, some of my favorite games in ranked is if I'm playing smokes, and like I just have no scores, right? I have like 2 kills, I have like 3 kills, 2 deaths.
I really do think this is a very close
and
match.
we have like we're leading like 10-5. Those are the games where I'm like, hell yeah, dude, things are going perfectly as planned. Or even better if I'm playing like Sentinel, right?
I'm a big fan of Zest and Scary in particular. I mean, obviously Scary, there's no doubt about his capabilities. He's good for 2 or 3 rounds by himself, it feels like. But Zest in particular, I think with his util ability, his lineups,
I mean, we'll see, man.
Timing and those kind of
like
things.
Zest has a good head on his shoulders, but I just don't know what the comms and the style is going to look like. And the thing is I mean, if Ye's, the thing is if Ye is playing Duelist, I imagine actually that they will probably rely a lot on Ye, like calling for things, right? And that might actually be better for them in the current state. Well, generally, I think it's always good that your Duelist is confident enough to do that. But
yeah, you know, if we're thinking about all of that and hearing what Lakia has said, that they fixed
I think
all
Ye,
surely it's going to be better.
Like calling for things would actually help the squad a lot.
A little bit of a different look from what we saw in Kickoff Quack. You've got Zest, you've got Retla as well. A player who's
dude, poor Retla, like nobody even talks about Retla. Everyone's like, yeah, he's been on Bleed before. Like, yeah, he'll be fine. There's like so many other storylines on that squad.
Some changes for both squads.
And they
like, it's nothing against Retla, but it's just like Retla is the least exciting part about this Bleed
something
squad.
that not a lot of people are aware of. If you follow the MYSG scene back in the past, Lenny used to play alongside Bleed, and he's like really good friends, you know, with Darian and all of them. So that could be a bit of a factor as to why Surf has been brought in for this match as well. But the main thing is that there are these flavors, these ideas.
Talon is playing Surf today.
You know, like Zersha,
he's on stage.
Old Zersha X10 versus like
he's starting.
You got
I know.
back in scary, you know,
They showed it in the graphic earlier. You must have missed it.
If the vibes are really that good, that's immaculate, as they say, it would be a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, and I think.
Dude, Frost and Legia, it was so funny hearing them talk, like while we're waiting for the shoot for the coaches thing. They're just like, they have so much to talk about from the CS days. They're just chatting away about memories.
In particular, Zest was always a steady hand for DRX.
Dude, Ye and Zest on the same team is very surreal.
Going to kind of march right along with being a tremendous either initiator.
Just because like they used to be kind of these arch nemesis, right?
My guess is he's going to be playing a lot of Sova Viper or something like that, or you know, maybe a.
I wonder if Bleed's also going to play Neon on Lotus. Actually,
Viper. I could be wrong.
I mean, they could be playing the Raze. That's fine.
But again, the thing about Zest,
just my question is, what is Surf playing?
Util timings and lineups and things like that.
He's always been really good.
Chat,
with those,
you guys are just all over the place. You guys got to keep up with your VCT news.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point.
You guys gotta watch my videos, man. I know they're long, but it's only like one a week.
With you up against Stacks.
Yeah,
not
this time, to be fair, I didn't let him out either. So
sure.
I mean, it was equal opportunity for me.
We don't know. We don't know if it's a rotation yet. That's what I'm waiting to find out. Hopefully we'll get an idea after. I mean, in some ways, I hope this match goes map 3, so we have a pretty solid idea of whether it's a rotation or not, right? Because otherwise, it could just be a map pool thing.
See this team grow. You know, they showed us pretty interesting stuff during kickoffs. You've got that Governor Neon coming through on maps such as Breeze. They banned it out this time, so it does kind of let you think that perhaps they've shifted things around, maybe, you know, a bit more disciplined throughout the board.
Yeah, and I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to fit Surf in. I mean, my guess is he's maybe going to be a Sentinel of some kind or something like that, but he can play a lot of different stuff. I mean, typically he was a duelist. That's what his most played agents are for Surf. But that being said, we know that Governor is probably still going to be the duelist, I assume. So, yeah,
what's it going to be?
Big thing for me is going to
Talon is going to play the Raze.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, he's going to play the Raze.
It's going to be Retla on the Viper here, so they're going to switch Zest over to Fate. Makes sense, right?
So they are putting Darion on Sentinel. Dude, I actually think this Bleed roster looks good if they're willing to do this, man. They're going to put Darion on Sentinel and Ye on Duelist, and Retla's going to flex. Dude, I'm so for it.
And on a map like
I am so for it, actually.
So much and control so much of the map, it definitely works out great.
I'm actually so for this. This looks good.
With all of this because,
like, I think Darion Sentinel is pretty solid, honestly.
Want to go for those clutch moments. He loves to be the hero.
Dude, suddenly Bleed stonks are going high, Chad. Bleed stonks are going high.
All right, well, man, I'm really ready for this. It is a mirror matchup.
I'm curious how Jip Boys is going to look on the Omen. I really like Cruz on the Omen, but his Omen is always inspiring. I mean, yeah, Zest on the Fade. That's the thing, is that, like, for Bleed, like comms or whatnot, like, you know your initiator is going to set you up. You know what I mean? Like, Zest's info gathering is top-notch. His set plays are top-notch. His lineups are so good.
But for now, I mean, Asia composition-wise, it just looks kind of, you know, default. Nothing too surprising. It's more of the roles and who's playing them.
Exactly. And so that's kind of the interesting thing that, you know, we were trying to allude to during the agent pick and ban was we weren't exactly
I mean, I'm not saying that I think this guarantees the win for Bleed, but quite frankly, I was pretty convinced that this could even be a 2-0 if the roles weren't really figured out. And I personally, I don't think that Yay on Duelist is like the golden answer, but like I didn't, for me, it was actually more so that I didn't have faith in Darion's entry. That was a big one for me.
Totally agree. Cruz has so much natural personality and charisma.
Right, and I thought Darion's Sentinel was like really solid. So
I don't know how it doesn't really fit his style when he's on a.
But also, Yay, I know, used to be really involved in like comms whenever he wanted to be or whenever he needed to be for Optic as well. So that should help a lot as well, right? So Scary doesn't have to just like call on his own. Dude, we got a lot of people already.
I mean, that's definitely what I remember the most from Cruz.
It's just the first match.
Shoutouts to some Thai streamers, Boom Barappa as well. Yeah, Cruz has definitely been one of the highest IQ players that we have in Pacific. Not always given the moments to shine, though.
Yeah, Talon's also, they brought back the Thai representation up above 50%.
Especially. Or make some interesting calls as well.
Surf, I think Surf is actually another one of those players that could look good on Sentinel, because one of his biggest problems when he played Duelist was overheating. So that should be good. And Chip Boy is a really solid. We'll just see if he does anything really special on the Omen or not. But comp-wise, obviously, comp that we're used to time and time again.
Let's see if Bleed can do anything.
So Bleed. They have the screen on A, so they're going to try to pressure C first, and then they can always swap back and forth. They're playing... This is going to be their default probably through and through if they're doing this on Pistol as well. Checking for the trap play, looks like, right? From Revolving Door, tap the orb, nothing there. They even put the one-way early, so lots of strong pressure to really just get reactions out of C. Dude, they're going to clear everything. Like, they're already clearing B main. This allows Killjoy to be set up here. So now they can either go C to B, they can eventually take over Rubble, and then go A to B, right? They can even just keep, of course, their Killjoy for the lurks. Trying to clear that. Does clear the turret as well. So now one person most likely has to stick around on B.
I hope this duelist rolling
I
truly hope so.
The real question is
so much fun to see him back in his
this Governor. Oh, I think did he make noise there? Sounded like it. Well, he's gonna back out anyway.
All right, backed off. Yeah. A little bit of early information, a little utility trade.
Yeah, Bleed being really diligent to start.
Time, though.
So the thing is Bleed. Ideally, they would have liked to get this Rubble space, right, and at least plant someone there. But either way, they forced them to stay here. They forced them to be diligent here. I mean, that's actually really unfortunate because the Snakebite stops them. Surely they don't actually go to B. Surely not. Or surely that's just a fake, right? Yeah, just to tie them up over B. That's good.
10 seconds left. We've got to make a move, fellas.
I think Talon needs to try to contest this as much as they can.
All right, 5 seconds. Spike finally going down, but at what cost? Zest's the last one alive and has to clutch this one out. Only got a ghost.
The hometown favorite.
It's have completely fallen. Heads has been spotted. They're all trying to toss in some right clicks. If he can
oh my god, the right click though. The jump right click. No!
Oh, and he does. Zest! Flicks upwards 90 degrees. Cruz tried to go for the
Cruz. I mean, that was the best shot Cruz had. Was jumping on that box for the right click too.
What a start for Zest here in his return back to VCT Pacific. A 3K clutch. He's good. I think a lot of people are...
Dude, we got to all write our formal apologies, chat. Bring out the forms.
The talk I see on social media and the like is that, you know, Zest is a really good player, and they're right.
Oh, he had a... No, he didn't have... Oh, man.
Look at that, the fist bump, big smile from him. You don't usually see that much emotion out of Zest. He is generally pretty even-keeled.
I mean, I can't believe Talon lost that, man. I mean, great shots from Zest, but... Damn, dude. Ban set them up for absolute success with a double kill.
They're playing for that long game, getting a feel, getting an idea for how Talon have their defenses set up across the entire
game. I mean, dude, the crouch and look down to make sure that he draws him out closer was real smart from Zest.
For the side of Talon, and a pretty hefty investment for Bleed. 3 Bulldogs and a Vandal for Zest. I guess Zest gets the hero rifle since he was the hero of the round.
Dude, 4 points towards Nightfall
really,
already.
And this is no pun intended, scary to think about going up against this Bleed.
He's going to get the plant again.
I mean, Zest has always been good against
it's 5. He has a Vandal.
Really powerful in those situations. Scary is scary. That's just he is a clutch god. And Ye, you have to think that he's got something in the tank still, no doubt. Darion has been very, very good on Duelist, so certainly on Killjoy, you expect.
All right, Retla's with him, but they both got rifles, so Retla really is just playing bait here, right? Retla's going to back out, and then it's going to be Scary and Ye coming back in, but Retla's actually just going to get the first kill.
Able to pull off some of these moments.
No.
Definitely capable. And as a team, as a whole, Bleed, you know, having the influence from Lakia.
Well, they're getting
that's one of the biggest things that they do as well.
Antsy and greedy. I love this though. Set up the raise for the extra kills so you can actually get the orbs right towards the showstopper. That's one. Okay, you still got someone to trade for you. Scary can pick that up. Really solid, really successful anti-eco from Bleed.
A lot of space being taken, a lot of space being granted by Talon right now as well. But as we move over into the third round, the full buy coming up, only 1 rifle lost. Both sides are going to have a pretty good game, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, you get to keep all those Bulldogs in the Vandal here.
Retla looking calm. So far, so good for Bleed.
With 3 kills of his own, but yeah, I mean, they're taking their time feeling things out, and then
oh, we'll see. I mean, listen, Valorant's not a short game.
Towards spawn, don't really give those classics much opportunity to do much. Now, Governor trying to contest the front of 8. We've seen this a lot yesterday.
Lots of early aggression.
Want to make sure that they take.
Thing is that's like all the util, right?
Fantastic.
From Governor. So Jitboys kind of has to hold on to this for as long as he possibly can. They invested a lot in that. Thankfully, they get the kill, so they can actually take control of B main a little bit. Oh, peeks out a little far for that.
Overpeaks a little bit too much. Darren punishes him.
Oh, Cruz. Cruz is going for a curveball here. It's not going to pay off. I mean, that's such an antsy move. The thing is right, they only had Jit here alone. You had already invested so much util, and you had cleared the turret, so you basically wanted to either kill the Killjoy or make sure that they can't re-peek it. That way you can take over this, and that way Governor can easily rotate back, but like, I get why he did it. It's very risky. It doesn't work out.
And an open A site awaits Bleed if they kind of just keep making their way forward.
Very uncomfortable to be in Talon's shoes right now.
Yeah, Darion was ready for it too, so credit to Darion. So now Talon, I mean, I like that they just bring Jit Boys out, right? They just bring him back over. They give up all this space because, again, it's like, at that point, you've lost control of this. You're weak on A.
And if you're Talon at that point, I mean, you just have to catch up and go in for the retakes. I think that's why
they might just go for the save here, given their position, yeah.
No doubt.
They're just going to go for the save.
Pretty challenging already with your decision-making as Talon. I mean, I think you just save here. Because of the money, because you have to go all the way across the map.
It feels bad, but...
You know, the complete freedom to set up however they want in their post plants. I wouldn't mess with this. I'd call for the save, too. I think this is 100% the right
I mean, 3v4, it feels terrible, though. I will say that.
And like you said, not much being given by Bleed in terms of information, so well handled here by the side of Bleed. And you know, again, Talon, rough situation, but can't fault them.
It's a little bit of an adjustment period, I think. Mathematically, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Talon to save up, play the long game. I will say Governor is 1 point away from his showstopper, so that could be something that they will use in the next round to try to sneak around away from Bleed.
Okay.
At the same time, Bleed
the ult cycles are kind of in tandem. Talon's actually doing okay with the ult cycles, but
looks like it with the way they're set up. This one looks like they might be expecting that contest towards the front of A. You know, Governor's been diving in.
Dude, Bleed's playing Lotus real well too, right? They consistently
but this time we don't see
pressure C, and then now they're just going to pressure A. A good switch. Either way, the point ult orb goes for Governor, though, so he'll get his showstopper.
How well can Van and Surf hold this down?
It's just a game of strats. I mean, you're
the Killjoy setups are good, though, right? You're going to keep them trapped in tree. You've got Alarm Bot. You've got turret here as well. Well, if Ban dies, that's... Dude, Ban dying early, several rounds in a row is rough.
Cruz coming back in for a bit of a trade.
Real clutch shot. Great from Surf to back out. Kind of repeats that, but pretty still aware of the potential pushes in. You gotta wait for Governor, but you're stuck. I mean, you have no way out of this. Governor just gotta come save your butt.
Might just be in for a big opportunity. Not unless Retla snuffs it out.
I mean, now they should know that he's coming from the flank, though. Like, it took so long. It took so long for him to come, despite Cruz being stuck in drop.
I think Retla's got this red.
Oh, dude, the second guesses himself.
Paint shouts to clear out back.
No!
Goes in for the showstopper. The animations got stuck in it, and Scary will be able to burst him down mid-flight.
I mean, he did not expect him to just be out in the open, that's for sure.
That's a nice attempt by Governor to sneak underneath. The nose is there. To follow that left-hand side
I think
ball.
in Governor's head, probably the idea was take the showstopper, because he heard the shrouded step, right? So in Governor's head, what's going on is either the Omen is here or he's in tree. Like, he's thinking he 100% moved. So then he's like, okay, I'll showstopper here, because I don't know if he'll be in the tree or here, so I can just blast at one angle and then swing on the other. But that is, it's still. I mean, was it the safest way to play it? No, but in his head, the showstopper being pulled out in a 1v1 wasn't the problem for sure. It's just that he just did not expect Scary to just be out in the open, right next to him.
What it is, Bleed off of that round. You know, previously they were a little bit more decisive into A. Now taking things slow again, anticipating pushes out from Talon. Talon's gonna have to learn their lesson pretty soon that you can't go in for some of these one-on-one duels against Bleed and walk away for free.
I mean, this smoke is
Certainly, you're absolutely right.
surely.
Mostly going Bleed's way in some of those trades.
Surely Darion sniffs something.
So far, Talon on a weaker buy. Shorty for Cruz.
Oh, the door's being opened. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? Dude, the setup's so good from Bleed, man. Darion calls for that too. They open the door again, make sure that he can't be hiding anywhere here. Smoke comes out, but Darion's already ready for the swing out from a wide angle.
But yeah, it's definitely not a fight that gives you an advantage. Paint shells just to try to deter the plant for the time being. Shorty off angle positions,
I mean,
but
it's an eco, but
incredibly impressive.
it's.
Yeah, I mean.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if there's a timeout after this, depending on what the team comms sound like.
Trying to find some damage, but use some utility to keep that at bay is Zest and gonna hold their angles. Ooh, the wallbang though from Surf.
No, Bleed looks very disciplined. Bleed looks very disciplined, which is honestly that was the part that I thought they would have trouble with. You know, individually, obviously a very talented roster. You know, the hopes of potentially figuring out the rules that maybe fit them a little bit more comfort, like all of that. You know, that could happen. But I thought the discipline would be the tough part for them. But that's apparently the strength right now for the team.
You know that Zest is close. Retla's not far away either. You'd like to delay that as long as you can here.
I mean, the macro, the comms,
this is absolutely
you know, like
the right decision
assessing the opponent's util.
You know, making the best of a bad situation, right? But
again, it's not like ooh, they might win Pacific. Like, it's not that level, but it's too early for that. But it's definitely like, okay, like all the basics are there. Like all the basics are there, which was more than you could say for kickoff. Obviously, yeah. There's the timeout.
But with the way that
I'm curious if Zest, like how much of that is Zest. But I imagine that Ye being duelist and being vocal might be a big part of it as well. And probably like all of this coming together is the big part, right?
If you're like a talent player, just
dude, Frost is.
That's all you hear.
Frost has a lot to say.
I don't know what that means.
It's a horror movie.
Yeah, Ominous being in the coaching room is nice.
Like, are they in here or not?
Great experience for him.
In the house with me or not? I don't
to
know.
get to like be in the heat of things, even as an analyst. That's true. That's true. Zest really upgraded IAM a lot. Team IAM.
I mean, I think it's just impressive, the diligence.
You know, they looked like they were kind of shoo-ins for the grand finals in the first week of Challengers Korea. You're right. That's true.
EMEA style that
I mean, Dwenmo, right, talked about how much of an impact Zest had on their team play.
You know, they've been good at clearing some of the early Killjoy utility and things like that, like the turrets and stuff. So, not, you know, I haven't really
all right, Showstopper online for Ye.
From Talon in terms of their agent's abilities. There's been some good moments with the guns. But outside
It's gonna be rubble pressure again. So Bleed's gonna have to back out. They're gonna get slammed. Oh, never mind. Talon's gonna change it up. Dude, you just used the timeout and you're gonna change your plan 5 seconds before the round starts? I mean,
on the other hand, I mean that means that Bleed are doing
it kind of works out. Oh, showstopper just to push him out. Oh, yeah, I mean, oh, he's not gonna think that it's cleared.
Information gathering, but right now, look at the adjustments.
That wall's deeper than you think. Screen comes up. He gets to exit. Governor there just to back him up. Okay, Talon looks a little bit better in this round already, right? The cover to ditch screens or to ditch tree and make sure that you can bail out your teammate. That's good. A little bit more of the teamwork coming in.
Back to patience being a virtue. Talon now trying to adjust to Bleed's pace. If you're gonna try to play counter against us, if you're gonna wait us out, we're gonna do the same thing. We are on defense. You're the ones who have to plant the spike.
Yeah, I mean,
giving up A site, I think is fine.
You could go for a look-see, maybe check spawn for positioning of Talon right now.
If Talon can win this round, in fact, with a flawless, there's actually hope that they can stabilize quite a bit. Obviously, it would still be a miraculous feat, but Snakebite just on the timer. Right, these are going to check. Okay, so you're going to start to shift your weight. The thing is you're not exactly set up to flood this. You're all on heaven. You're going to have to reset up here a little bit.
Darien has his nanoswarm set up as well. This is going to be a tough.
And that Prowler doesn't actually give you much information. Dude, Nightfall, I like it. And they used it actually quite a few seconds into the plant, so that's huge. Zest.
Just making use of their angles.
I mean, this is why B's so hard post-plant. Like, the retake can come in from so many different angles at so many different timings. It's hard, man. It's hard to hold on to that site, which is why they were trying to push out for things like the Nightfall, but...
Yeah, so timeout works a treat here for Frost.
I'm like 30 seconds behind? Friggin' YouTube. Oh, I am behind. You're right. Let's jump forward. Well, now it's frozen. Thanks, chat. Alright, it caught up to itself. We skipped the replay. Perfect. Thanks for letting me know.
Then you can play back and start playing
Appreciate
as
it.
a team a little bit more, play for retakes, see if you can get that.
Oh, I have to do the 2x speed thing, don't I? You're right. That trick is so silly, by the way, that this is how you do it. Pit on C goes into Mound. Looks like Bleed might have a inkling to check for this. Oh, Ban's position is... Oh!
He saw the tracer rounds go through, but as Ye sidestepped,
he thought the decay would be enough, man. Dude, how far behind am I? Oh, now it's lagging, chat.
Bit of a Nightfall sent through, but it doesn't quite connect. Jit Boys has to fight back. Good punch on towards Scary, but then the adjustments coming out from Bleed. They rotate over onto B. Cruz has to play catch up.
I hate it, man. Bring Twitch back to Korea, chat. Sign a petition.
Knew that Scary was going to be able to dodge that Nightfall and was ready for it. Got ahead of the paranoia.
Get someone to say that they'll bring Twitch back to Korea in their presidential campaign.
Back to a 2-on-2. Kind of have an idea of where these players might be positioned. But the duels, they have to favor them as well. Ye being down to low HP, Jit Boys deals with him. Makes quick work of him. On to the next, though. Zest tucked away in the corner.
Oh, nice jump.
Crouches and Cruz back into peek off of contact. Talon picks
They're
up
bringing it back.
Round.
Yeah, the fact that Cruz wins that battle out in the open and then is able to have the wherewithal to do that jump peek. Yeah, you're right. Fantastic. Fantastic from Cruz in that round.
Another thing also, I mean, with the fact that Jit Boys had that move on towards Scary. I mean, something that, you know, maybe not so much Jit
We're
Boys,
stuttering
but for
again.
the Thai Valorant scene in particular.
Let's go!
This is
calm down.
Teammates as well. Scary, Cruz, Surf even.
Yep.
Lockdown coming up in 2.
Now playing up against this team, you know, you definitely want to
Darion's
show
lockdown's
Scary,
up in
hey,
1.
You made the wrong decision to leave us.
Absolutely. You know,
I mean, I don't know if you can ever say that it was a wrong decision given, you know, that he's financially stable. Huge haunt. I mean, this is classic pinch out of BNC, but it was very well set up.
3 rounds for Talon.
That's a great change of pace right there. They've been showing a lot of patience, a lot of.
And now Bleed's economy is kind of force, right?
A little bit more of a control style this time around. They're just like, nope, we're gonna flip the switch. We are just going to.
You can figure something out here. Okay, actually, they'll stabilize this round.
Calmness and quietness against you.
I mean, the timings were great too.
Combo, first of all,
dude, the early push out of B first, and it was a double, right? So while Ban gets all these kills,
the way that they pushed out that way
was really well set up.
Worked out.
That's like the best feeling in the world as an IGL.
Actually,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, when
So
your plan just
satisfying.
works that well.
It's like chess, and you're like, aha.
I mean, the thing is Talon's looking to basically wrap around, right? They're looking to just suffocate the map a little bit here, especially because of the lockdown and the pit. Dude, why do none of these colors look good on the screen today?
Lockdown in a Viper's pit, so some big tools to work with.
So Talon originally wanted to put the pressure to see if it's going to be an early execute. They can get the flank.
So for now,
they've kept control of Rubble a little bit. Put pressure on B main. The baby door is open, so they can still supplement Rubble.
It feels like Cruz has now kind of got a pretty good read on.
And it looks like Talon's basically happy to kind of stay A and then wrap around when the execute happens, right? Delay with Killjoy util, delay with the toxic screen. You can always bring back up through a link. And now that you kind of see, hear them backing out, you check B main, okay, you have a pretty good idea that it's going to be C, ready for anything through the door as well. See where this lockdown comes out, see if they react to it. Are they just going to push out?
Lockdown being committed as they try to capture the C.
Governor doesn't have paint shells. He's trying to stick around for as long as possible.
What's happening on the map, though. Ban as well as Cruz trying to pull off a bit of.
I mean,
Governor might not be able to anchor, but
I mean, he just wanted to sneak in a kill. I get it, but that was ambitious for sure.
Angle being held by Scary as well.
Like he snuck in right as the paint shells were ending, so I get it. Like it's hard to expect that, but at best you were getting one kill. Like it's not like there was a poison cloud that you could spam through or anything.
Deny you any entry back into sight. Ban though still.
The pit. Does he just check the corner? Oh, the barrel shows.
Barrel peeked out into the Viper's pit though, and Zest just takes
and
him
repositioning.
Down. Cruz now trying to take his place, but time is running.
I mean, you've got creds, but
easy work for Retla as Bleed comes back.
I mean, I get what Governor wanted to do. It's just that I don't know if it was necessary, right?
For Cruz as an IGL and for Talon, this is a good round here for Scary as the new IGL for Bleed. The way that he recognizes the situation with the ult, knowing that if they can get into that spot with the lockdown before you give, again, the opponent, Killjoy, any opportunity.
I feel like they had so many more opportunities to do something that round.
Give yourself the opportunity to then leapfrog into that Viper's pit. That was really well done.
Now back to Rebel control.
Choices,
Operator online for Governor.
The site, or you go in for that lockdown fight. It's not really something that you want to do. It just gives you that moment.
So they're just going to post up on mound.
Really playing things to a T.
So whether you suspect, the thing is Bleed should already be talking about how, okay, the Fate and Omen were here, but the Raze is not. In what world are they trying to pressure Rubble, but without the paint shells, right? Like, why would that be happening? Where would the Raze be?
Just again, slow, methodical pace.
So they're trying to wait to kind of figure out what else is going on here, it looks like. They've already taken control up to the orb. Right, they know one's still posted up in tree. Slowly going to clear out B. The position's great here, though. The lockdown to shove them into A. Okay, I mean, the thing is these three, they gotta get their kills. Chipboy's good for 2. Good C's just to try to buy time. He actually gets caught by that. Oh, I thought Ye was past it too. I thought he thought the same thing, but
unfortunately getting taken down. Governor still just watching the back in case Bleed rotates on over. B is still a viable option, but as Cruz peeks out and off timings.
Good round from both teams back to back.
Just great stuff here from Talon. Again, the counter moves have been brilliant, and now it's
like Bleed had that good execute with the lockdown in the pit, and then this time post the op and then use the lockdown, basically force them to have to go into A. I mean, it was going to be a 3v4, 3v5, but Chipboys gets a double to kick things off.
And that's just so smart. I love what I'm seeing.
Now Bleed knows about the op.
Cruz IGLing, that has to be it for me.
That's all we ever wanted.
Yeah,
sort of.
I mean, timeout? Okay.
I'm a big Cruz fan, so.
Same here. I mean, like
Nightfall was online for Bleed.
You know, we found everything. A little bit of a timeout.
Easter egg.
Like,
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Look, he is talking a lot too, dude. Both of these coaches are so animated.
This is like nice cherry blossom season now.
That's true.
That's
true.
what it is.
It is spring. It feels like spring for sure.
Very lovely welcome for Talon onto the stage. It is still 4-6, so Bleed very much wanting to keep their lead.
Yeah. And
Oh damn, they're trying showing it even during the game.
You're maybe showing them some.
I mean, I think it's a cool idea. I think the idea is cool, although I don't know
like your tendencies so far
them being like bigger than the players. I don't know how I feel about that, right? It's a very cool idea, but
do what Talon did do a couple rounds ago.
because like that screen's the main screen, so them being like in front of and bigger than the players, both on screen and in person. Don't know how I feel about that, but it's a cool idea though.
But Talon kind of is aware of it. They're stacking.
I mean, I'm all for more coach content for sure.
It's the biggest tool if Governor can land his
One way for one way. He sees one. Dude, the C's. Oh man, dude, everything to catch this off. Well read by Bleed.
Utility from Bleed.
Yeah, that's the thing that Zest is always good at.
Very good timeout, right?
No matter what agent he's playing, he's so good.
That's the most insane thing about this match too, is that you don't really see the duelists.
They know that they haven't actually cleared the weapon, so.
You would expect in most games.
No, I like this from Jit.
Oh no!
Not like this.
Showstopper into the right spot at the right time.
Cruz just wanted to trade for him, man.
Scary and Yay, W keying into the site. They know that they've got it broken open, and the back of that. Great patience there from Bleed.
Oh
Just
my
read
gosh.
like a book. Knew that he would try to teleport away onto site.
And it was that paint shells that gave
30
Yay
seconds left.
the ult to
Oh.
break that open. I like the idea though from Talon to contest. Yay,
Oh, on for the
ace.
ace, man, dude. Yay is back. Yay's back.
Picks up the ace.
Say it with me, chat. Yay's back.
Was off of utility. It wasn't all like aim or anything.
Oh man.
I love it.
But the way he fits into this team now, like, that's just beautiful. It's a well-oiled
Bleed are winning champions. Zest is gonna lift the first international trophy as a Korean player.
Again, I don't mind what Talon does here at all.
It's all coming together.
By Bleed in their
Oh, look at that grin, man.
Smile.
Been a while since we've seen that.
Diablo there. Insane stuff, and you're still able to hang on to that Nightfall, but one away from a Nightfall and a Viper's Pit.
Big round, big half from Yay. He started off just kind of being just a entry, just creating space for the team.
Bleed, though, maybe expecting another mound push out from Talon seemed to be something that they're keen on doing. Not going to be the case.
I mean, dude, Yay had so much impact on the Valorant scene for sure. Like both in terms of pro play and like just people, like one of the players that people will watch and learn from, right? I mean, Nats is up there as well in terms of just pure impact.
Quick hit once this poison cloud goes down.
Setting up for it. Prowler.
And I think that that's something. That's something about the Fnatic squad. Is that, I mean, obviously like Boaster has a lot of. Obviously, this is a bit of a meme, but like I don't mean it as a meme. Boaster has a lot of cultural impact. Like both in just terms of like memes and his IGLing, but for instance, you take someone like Alpha Year, Chronicle Leo, like these are all great players, but they just play so clean, right? They just play so clean that I've heard other people say this before, where they're like, I mean, Fnatic's good, but it's just like they don't hear it. They have no idea. They have no idea. The Nightfall. And the nope. Scary says, sit down. I am the original Tai Omen.
It's gonna be tough. He has the spike. But the combo utility, 10 seconds left. Everything working against him.
Dude, Scary clutches these.
Tries
JK.
to make a move, but Governor with the quicker feet hops up on top. A bit of a Goomba stop. And it's a 5-7 at the end of the first half.
Whoa, what a combo there.
Dude, what did Goombas ever do wrong to us, huh? Why must they be the title of being stomped?
Come in the back for Jip Boys. That was so smart. That's a great set play.
I mean, Alpha Year does, but even Alpha Year compared to, you know, some of the other players, I think a lot of people kind of get the feeling of like Alpha Year is great, but like he hasn't really like changed the game for me or something like that, right?
Is this truly an attacker-sided map for these two teams? You know, and how good is Bleed's defense now? I
think that's something always interesting.
Yeah, usually Lotus attacker-sided, but again, we're in Pacific, folks. Sometimes we're a little bit backwards.
I mean, Kang is one of those as well, for sure. Kang's cultural impact is massive too.
Yeah, I would suspect that.
Kang probably also really up there. But Ye, I mean, Ye was kind of Ye was one of those that really like brought upon the discussion of, you know, MVP of the year, like greatest player for the year, things like that.
Coach Frost versus Lakia.
And then his aim style, and you know, Ye's one of those players that people will watch a POV and be like, "That's Ye," you know.
Exciting to see that. You know, we know that there's a ton of talent on both of these teams.
Oh yeah.
But to get to see them so well practiced, so well rehearsed.
All right, 5-7. I mean, it's a pretty solid recovery for Talon, to be honest. Started out 5-0.
It's phenomenal. This time around, it's like there might be a
Bleed, they want to fight for Mound, right? They're just, and dude, they're just gonna hold on to Tree. I mean, look at this. Dude, turret to watch for B, alarm bot to see if it gets all flanked. Like, they're not even gonna care about Rubble.
Yeah.
What a start.
He doesn't have it, right. So I think they just meant more like, let's make sure we can get into these positions.
So they know people are out. The question is do you know how many?
They want to make sure that that Talon doesn't have an easy mount.
Oh, I mean,
I think it's just scary.
yeah, both teams are kind of in a situation of like, ooh, we don't really want to stand fight this. So Talon's going to put up a smoke. They will eventually exit. They already had Surf helping clear out B a little bit.
Making their way in.
They put pressure on A. The thing is they have no idea about this alarm bot. This alarm bot's going to be so big. And Ban dies as well.
Peeks out into an open angle.
I mean, now Bleed has no reason to peek anywhere, right? The only thing they really need to watch out for is this. You still got the turret, you still got the alarm bot. Ye even just does a quick jiggle. And he can now focus on B alongside Zest because this alarm bot has his back. You've still got two players coming in from A. Dude, and the boom bot just to keep him at bay.
Back pedals as well. Very much in control, although
huge pistol so far from Bleed.
Bleed has the numbers. Fade being tossed out, timing a little bit off. Governor has to push up and
you gotta trade that. Oh, Cruz had to trade that. Yeah, there's no chance here.
Scary comes back in for those trades, and Retla picking up the last one. It's gonna be the defuse for Bleed.
Angel also has major cultural impact. You are entirely correct.
Obviously, winning both pistols is very, very important.
Angel is an anomaly in so many ways, which is why I love him.
Or Bleed in the first half.
I mean, Angel's a player after my own heart in more ways than one.
As well to escape. Really nice play. Nice. And then they're just able to flood onto the site and handle the last player. So far so good. Ye going to be grabbing that outlaw, seeming to.
Yay with the outlaw.
The outlaw specialist Governor.
We used to dream of days like these, chat.
Just classics, you know. but still going to be a very powerful piece of utility in his hand.
Oh
my God.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's okay.
All right.
Really
no, smart.
Befuddled by that whatsoever. I think you nailed it on the head, though, Paper Thin, with the way that Scary's calling this and how he wants to contest for.
Oh, I mean, 10's for sure. Yeah, 10's actually. 10's probably the GOAT for like. Well, just because 10's impact was like way beyond VCT, right? like, so. Everyone else, it kind of stems majorly from VCT, but 10's ascends that by far.
Goes in for the duels. Simple feast. Got a couple of.
And now they're trapped. Now they've got nowhere to go. Spike down.
There's no escape for Talon. They have to go back through pillars. Otherwise, completely pitched down right now. Dan can't even make his way out.
Boy's the lone survivor for Talon at this point, looking for the flawless Bleed. Retla gonna swing the corner. Job done with the Spectre. Nicely done there by Bleed. Yeah, I really like what they're thinking here. Not giving up those orbs on the mound. you know, pressing your advantage when you have it. Now here on this round with the
Talon's pick.
Probably not
BTW.
Who knows? I say that, but you wouldn't expect them to be as aggressive with the contestation. But you never know.
Never know. It is just classic stuff. I mean, very cerebral as to how Bleed are controlling the map. That's what you have with the double controllers. Talon, though, having to pick up this round, having to go in
starts
for
with
that
6.
big comeback. Looking for 4 rounds just to equalize.
Try to bait and switch
They've spotted out
with
Ye.
Retla.
Practically similar setup as to what we've seen from before. Scary, trying to respond in kind.
I mean, I like Talon trying to just clear out whatever's on A. The thing is there's nothing on A. It's just a double stack, right? All the killjoy utils. This default just has not changed. I mean, Talon hasn't quite spotted this ever, right?
All right, underhand toss.
He's already through.
Tries
Okay.
to satchel away. The Governor will be able to find him first as they peek on through this poison cloud.
That was a big entry from Governor, but not as clean of a finish to the round as they would have wanted.
Great push. Well timed against Ye.
Yeah, they held long enough that Ye got a little antsy, decided to go for it. 2 pushing from spawn now. Bulldog and a Guardian in hand. Zest and Darion, can they do any more damage?
I mean, I think they'll probably get at least one more, quite frankly. Especially with the angles they're holding. Unless Governor somehow gets both right away, that smoke will buy them a lot of time.
You gotta soften up the site. Nano swarms.
They get one more.
But still,
Holding it 2.
Darion snaps onto its Governor.
Oh, that's not the gun you really wanted,
Now
but
anticipating a player outside of Mount
yeah, just take the gun away.
Goes in for the white swing. A little bit too far out for Jit Boys to adjust onto. He gets the kill, but unfortunately no spike defuse for Bleed. Talon able to.
Oh, he actually lives with the Spectre. Can he run back in to get a rifle? Nope.
It's a round win, but it's almost as bad as it gets in a round win for Talon there. It took everything to keep Darion from having enough time to get the.
Oh, did he get a Vandal? Oh, I didn't realize he swapped it out. That's my bad.
And if he had gotten that kill a second earlier, he might have had enough time. But that spike was already planted for quite some time. Already hopping up is Ye. Trying to take an aggressive positioning here, but not one that you see.
And now they put the Killjoy util.
They're trying to take space ahead, and they're going to let.
Right. So that previous round, Talon's like, huh, Killjoy, no util on C. Wonder what the setup is. And Bleed's like, well, gotcha.
On that TP, but nobody biting for the side of Talon so far. Crew's just checking. A lot of Guardians, as the money is already pretty weak for Talon, even after a win, because it was so costly.
That's exactly why they have to.
Dude, it's so funny how often the Guardian becomes a noob trap for newer players. Like it always just makes me chuckle when I see it happen. I've run into so many new players that are like, yeah, but like if I hit them in the head, they die, right? So it takes less shots. And I'm like, yeah, but it's also slower.
Think about what Buzz and Bane were able to do from this position yesterday. It's got to be in your mind there as Talon. Like, that's scary. We've already given
I mean, for pros, it's a different story. And also, just because on maps like Lotus, obviously the wall pin is huge, but... Okay. The thing is they just want to create space, right? They just want to create space. The plan was not to die on C main, though. This had to be either done faster or not. Governor can't protect them. Zest is ready for it. Oh, and the bait and switch. Spike plant, Governor, you've got to. No!
2 kills back to back. Ye coming in for the trade. Bleed hitting double digits.
Fantastic work here from Bleed. Their game sense right now is sky high, and Scary as the IGL is 18-8. He's been putting up some huge multi-kill rounds. 2-3 kills, feels like every time.
Dude, this round was.
Rettles solid. Zest gets one.
This round was a bit of overcooking from Bleed or from Talon.
In his favor, and the numbers as well. And Ominous and Lagia there, pumped up as they're looking to take.
Well, the thing was the thing is Governor like. He couldn't though. Like, he couldn't just solo push this, because the only reason he would push that is if they had control of B or if they had control of C. So the problem is you send Governor in with the showstopper. He gets a little tagged, but then he's able to push them out. And at that point, but the team, like, decided 1 full second too late to go back to C, or maybe that was always the plan. But then they get stopped in front of here, and they never take out the Viper, so the Poison Cloud can come back up. So then they want to go back in here, but by that point, Governor has already pushed past the smoke. So now he's smoked off, and he can't protect Link again. So it's just like...
I'm gonna be a little
they were a little all over the place. Well, that haunt...
It's your prediction.
Rare haunt whiff from Zest.
I'm not saying anything yet. I'm not. Yeah, I don't really care that much either. I agree with Vic. It's just the predictions are kind of whatever.
It's fun to talk about, but also, who cares who wins? Because right now this game is just incredibly fun to watch.
Exactly.
To break down all of it too. Again, with the way that Bleed are controlling this,
that was a weird situation. There aren't any flashes in this game.
Turret positioned up around tree. He's able to cut down so much. Whatever Talon tries to do, it's almost as if you're trying to take a poke. You're going up against this impeccable defense that Bleed has.
Good to see that he won against the real
losing. Well, not losing, but the round that they won for Talon was almost a loss. So the money was just in shambles.
I mean,
now they had to go on a full eco.
You're not factually wrong.
Fantastic tool to use in
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think everyone was watching for the flank, but did he not realize that the door was going to push him in? Like, I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Has to be the round for Talon, because the money is going to be gone after this round if they lose, and then Bleed will be at 12. So, you know, it'll be some very weak buys if they can't find the win here. And a good opener for Governor. Catches Scary out towards the orb.
That's right. Bleed trying to clip Talon's wings, but Talon now trying to find their
well, what I'm saying from the previous round, what I'm saying is you can call to make the push, but that would be an overheat moment. You could frag out, there could be nobody here, but the thing is if you go here, like even if there's nobody here, at that point, you can't really support your team one way or the other, right? So if the other team gets scared of you and they like all come to hunt you down, sure, that's great. But if they just say, well, screw that, we're just going to retake the site, then now Governor's on an island no matter what. So, I mean, it's not a bad play per se, but objectively speaking, it is the lesser play objectively. Because holding here allows you to then further push or support your team. It's just that the team was nowhere, right? The team couldn't decide where to go.
Go back into it still. Just trying to
but either way, it's not map point just yet.
Talon trying to secure as much as possible because they need as much as possible for the next upcoming rounds. Having these
you got a showstopper for the next round. Zest has Nightfall though.
A push from Darion. There's plenty of money for Bleed, so I wouldn't mind seeing him try to fork one over, get the orb.
I mean, I would say that there's definitely been a little bit of wonkiness from Talon at times. You know, obviously there have been good moments as well. Definitely a little bit of wonkiness from Talon. I think on Bleed's part, mostly, it's actually been pretty clean, win or lose.
But what a big round for Talon.
Certainly.
But obviously, again, Masters Madrid was, you know, was the top 2 from each region, so.
You're in a world of trouble if you lose that round. So that's huge. And now we're...
I mean, this all, yeah, it happens every time too, right? Like Masters happens. And we're like, yeah, everyone's all psyched up. And we go back and we watch the opening matches and we're like, where is the Valorant I used to love? And then we all get excited and we're like, yeah, the Masters happen. We're like, oh, it's even better. And then we go back again, we're like, what happened?
Is something that Talon has to consider.
And then you watch Challengers and you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But then Ascension happens and you're like, yeah!
Kind of aggression. They're really worried that with the Showstopper and the Nightfall that maybe there was a combo play and the ult as well. Like, you got to think that Scary has his ult, so they might just try to take a page out of
Talon playing very slow. See if there's a reaction for these ults. But the way Bleed's been playing, I think they're going to wait. They'll play for the retakes anytime. Dude, they've got Nightfall Showstopper to secure map point.
Very dangerous.
Combo of those ultimates definitely is a scary thought.
Okay, the door's not open, so you know he's in the... Oh my
goodness, Zest
God.
dropping brass across the other side. Governor down to 18 HP. Pushes
Oh,
out now,
he
but
couldn't
look
clear
at
the
these
site with
scary
it.
smokes all across the map. The Nightfall, the
Dude.
showstopper. Ye has come. to burn
Nightfall and
everything, raise it
Showstopper
all to
early
the
on,
ground.
right? The door hadn't been broken.
Talon has
You
to
heard them
pump
throw the
brakes,
snake bite
but
here.
they
You
are
heard them
running out
launch
of
the
time.
Showstopper
If they
here.
want to cross, okay,
So you make the
Vance
call that they're coming into a
before.
Nightfall plus Showstopper to shut them down. You realize it's only the Rays that had gotten in. And then it's just a press for time.
Tested, yep, was able to get it.
Yeah, but
Trying to look for the spike plant, but
surely you
look
rotate.
at
Surely you
what
just use this as a fake and then a lurk.
It's just a fake.
Yeah, because creeping in here would be even riskier. Like, this is a risk, but creeping in here would have been a risk.
Arrived up on top of A Heaven.
Okay, big from the shadows. See if Talon's well aware of this. Band's going to let go of the pit early.
A bit of a haymaker. Forces Talon to...
So Bleed have to kind of make the choice now. Jip Boy's well aware of it. They're actually very well spread out. So
Jip Boys might force the issue. No, he backs off.
Don't want to block the one-on-one. Scary's just waiting for his team as well.
the thing is they've already given up this and this. So like they gotta figure out a timing here.
Bleed has to make a move since the spike is about to go off.
Scary. Oh,
Has spotted out Jit Boys. The one
dude, and
perfect. Not quite
dude, the
enough.
timing for Zest to
with
peek
the
out
Odin
from
as
heaven as
Bleed.
well.
Everyone
Just
is
wanted the
here and
diffuser, can't get
able
it.
To protect the defuse as it comes underway. Reaching map point.
Boy, what did Quack say?
Perfect retake.
It's a pretty good idea from Talon. It's just, again, the counter move from Scary is better. And he's so patient with it. There's a lot of players who might get in that position. And
Dog
get antsy
walk
and try to
those
take more
teams
space.
is one heck of a
Closer
phrase.
again,
I've never heard
you know,
that before.
The faster we're going to be able to crunch them. But no, Scary makes the right play here. He's waiting for contact on the site because that's going to force
actually-
the attention.
that's
of both
such
the
a
rest of
phrase.
Talon. At worst, in
That goes
situation,
hard.
If, you know, Zest and the others in Yay are making contact on B, most likely at worst he's going to have to deal with one person watching his.
Wow, that's a
Dude, that's a sick Talon
Yes,
player
this is-
card
I mean, we have great artists here. That's
artwork.
but if he pushes too soon, as we saw, we could see from what we were seeing, two players were looking for him. You know, and then he's maybe in a very disadvantaged and advantageous position. Instead, he works.
Frost did not like what he heard.
As you'd expect from Scary.
He really, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about the duel of the IGLs right now, Scary versus Cruz, again, ex-teammates.
100, 0, 100?
Previously Zersha or
That'd be an
X10.
insane stat
Now
line,
onto
dude.
these new teams on this big stage in South Korea.
Dude, 100, 0, 100 would mean that you were a part of
Scary
200 kills.
is a guy that definitely has, you know, this game IQ to really consider these layers upon layers of moves. If Cruz, you know, pushes forward, Scary already has this plan.
All right,
B, plan
Nightfall.
C.
Lockdown's close. No ult's on the side of Bleed. Odin, no op.
Talon, Bleed is actually really.
Talon still wants. I mean, listen, the defaults, we've seen it time and time again, right? You're going to take B. If you get shoved out from here, you're going to be able to take B main.
At least from what we've seen so far.
You want to push them out of mound. Ooh, paranoia back from Bleed, though, to push them out. But that, yeah, so then you start moving up, right? Band starts moving up. The thing is Band's gotten caught out pretty early on a couple of these rounds, so he's got to kind of pick and choose carefully where he goes. This time, Talon's just going to rotate very fast, so him peeking out a little bit earlier, not the worst thing. Snake Bite just to keep him trapped in. From the shadows, checks that it's two people. The Nightfall to make sure they can't hear Band coming in. Relentless kind of ready for it. Oh, that's huge. Dude, and Ye gets the kill on Heaven. Dude, how does Relentless get two?
Jit Boys coming back in to do the Lord's work. Takes down two.
They got to decide.
Makes a bit more noise.
So Surf's kind of safe right now. But the thing is they have no idea where Scary is, right? So Surf kind of has to create some space for his teammate. They're just going to go B. He's trying to make sure. Scary's going to come in through here. No one's watching for that. They smoke it off, though.
Gonna be able to get B planted, but with only two players, a lot of angles to have to account for. Already knowing that
It's 1v1s.
there's likely one still on A. It's just, are they going to be able to identify Scary?
Oh.
Yay.
Great one-on-one.
Okay, Surf has to take the risk here. Try to pick out an early one-on-one. He knows one's in Link.
He's got great
And this was smoked off.
Sometimes decision-making a little bit off. He's stuck in the duel of
The
his
distraction.
life right now.
Oh,
And
Surf!
as they swing into him.
So
a
patient,
simple
man.
micro
He
flick,
expects
and
the
that's how
he
Talon
expects the
stays
double as
in the
well.
game.
Yeah. That's phenomenal stuff.
Big
He
from
plays that
Surf.
pretty well.
Big from Surf. He was
Game
quiet,
blades
but
for Scary to get in a position where they can give him the 1-2.
Pure mechanics.
Pure mechanics, yeah.
Oof.
Huge.
The reposition was
Huge
good
sigh of
in the
relief
middle
for
of that. After he whiffs the first shot.
That was looking
Yeah.
over.
The left, right is good there.
Little transfer there. Beautiful, beautiful. They're still in it.
Love to see Cruz hyping up,
No doubt about it.
hyping up his little younger brother.
Alive long enough. Yeah, a lot to do. You do have a lockdown.
All right.
Retla one away from a Viper's pit, though.
Darian from lockdown as well.
Okay, so this time there's no counter pressure on C. So they'll work early to clear out all of this, dude. Everything cleared out with the one paint shell. I mean, they don't have confirmation, but it was thrown perfectly.
Okay, paper thin. I mean, Talon right now just trying to.
Okay, smoke.
Get a couple of
So
jabs in to
Talon
get
should have a decent idea. Okay, Poison Cloud runs out of fuel. The Omen sends over a smoke. So it looks like Bleed really wants to delay them. The question is do you think it's a fake or not? Man's gonna watch. He reads the flank. So even though he dies eventually, they know that they should be good to go in as soon as this happens. The detain actually on one as well. Not gonna greed for it. Cruz is still gonna watch out. Dude, Cruz versus Scary. One-on-one on the lurk. Oh man.
Able to catch. I might not be able to call all the out-call you perhaps in some rounds, but I will definitely be able to outshoot.
I mean, this is tough
Boys
now.
coming back in as well, just to anchor the site. She's got the dark cover out again, making sure that Bleed does
Talon
not
wants to
get
take it to
thrust out
overtime.
of defender spawn safely.
Bleed's still got a couple more rounds though in terms of econ, so
not wanting to give
we
it more
shall
outpoints. I mean,
see.
again, this game, it's going into its final moments.
No, yeah, I mean, again, Talon is digging deep, and on the back of a tremendous Surf clutch, they're able to string together another win. Just a simple lockdown play to take control. Again, that's really smart stuff. Just get that lockdown down when you can before it comes into cycle for your opponents, and at least get that round win.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed has lots of chances, right? Their econ is still okay. They get their ult soon. Bleed will have at least minimum 2 solid chances to close things out, if not 3, if they choose to go half armor one of these rounds. So
from a lockdown, 1 away from a Viper's pit, 2 away from a showstopper.
I mean, also they could just, you know, use only one ult at a time.
And I don't, God, I hate that.
I know.
So now, strong control, right? They've been pressuring Mound, so they take strong control. But Bleed reads this, by the way. It's a stack. Showstopper. Oh, he eventually gets him.
The showstopper,
but
gets shut down midair by
man,
Cruz,
dude.
though.
I mean, the fact that Scary's at 30 health is the biggest hope right now for Surf.
1-on-2.
But the angles, he's gonna peek. I feel like he's gonna peek out. He's just gonna stay alive, really.
Without the key
Wow.
without the considerations, fortunately gonna lose his life. Scary picks up the win, the IGL and the
Damn,
victory.
dude.
Huge stuff here.
What an opening statement. What an opening statement from Bleed, man.
From a lot of players on both sides. Both teams played very well. But Bleed,
Man.
a little extra oomph here, a little more comfort. Yay on the duelist, looking pretty sharp. Zest there.
I mean, dude, everyone on Bleed looked good. Retla looked good. Retla looked solid, man.
Kills, get that showstopper online.
Retla was good for so many impact multi-kills.
Overall, gotta like what you're seeing.
Yeah, I don't know if Talon are going to like what they have next, though, because Sand gets Corf and Ruff and gets everywhere. So we're going to toss it over to our analyst to tell us how Bind will possibly look.
As they say in Singapore, Bleed is not here to play.
Well,
it was 13-9
Bleed
on map
win.
1 in Bleed's favor.
All you
and Legia
with
was
Faith
knocking,
and
he's a
Yang
very
as
honest
duelists
coach, I have to say, in interviews, and when he says
is
things are bad,
huge.
they're bad, and when things are good, you probably need to listen to Legia.
This was good. I mean, this was better than I could have expected for the side of Bleed, but also a lot rougher than I could have anticipated for Talon. I mean, it took a while for the gears to start turning for the
Map
squad.
2,
Boys called the one that
Bind.
was present throughout the entirety of this map. This was very much akin to like Envy yesterday, where it felt like there was one guy leading the charge the entire time, and then everybody else was trying to play catch up.
Yeah, and I think it's just because of the fact that I wanted to talk about this with Talon, that Cruz is such a laid-back player that I think his style doesn't really match the aggression that we see from players like Governor and Ban that just wants to keep be all up in the face of Bleed here, and maybe there's that disconnect that we saw, but in any case, yeah, it really did fell short there for Talon.
Yeah, Talon is really struggling. I mean, I think the stats for this particular map really...
Yeah, I'm curious. Yay Chamber is a possibility here.
Is a really big early
but honestly, Yay Raze is a possibility here. You could still have Darion on Chamber if you wanted. I mean, granted, having Yay on the roster and putting someone else on Chamber probably catches you a lot of flack, win or lose, but...
But yeah, just giving up those initial several rounds and not being able to get anything on the board, Talon, this was about as rough of a start as you could possibly see. I mean, being
Hunters, man, I respect it. I respect the grind and the hustle
I mean, again, Jit Boys, a hell of
to
a
friggin' hoard
on top,
absolute mass stocks of Copia.
For the most part, a big battle of these high Omen players between him and Scary to see who's going to be able to assert their dominance. But
I mean, dude, the thing is this proves it for me that Jit Boys is it, man. Jit Boys is it. If you want to make a tie squad, Jit Boys has to be there.
It's not Viper, it's a duelist, and overall,
he's filling in on Omen. Still top frags for the team.
But aside from that, some movement.
Dude, what a pistol round for Zest, man.
Yeah, this is the slotting that you really want to see, and it still works out because everybody was like,
I mean, I'd be watching China if Pacific wasn't going on.
What does that mean for everyone else?
To be fair, also,
pretty good.
Yay is playing.
Very comfortable with how he plays on the KJ. He still is
kind of hard to compete with that.
So it's
when it's Trace versus Nova.
Absolutely beautiful right now for Bleed.
I'm curious, moving forward, what kind of roles Retla is going to continue to play here. He was traditionally a Sentinel player, and I can see he might end up being that flex player.
I mean, we've been seeing how important having a flex player is, and if Retla's going to be able to come in and just say, you know what, okay, whatever we need to do, I can do that. I think that's great because that was Yay during kickoff. It was that was saying like, okay, well, we need.
Yeah, but will they play the deadlock?
So getting Yay off of the flex role and putting that in Retla's hands,
most likely though he'll play Raze.
It's a good recipe for success overall for Bleed. This is a great start for them.
Because again, like. I'm sorry, but Darion's entering at kickoff was not it.
Swings back in the opposite direction. Like I said, this felt like a bit of a 50-50, but now, I mean, it's feeling more like maybe an 80-20.
Was he always negative? Was he negative in the other games as well? He didn't even go even?
This kind of sense, there was so many rounds, when we were talking about
damn,
how was,
that's kind of rough.
It just feels like they really didn't know how to approach the defense here of Bleed. There was the wall from the Viper. They start pushing on it, and they didn't even know how to look into that. And you compare that to Bleed, that just with having Zest on that fade, absolutely beautiful. It looks like he's just perfect for this Bleed roster.
Yeah,
13-16 on Breeze. 11-17 on Ascent.
During kickoff. So this is still a bit of more. It's a toss-up, but I agree with
18-20 on Split.
Still,
oh my gosh, you're right.
Maybe more.
I mean, not by a lot, right? Like 18-20, 15-17, but you're right.
I just don't think that we're going to see that many overarching changes to the compositions. I think that we could go straight into bind.
That is actually a pretty wild stat.
Setups for both of these teams, and I mean, Governor is a player who has.
I think Daria Deadlock would go kind of hard though.
More playtime on Raze, given that this is just the first game ever for Yay on that pick, and he had a really slow start. I was looking for that explosive beginning like we had from him. Again, I
kind of wish it goes Icebox just to see the comps from both teams.
Here, I mean, for the longest time, I think he only.
I mean, it could.
For like the first.
It could.
Like 8 rounds or something. That impact from the Raze, it wasn't felt until much later, and by then it felt like it was far too late.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, that's actually a good segue into our game. It's game time, guys. Rank up or rank down time. Hooray! And the question for today's Guess in Game.
What is it?
The analyst desk will either uprank
the team with the highest ACS player on the map. So the team with the match MVP.
Who will be the team with the highest ACS player?
So this is a little bit tricky because it's not necessarily the team that wins. As we just saw, Jit Boys actually had the highest ACS in the lobby despite the loss on Lotus. So we have to think about this a little bit more because if Jit Boys is going to be having impact like that, then, this could end up being a Talon vote for me, even though Bleed might just be able to take the series.
No, I think Talon's going to win the map and Bleed's going to have the highest ACS.
Me, I mean, I'm a simple man. I already picked Talon for my team win. I think they can reverse sweep this. I feel like they still have the chance to ACS or get the highest ACS. So,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
I
I saw
already
how
showed
this
my
played out
answer.
yesterday. Do you want to show?
I already showed my answer to her.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that as well.
Did they fix?
I didn't think about it.
Ooh,
Okay.
last time we did this.
Did they fix their ranks yesterday?
The thing is,
I
I'm
don't
actually
know.
going with
I
a
let them
similar
know, but
narrative as
it's just
you.
whatever.
I'm gonna say like, okay, this is gonna be similar to like a bit similar like Global versus Zeta, where they got rocked in the first map, but they were able to come back and win the second one.
Yeah.
But Bleed is still going to have a higher impact.
No, I'm with
player,
Seth, man.
Despite the fact that I think that they may lose Bind.
I think
I'm completely talking out of my rear right now.
That's okay.
so. Something Ye's gonna top the ACS. He's gonna top the ACS, but Talon's gonna win Vine.
We're like winning. So, honestly, they both have such incredible players, and like you said in the last one, Jit Boys with his ACS way up there. I think this time, I'm pretty sure Bleed is.
The thing is like Jets. Obviously,
like,
I mean, you could obviously playing no duelist is great and fine on Icebox, but Jet's still pretty solid. So.
You know what? Hard copium
Like they were still playing. That was one of the maps that where EA was still playing duelist even in kickoff. So.
Could be. I don't know. I think Talon comes out, they smash Bind. It's like a 13-2, but Scary has 7 multi-kills and then saves every other round, so only dies 3 times. And his ACS is through the roof. That's what I'm banking on to be able to get.
I like that we have handheld mics.
You should get extra credit.
I'm a big fan of handheld mics for broadcasting.
That's where I get a tier skip, and I jump immediately up to Diamond.
Is production going to allow us to do that? Like, if I predict that it's, Governor that has the highest ACS, I get 2 rank ups?
Yeah.
Could maybe.
I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just have to host the game.
I think wildly we are a bit more in control of this than we may think of.
Yeah.
Because there's no
Who's going to stop us?
Well, it's also really good for like it really keeps you in check for your projection. Because headsets, like if you get tired,
if you think it's going to be, who did you think was
you can really like without thinking, you can kind of start to slouch off like both your posture and your voice and everything. But handhelds kind of force you to always be cognizant of your projection and your voice and your posture. So
a little bit crazier cooked up, but I'm anticipating it's gonna be the
freaking potatoes. Welcome to YouTube chat.
It makes it easier for Scary to save when he's playing.
No, I didn't. How did it go? How'd the Bleed versus Talon game go today?
So he'll already be away from the action. So he'll be getting set up to send out the Molotov, and then the rest of his team's gonna die, and he's just like, well, I guess I just stay here. I'll just chill outside of.
Dude, I kind of want to buy a new tablet. I mean, I still have my old Surface Book, which is functional, but I also kind of gave it to my mom. And she always tells me if I really need it for work, I'm welcome to take it back at any point. But I know she uses it a lot, so I kind of feel bad bringing it back.
And if they decide to go for the Gecko, who is going to be playing that? I assume for Bleed, maybe that would. Oh no, I actually don't know.
Maybe. Well.
Okay,
both
Zest.
do geckos,
Harb.
double geckos,
Wait.
Zest.
Okay, I was thinking
Okay.
Carrion, but these are hard contrasting compositions between these teams at the moment. This is
Harbor Viper.
I mean,
for
pseudo
Talon.
double smokes, given that you have Viper and the Harbor for Talon Esports.
Huh.
Bleed, though, the breach.
But then just the brim.
So it means that they just want to stop the push here of Talon.
But the thing is, it's not just Viper. Just Brim has worked.
Into the site, a well-timed fault line is going to be able to punish that. So the Harbor pick right now for Talon is going to be super impactful in keeping them alive. The High Tide for blocking out that vision, and of course the Code.
I mean, it's 2 very different controllers when it comes to solo controller.
I mean, worth mentioning.
Brim is definitely better than the Viper as a solo controller.
But like, DRX has yet to play Gecko, so he certainly didn't play it with them. This is the first time we get to see him on that pick.
All right, this is the first time we're going to see Bind.
That's also kind of crazy to think about, the fact that DRX still hasn't played the Gecko.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Kilios, and Asterai. They're absolutely right. I mean, we've got these new looks on some of these teams as well.
Honestly, the Surface, do they still make new ones? Because the Surface ones are great.
So how will they look, the new sort of Bleed 2.0 or Talon 2.0 on Bind?
Hold me. It's like so.
I mean, the Cypher, they are starting on defense, so that's what makes it okay for me. We'll see.
Darion, his second game ever on Breach. First game for Zest on Gecko.
Otherwise, I mean, Viper, I think, is much more flexible.
Very,
but
intriguing.
I mean, I'm generally okay with Breach as an idea on Bind. It obviously has to come together.
He's probably going to be pretty comfortable.
Overall, like it works in terms of utility combo here in this comp, right? The Raze, the Gecko.
Out of there, but Governor gets traded.
Always going fast.
Okay, they want to really retake control of Showers. That's a huge investment from Bleed that just does not pay off.
Throw out a bit of utility, but with the shots going through,
Darion, even with the trip there, Darion basically wants to know if they're going in this way early or not, right?
I think he threw the Dizzy through the teleporter. Try to get
so Darion gets tagged.
Talon was
so Talon's going to go through. Darion, I mean, that should actually let Bleed kind of know of this potential. But
the first few shots, Cruz with the frenzy.
Yay, 29 HP.
Back onto Yay.
But Yay, when he's holding an angle, it's a different story.
Full-out utility, though, so falls over to Jit Boys.
Yeah, 1v2.
Now down to the 1-on-2. Darian climbing up the hill off of B-Long. Has to think about where they could be positioned. You always want to check.
Oh, the positions are good from Talon, though. Neither of them are giving him an angle.
Or elbow as well.
Like, he basically, even if he gets the kills, like, he would have to take so much time to clear all of this.
And they're not going to show anything either.
There's just...
They have to wait for the tap, right?
Oh, that does give him time to bring the fault line back. The thing is he doesn't realize Cruz is still checking for it. Well, Cruz still crept up while he was stunned.
And they will be able to pick up their first pistol today.
No, yeah, Bind. I mean, again, like you can have some good, plays, setups for Bind. Also, really good delay, really good control. You know, you've got like pretty solid trap play potential in certain parts of the map. It really gives you a lot of good control for like B-Long and like Showers, even here. And then obviously on the attack, like it works for both parts of B. Works for Showers as well. So. Overall, the Breach itself is, I mean, again, obviously, it's not like, for instance, it's not like, let's say, like Old Chamber or like Jet, where it's like, well, they're good on like every map. It's not that, but, or like with any comp, but still really solid.
Launch their utility and get these classics, get these right clicks to pop. But right now, Talon is
stack on A,
and rightly so after that first round.
You know, just full save even on B.
So they're being very wise to make sure that there is not going to be anything like that again.
Not seeing too much though. All right.
Doesn't get stunned either. Surf's probably going to make that call. You're going to see minimum 2, probably more than 2, right? Considering that it's the eco. Surf only has to go, so he's just buying as much time. He just confirms because he saw 3 different agents. He hears the Gecko still coming out. He hears all of them. Dude, he gets so much info and so much time.
A whole lot of them able to take down the first hit. Easy trade for Yay. Now it's just a bit of that retake.
And all you give up there is the
so the question is can Bleed like do any damage here? They want to. So basically, they know that they still had control of this. They have the cam, so they're trying to basically route them out of this side from the teleporter, and then try to pick up a weapon on the way in. Like Governor can cheat key out at any point, I was gonna say, but
Darren will be able to take him down. Bulldog afforded over onto Bleed.
Well,
Ban will be able to cut
still
them
gets
down in
2.
their torso. Retla.
Yeah, he just exits the other way.
Use up the gun that they gave us.
I mean, you can consider.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, he's just gonna die because of the health as well.
Yeah, might as well go for the upgrade on the rifle anyway. But 3 Bulldogs carried over perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. 4 Talon, and yeah, well handled there. Just sort of saying, okay, well, Surf, we're going to leave you on your own.
I mean,
you got the weaker gun. The rest of us are.
Surf played that real well. So much time bought.
Of course, when you're on all classics, you're kind of expecting your opponent to overstack one side over another. Now,
dude, early off for Yay. All right, no armor.
He's going to have to glass cannon it, but it is Yay, so.
Okay.
You know. If anybody in
Governor's
the world
got
is comfortable with this, it's certainly him.
Governor's got a judge.
Trying to get him a little bit of help with that Cypher utility to set him up if there's any Showers push.
Trapwire, they check for it as well. That's huge. The Dizzy. Oh, he wants to go all the way out. Kind of barely misses it. Gets caught. So they know. In some ways, that gives them the information, though, so they can put up that cove. Whoa, Ban. No util.
Tried to push right into it. Retla will be able to shut down the initial push. Spike
a little
has been
aggressive.
planted,
Dude, what
but
just happened? Surf just got both on the flank.
On the other side of the map, as they tried to rotate, the lurk's actually
This
working out
is
great for him as a
well.
bit
Now
of a
Lamp's
solo
control is
player.
actually great. You still have the
Meanwhile, rest of
judge.
squad just watching
The Molly. Oh,
parts
right in the
of
gut
this
too,
side.
and the
Able to
upgrade he
block
pushes
off
out.
Lamps. Retla trying to do what he can with some
During all of that, op drop.
Right, he has. Yeah. What?
Didn't get the weapon.
I think he didn't pick it up.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh no.
got the
This is
classic
actually the worst timeline.
Oh no.
Oh
Had
no.
the idea for it, but unfortunately comes up empty-handed. It's gonna be Talon with the
No, he
bonus win
dropped
now.
it to pick up the
What a
op,
way to
and he
start out
thought
with your
because of
opponent's
where
mid
Ye
lane.
died, it would be right behind
Yeah,
him. But I
no,
think
mean,
because Ye
just doing
died,
what
it dropped
Bleed did to them
behind
on
Ye.
Lotus, you know, he's coming through and
Whoa.
insane. He got that
Dude, that off angle that he was holding.
before he had to readjust for that.
Yeah,
second
see, it's
spray.
back up against. It was back up against the corner, and I thought he thought it was just in the entrance.
I love it.
Fired up.
So basically, Retla was like,
and the
throw
fact
the
that you're not
weapon,
able to
take
carry
the
the
op, get out, but it dropped out next to this box right here.
For Bleed. Little mistakes like that tend to snowball because of the way the economy works, because of how expensive that operator is. Now it's just
That's
Sheriffs.
rough, man. Now they expect to push out. Huge read from Van.
Start things off. Couple
Okay,
coming
gets
in.
two.
Scary with the
You
trade.
still had you still had Harbor here as well, in case they
Now
pushed
the
out
rest
to
of
pick up the
Talon, you
weapon.
know, they haven't spotted out too many players around.
But Talon's just gonna say we just want to go for the round.
Retla is prepared. Governor with a bit of flight path over onto a cubby of boxes. Spike planted.
Seemed like
Just playing it safe for
Governor
now.
kind of stopped himself,
I
thought
mean,
about maybe
I
going over or
really
higher,
kinda
but
like Surf being on this sort of this Viper lurk stuff.
Yeah. He's
still got double snake bite. You've still got Thrash. You've
Surf is
still
a
got
phenomenal
Mosh. You've
player.
still got Paint Shells. Like, this
No
is
doubt in my mind,
pure
Mosh is one
just
of my
post
favorites
plant.
Watch
And I like that
from
Talon's
Impact region
willing
back in the day,
to just
so
use all their utility
exciting to
here,
see him on the stage.
right?
Retla trying to catch the jiggle.
Because
out of
opponents
the
aren't an
hole,
eco,
unable to do
so they're gonna have to
Bleed
push
was never
out
able pick
to
up that
clear
Vandal
you
on the other
out.
side of the map either, so they're just looking to probably die to the spike is what it looks like. I mean, this has been such a chess match here. Retla's got to be so careful. Oh, he gets Governor. He's dropping down.
All right.
I
Still
mean,
good
minimal
little pickup
damage. Look at the
nonetheless.
creds on the side of
Goes
Talon, though.
towards his alt counter. The rest of them, though, will have to die to the spike. Talon now onward with the fourth. Let's see what Bleed has in store for us next. 1 point away from some of these ultimates for Ye and Retla.
Yeah, not enough money available for Ye to go for an operator, so gonna have to go into that Vandal full armor buy, and then one away from the showstopper for him. There is the Thrash available already for Cruz.
I mean,
one
listen,
away
you've
from
got Seekers coming out, back out,
so
right? You've got
ults
Reckoning
coming
soon
into
after
cycle
that.
for
You've got
Talon pretty quickly.
Showstopper. Surely you just use
Bleed
the Thrash to
get a
get
win
control
here and make it less painful.
nice and
when that
early.
does occur.
Looks like they want to set it up for
Set up
Hookah, right?
mostly gonna be on
You can clear this with other
Trip
util.
always placed at the front of A. They're gonna use
Dude,
the Thrash.
and then the Trailblazer instantly as well. That clears both.
Really cover it up. The dog as well to really
Very
make sure
well
that
done. And then you can come back. You can still pick it up as well. Now on the side of Garden. The high tide buys them time to reset. During that,
you've got players kind of
you've got shower control. This is very good timing. Obviously, if Surf had died there, a little risky, but they're ready to TP.
He can lurk.
My stream's lagging.
At least one. That would be a
Okay, so
huge
Surf
thing for Talon,
dies.
but wow,
So now they want to just launch in.
Oh,
I saw them. How is he still alive? Everyone got flashed.
Wingman just to push them back as well. Spike carrier
Surf dying there stops everything. Overall, the map movement was good, but
in this little skirmish.
Yeah, nice hold there. Zest gets caught by the Dizzy
Well,
and
that's
still
a
able to
little
find
rough.
one and get out. That's impressive. That is no easy feat. And as Governor and Ban
yeah, on Bind it
like to
seems
try to take as much away from Bleed as you can here. You don't want to give them.
well, he doesn't have as much of like a bam flow chart going.
Extra damage. Get those ult orbs online. Even if you die, it's
But
totally
it's still
fine.
early on. We'll see.
Yeah, keep that economy weak. Keep that river dry. Make them go into the next round with Spectres, Bulldogs.
Oh, chooses not to.
Worse.
Okay, you have the numbers advantage. Doesn't want to let them know that he's here.
Completely prepared for it. Ye as well inside of showers. They've got the positions under lock and key.
Okay, so they
Bleed up on with the first.
bypassed the Thrash round. Now they've matched Showstopper. So now Bleed is okay. Obviously, Seekers are online too, but Bleed's ults are now coming back into cycle, or coming on to cycle, so
They're able to keep all those guns, keep that economy safe.
huge round from Darion. If he didn't get the hookah kill there, Zest gets swarmed.
You know, that early aggression that Talon showed with just their utility, just trying to fish out for a pick at the front of B, whether it be in the octagon or in hookah, doesn't come through. And Bleed just kind of sits back and lets all that utility be used, and then Talon's in a spot where they have to wait for some of those cooldowns to come back up, maybe get that high tide back going, and none of that's available in time.
Hookah cleared.
Zest decides
but generally, Bleed, the default has never involved a hookah play, right? So Talon should be starting to catch on to that. And this time, Bleed's pushed out of showers.
So deep, he's got a showstopper. He's crazy. Oh my god.
Dude.
Heads up duel just snapped
And then you
onto
still
his
have the breach here to cover for you.
Deal with Ye for the time being,
Scary
but
actually gets the
still
kill.
Available for the trade, not to mention Darion is here
TP.
as well to receive.
But Darion, oh man, that's huge. Couldn't get the finishing kill.
Able to take him down. We're back to a 2-on-2.
Got a mosh, but that's about it.
The rest of the Bleed
Meanwhile,
players
2 smokes.
in and available, but we've got some lineups coming in from Talon. I don't know how long that can hold things
He's
off
already
for,
throwing
though.
it.
Retla taps the spike. Mosh pit has been sent over.
Has to peek out, gets the first kill.
Still takes on the duel, gets
They hear the mosh coming in. Oh, the jump spot from Retla.
Has to go in for the fights now. Scary
Smoke as
making use of
well.
the sky smoke to keep himself shrouded in mystery. And Retla just protects his teammate.
Dude, that's a dangerous question to be asking, Potatoes.
4-on-2.
I don't think I'm gonna answer that.
Excellent round for Retla. And now it's literally every all for Bleed. Because Ye died with the showstopper. So I don't know how in the world Ye just flicks over to that angle like that. That's just years of playing Valorant. Great game sense coming through for Ye. But Retla, the way he handled that box was perfect. The way that he jumped up, got the spot, jiggled
Dude, Retla seems to have some pretty solid like individual decision making.
The spike carrier down comfortably. Really nicely.
You guys, all you guys got to stop microwaving your food. People are microwaving food, like going to the bathroom. And all these rounds are happening. Uh-oh. Scary didn't quite realize the speed was that fast. Took a little long to get his ult down. So it still opened up.
With the stinger of all things,
The util all gone from the defense as well. The ult's not so much. Okay, still nobody gets sent into Zest crosshairs. That's so many people. Too many targets. And at this point, you gotta save the no way.
Able to turn the sight into a fire.
No way you peek into that.
It just felt like Bleed never could get their comms in a place where they could really use those ults the way they wanted. It was too fast.
Damn.
For Scary to hold on.
I like that call from Talon, though.
But by that point,
I mean, the fact that you do that on a round where all ults are online is kind of insane. Dude, a rush through hookah against these ults is kind of insane.
And trying to do something never felt, again, comfortable enough. I thought when the Rolling Thunder come out, that might be the time for Ye to satchel and go for that showstopper. But instead, it was just nobody on Bleed really able to coordinate, really to play together.
The trip's higher this time.
A lot of those fights really nice.
Yep. Okay. Oh,
very well done.
It's still a judge.
Similar plan on a different site this time around. It's going to be covered with
It's
a
through
judge.
just
but
fine.
Guess what? It's a bit of a fake as well. The rest of the squad headed towards hookah. Retla still on.
They're gonna pit to sell the fake.
Camera, though, so
oh man.
But with
The thing is Ye's in there. Oh, he actually doesn't get the kill. It draws out the thrash. This is huge.
It was all a ruse, Bleed. What you gonna do now?
Huge round.
Just working this map so nicely right now. Just selling that fake.
Dude, both of them seemingly coming very well prepared for the draft. It's just that they were much more prepared for the opponent's pick.
Masterful play, but with the economy the way it is, it really should be a save that you're considering.
No, the past 2 rounds are real good. Real good from Talon in terms of overall macro. Not over yet, but
Timer working against them though, just for a little bit. But they're still
I
trying
mean,
to
you already activated this, so you might as well. Yeah, you're not quite safe from that one.
Governor. Scary down to 9 HP. That ult was wasted.
Surf's on a mission.
This, as much as we were crediting Bleed for their well thought out play on Lotus, their map pick a bind, it is looking like a different story. I think that should have been a save.
In my mind, that was like, you know, GTA when you die and wasted that sound play. But you're absolutely right, Paperton. I mean, it just reminds me of you know, what Jesco used to say back on the VCT desk when she was an analyst, talking about how if you are going to be a great team, you have to beat your opponents on their map picks. And that's exactly what Talon is doing right now. If they can keep this up, they will be able to push over into a third map, and they really could challenge Bleed.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, though, right? We wanted it to go to map 3 one way or another. I'm down with it.
I mean, they're reading every move pretty much 100%. You know, yeah, Bleed had a couple good rounds, but other than that, you know, the synergy isn't there for Bleed like we saw in Lotus. The ult combos were, I think, actually, Ye did pull up the showstopper in that round when the Rolling Thunder came through. I just never saw it. It didn't hit anything. So, you know, again, their ability to
Frost gets so fired up during timeouts.
Really interesting. Yeah, really getting into it.
He's generally just a very fired up guy. Like, even when you're just talking.
He brings a breath of fresh air for sure. A very different attitude, mindset than a lot of other coaches. Very different personality that comes through for him as well. So, you know, Talon definitely reaping the rewards of that coaching style.
A mixed spy here for Bleed.
Well. So far here,
dude, I don't.
No doubt about it.
I mean,
themselves in a great position.
Darion's got the money, so.
From Bleed.
Trying to stay on top of things.
Dude, everyone keeps saying that. Everyone keeps saying that. Like, he looks like a young artist.
Get an idea of how Bleed might want to turn things around. Actually going in for a game plan of their own. You've got high tides.
Early smoke on short.
They're creating a lot of space towards this B site. Surf once more on the lurk. And just
I mean, that'll kind of tell you about the potential position here, though. So curious to see what the reaction is once the smoke dies.
Still kind of watching,
but part of it is also trying to sell them to the idea that they're stacked here, right? So.
Interesting, but Jitboy's not going to be fooled by this push out.
And now that Jitboy sees that it's 2 over there, the TP over to Showers doesn't seem so bad. I mean, dude, that free TP just to plant a little bit of extra doubt into Bleed. Just because they have a full more minute. That's insane.
Gained Governor having the teleporter available. Surf still in position, but working off of the toxic
Surf dying is a bit rough.
Ye able to burst him down.
Not going to give over the weapon, but
there goes the Reckoning.
Like, they really could have just grouped up. Either way, Reckoning used a little early.
Scary, speaking of tough spots.
Or it had to be because they didn't have that space.
Good shot from Ye.
Oh, no.
Oh, the plant from Governor, man.
Then the teleporter play.
Okay, the thing is Ye's tempo. Do they expect this?
They have to catch up to this.
Oh, he's gonna go all the way. He's gonna go all the way to Showers.
Ye doesn't have that much left.
Cruz looks like he kind of suspects it. Not really, though. No. Oh, no, not at all.
But now that Spike's down, okay, actually just.
Meanwhile, Scary still. Dude, Scary is just marking Governor. Oh, Scary's gonna win this out, dude. I mean, who imagines that Scary is still there, man?
I knew that there would be a bit of a lurk.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jitboys has to find a 1v1 angle. He's trying to position himself into lamps.
And just out-timed the Talon players. Jitboys has his work cut out.
Huge.
Able to catch down Scary on the
Huge.
And still incredible. The highest ACS player from the previous map brings his performance over onto the next. Talon stays alive because of Jitboys.
Heck yeah.
That was, in a way, for Bleed. They were in a weaker economic situation, for sure. The end here, Scary has to come full stomping, and that just allows Jitboys to isolate these fights. He just waits.
Jitboys is actually him.
Up that ramp, can hold the angle.
Like, this dude is the future of Ty Valor, for sure.
Where you want to get caught as Scary, of course. I mean, you don't want to get caught anywhere, but in that position, that means that Ye can't get there in time to help back you up, to make it a trade potentially, and it gives time for Jitboys to reset.
All right.
So some of those
early Thrash and Trailblazer.
Little things make big differences.
Last time they did it on B, this time they're doing it on A.
They weren't able to recover that
now backside should be safe. Oh, he gets over. He gets over the tripwire.
Talon, or excuse me, Bleed is just out.
Does he? They're trying to stay as far away from it as possible. They don't get hit by it.
Maximum effect.
This trip's still online.
Spots out the initial tripwire.
Don't think it'll have any issues.
Gave him his flight path.
Do they watch for the flanks? Oh, they're gonna actually keep them at bay. They want to retake some good control.
And we've got every position covered. High tide blocks
Dizzy out.
Market.
While you're going for trades. Just gets the spam. Oh, and the fault line as well, dude. The Cove.
Pushing along with him. The
nice try. Cove for the shorty.
Only a good bit of damage. Back to a 2-on-3.
Cruz can get a kill.
Trying to hold down Shower. Surf.
It's not bad.
Doing what he can. Cruz
Oh,
able to take
but
down
but the setup, and that's not gonna kill him. It's a little. Oh.
He tries to spray down Wingman, but that just opens his position up for Scary to knock him out. Bleed in for a third win.
Thank God that was at half.
Did you guys see the You guys see VCT Thailand? Their teaser for VCT Pacific?
Scary, it's an absolutely nasty shot over that box.
They had like CTRS, like they had all the streamers in like a cooking show. They made it look like they were in a cooking show, and they all kept like messing up their dishes or whatever. Like they weren't listening to the feedback, or maybe it's a restaurant. I don't know. I don't really know what the context is there.
Crisscross.
And then they're like, "What are you doing? Not listening to feedback?" And they're like, "We're watching VCT Pacific."
They're gonna 3-stack over towards B. Zest gonna try to control this B long. This has been a kind of a point of contention, I think, for Bleed with this comp.
No, Chip Boys is young, man, for sure.
A lot harder to deal with this long position. You don't have the Trailblazer, you don't have these deep flashes. Kind of have to rely on using some up close and personal utility to try to get advantages.
You got Seekers this round,
a little bit of success, but mostly
so a little push and pull, and then sending it for a quick check wouldn't be so bad.
The Dizzy though, in place of the Sky, trying to make use of it.
I like that Bleed's starting to push out on timings now with the breach, right? That's how you get the information that you're normally used to getting with a Sky or a Fade.
They are trying to push up towards A though. So Bleed gonna have to readjust to this. The high tide comes out.
The trips just to buy more time.
Surf watching the back corners as well. Governor still up around.
Gets spotted. Couldn't take out the wingman.
Cruz able to gun down Ye.
Governor once again on the lurk.
Now going to push up from the back.
Showers control, Lambs control, short control, post plant is looking real solid.
Have quite a bit of utility to get a bit more space. Still with the
yeah, Jip Boys knows he just has to play for time. Okay, getting a little greedy.
Spike defuse should be underway. The rest of Talon gonna have to fight for this now. A big encounter.
Yeah, Cruz is just
trying to stay on top of
playing for time. The thing is do they have an angle?
Halfway now.
They don't realize that.
No, excuse me. Toxic screen. It goes through, but unfortunately, not on time. Scary has stuck the defuse.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe that they were able to stick that defuse. There was all kinds of mollies flying there. They're able to just barely find that timing. Love what Governor's doing in this
Can't believe
round.
he sticks through that.
Map so far, 11 and 7. And that neural theft is a really nice.
No poison cloud.
Scary just knows. He just knows. He's got the mental. He's got that calculator.
So you needed both sync bites.
I can eat through this molly. As long as no bullets hit me.
That's not a good one.
I mean, he's managed to kind of stick it close to halfway, and someone already had Surf's attention. So a little bit tougher. Talon, although they still have the lead.
I mean, given how Talon was playing for most of this map, I think they would want 8-4 for sure.
Right now, and it's a very
on top of that, they've got the Cypher, right? So.
The way the Talon
or no, Bleed's got the Cypher.
Working out really well so far. But Bleed are definitely starting to adjust. I mean, in these.
I mean, Bleed needs the 5-7, I think, to a certain extent, but Talon wants the 8-4.
Especially with Zeth saving that Dizzy.
Just because they've been playing like they should get the 8-4.
Yeah, they're starting to get their coordination there, and they're waiting for each other a bit more.
Biggest Governor fan right here, 100-0-100.
Still, though, from the very outset, that rough start might have been too much for them to overcome. We'll see. But you have a lot of ults to play with.
No ults on the side of Talon, but 3 there. Rolling Thunder could come up during the round too, so.
Make sure that they're not going to be putting themselves in bad spots with that orbital strike. How are you going to use your wingman as Cruz to try to bait out potentially an orbital strike or something like that? How are you going to be just a little bit more patient? Darion just waiting.
The fault line's going to buy them some time. You hear the Trailblazer.
Comes through. That's a pretty good indicator. There could be some contact on the way, but
still no fault line.
Wow. I think he knows.
Meanwhile, oh, I like this though, right? Because you know that you had kind of given up B main control for the time being. So immediately you see if they might be prepared for something else on Showers. You clear that.
That's all Bleed needs.
And then you use the fault line at the same time. Basically, you retake both Showers and B main all at the same time.
Darion takes down Ben. Cruz has to.
Big round from Bleed. Very well played. Chip Boys, I mean, no audio made, but he's ready for it.
Guess what?
Oh,
Scary's right around the corner.
There we go.
Spots the heads quick work for Bleed as they bring
Yeah, it seems like he is.
5-7 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, didn't even have to use the orbital strike
They're
there
back.
either. It was just very well handled, particularly at that long B angle. So something we mentioned as a point of interest for Bleed on their defender side there was eventually kind of solved. They were able to find that good combo. Yeah, it took a while, but we got there.
I mean, that's the big thing about Bind. You always want to work around the teleporters, and it was clear towards the end that that's Talon's game plan. You know, with the high tide, the Trailblazer, Zest started to adjust to it, knowing to save his utility, use it for the right times, and even keep it for the refresh if he needs it for the retake. So very good job for Bleed. But as we head over onto the next round, how does this composition work for the attack? You've got Gecko, you've got Breach, Ray, Yay on the Rays.
Yeah, so-so. It needs a little work. That early op drop really hurt them. That really set them back a couple rounds. There were a lot of just, again, the little things can snowball out of control in Valorant. Your economy can go sideways real fast when things like that start to happen, and then kind of gets in your head a little bit, and you start making some little mistakes with your utility and things like that, and all of a sudden, you know, it's off the rails. And fortunately for Bleed, they're able to recover a little bit. But
5-7.
very good attacker side.
So it goes.
Not bad, yeah. I think the attention
And Bleed's
kind of shifts
attack's
towards
gonna be,
Yay for now for me, at
it's
least,
gonna be
on Bleed's
tougher,
side.
just because
He's
they're gonna
able
have to
find
commit a
some
bit
defense
more
because
to
we
if they want to
know
use the
in
map, right?
past
They're gonna have to
Bleed
commit
often goes
first
in for these post-plant setups, scary with the lineups for sure.
and then adjust.
The main thing is they have to make their way onto site. So Yay has to be the one to do that, alongside the initiators, Darian and Zest.
For now,
And of
looks
course,
like they're
they're
set
gonna
up
shut that
for
Yeah, this is where I think this
heavy
really
B control,
shine.
right?
I think with
Making
the
sure
Breach
that
and
they're
Gecko
just watching out
combo,
for the early
this is
pushes
where you're
out.
hoping to really
For me,
bully
short.
some of these tight angle entries to sites, whether it be long B. Oh my God, Talon. Oh, and look at their aware. They're so aware.
Hey, they know that someone was peeking them though. The fault line. It's pretty strong, dude. What did Yay get hit by? You had to have.
Governor sustaining a bit of damage as well. But at least for now,
I mean, you've taken Shower's control, so that's good.
just playing out that time. And
But I
getting
like
a
what
feel
Jip
for
Boys
things.
is doing.
Again, this is what
Instead of
he does.
peeking for
Got
it,
that
right?
work on
Instead of
Red Lock
watching
towards
here, because if he gets taken out, then the site's free.
From Governor there.
He just wants to hold back site. The rest of the team's just gonna move as a death ball.
He's gonna go crazy.
Oh man. Oh no.
Does pick up the first hit. Tosses out
The
K-Shell.
support.
Here's a
Yeah,
player rushing
Surf.
forward.
Ah, dude, we talked
Sometimes
about how
Surf,
overheating
just runs
was the
into his
one
open,
thing.
opponent's crosshairs. But at the same time,
Overheat's
you've got
still on the
trades coming
Viper.
through, Cruz
Ooh,
coming
1
in to
HP.
support the team. Retla
Yeah, Retla just needs to hide.
surviving.
Not the last smoke. Wingman.
But nonetheless, Bleed has
Sent.
beaten out
Shit
Talon in
boys.
that encounter. They have numbers advantage.
Oh, I like the idea though. I like that he expects someone to peek for it because Retla was so low.
It's all down to Cruz. And that starts off, mind you, because
I mean,
of
Retla
Yay
and Scary
playing
are
it safe and
low,
patient.
but look at their position. They are not letting themselves get in the line of sight.
Ridiculous. Just the
I mean,
little
this
things.
is nigh impossible for Cruz. He would have to have foresight to just push through here.
You see
try.
He thinks that someone is inside a lamp, but they're not
Yeah,
there at all.
I mean, I think the call that Retla was there, right? That's what he's working off of.
It's going to be a big old peek against him. Way too many players to deal with. And just like that, it's going to be Bleed picking up the pistol
Yeah, dude,
now.
Pacific
Talon so
taking
far
a couple
today,
notes from
only picking up
EMEA
one pistol with.
Yeah, it's been very good on the pistols.
with
for
the
Bleed.
UI.
Definitely can swing the momentum, and that's a great shot. And Surf just not expecting him to be tucked into that corner still. There was some cover fire as well.
Nice. Let's go.
Coming from Fountain.
I mean,
for
that
Bleed,
that
and
kill on
yeah,
short,
they're-
that alone is huge. And then the paint
That's
shells
what
to
they
make sure
needed.
that they're separated so the rest of his team can come
the
by.
smiles
He
coming
actually
in
gets the
and
kill on Surf, but
See if they can do some more
overall,
damage.
really good play.
Or if the egos, those classics, thinking about another
Okay, I
teleport
tie.
here. Yeah, they're just gonna
Interesting.
bully you their way through.
Okay, just
They're watching
they
it.
just all go through.
Is that a tag onto Scary?
I mean, they.
Interesting. Yeah, exactly. It's that we've seen this toxic screen before, but the way that they're using it to go through the teleport all the way across the map, back
I mean,
onto
dude, early.
Wow. around the world.
It's a play,
in, what,
actually.
30 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's just great. I like what they try. I mean, this is the round.
You know,
where
it gives them
kinda
orb control as well. It's kind of
mess around
huge,
with some
actually.
goofy ideas like that, you know, just see if it works.
And then because you went through but you didn't push out, right? You make them think that you might have just gone back to B or whatever it might be. Okay, now Bleed should have a good idea though. You already took down 2. If they can get one more, which yeah, he's low. This isn't really that terrible of a round. You get the orbs, you have the cove.
It is still Talon, Jit Boys, and able to
He's
do
got
a
a
bit more damage.
Bulldog.
They picked up the Bulldog now, down to low HP, but if they can rob some more of these weapons away, that would be
Now they're
not
working
too
to just
bad.
like if they can get the early kills, right?
Oh, they're making use of
Half's
that bench,
already
though.
done.
Angle favors Bleed
It's one.
for now. Jit Boy still able to snap onto Ye.
Spam.
Tries to go back
Oh,
in. He knows they're
dude,
stacked
that
up
high
on
low
top of each
almost
other.
messed up, right?
Over
Scary
to
thought
blind
about
fire,
peeking back
So
in.
it's easy for Retlet just to cut him down.
Honestly,
Ties up the
not.
score for Bleed 7-7.
Yeah.
Considering the eco, I mean, for Talon, you know, the plays to get the orbs here and then immediately after here, keep control of that so that Bleed has to kind of second guess themselves and take their time, and then you stack on A. Overall, I don't mind it. I like it actually, kind of.
Bleed, contest it, makes a go of it. Jit Boys found those 2 big classic kills. That's where most of the damage is done. Now Bleed, 1 Vandal, couple.
Playing anti.
A real mixed bag in terms of the arsenal that Bleed is going to be wielding this
They
round.
heard the poison cloud.
Flash. Gonna get some information, but you don't really know.
Right,
Now with all that
Dizzy.
utility, you know there's at least 3.
The fast chase from Ye.
That's the go signal. Just getting a bit more information, dives in, picks up the alt orb. He's now 1 away from his showstopper. 1 kill, and that could be the round for Bleed. Even though it is a mixed bag. Talon, on the other hand, though.
Phoenix on Breeze.
I'm a little bit curious about the off angle that Surf is playing. He does have support from his
You know,
teammates.
not a...
The
Listen, I
angles
love
are
Phoenix, but...
pretty good for now. 1 teleporter.
Bit risky from Darion. I think they're trying to sell a fake.
That they are.
An attempt. Governor takes
But
out
they got
the
that
1
kill
player.
on the peak into A site, or B
Now they're
site.
going in for it
So
along
it
with
kind of
Surf
threw off
still
their
alive,
entire timing.
But it's going to be Cruz who comes up huge.
Spice still goes down.
Zest
Gecko's
able to
so
fade him out.
huge
Oh
in
my
all
God.
these situations.
Surf still undetected.
Yeah, he can now just stick it. His
Fires off a
teammates
bit
are
of a blind
watching
shot
for
and
him,
goes
right?
back
They
to
surely
attack.
are. Okay.
Teammates coming out of hookah. They've got each other's
I mean,
back.
Phoenix on
Zest
Breeze is...
caught unaware.
It's just such a strict
Talon-wise,
play
the
style,
teleporter plays,
right?
Not fooling them in the least.
Like once the small playbook of things you can do gets
Make
read.
some noise, try to draw some attention.
Like if you're gonna play Phoenix, you might as well play Reyna, and Jing plays Reyna. So, in my opinion, I think the Reyna's probably what you would rather do if you're gonna play the Phoenix.
Sigh of relief for sure. That could have gotten.
Because the Reyna can still help take mid control as well,
Some good plays, especially by Cruz there. That double kill.
and things like that. So.
Yep.
Good protocols coming in for the retake as well, and especially Surf. I mean, still, that was a corner left unchecked.
Now you got both showstoppers.
You play Sage too? Yeah. I mean, the thing is
well for Jit Boys. So a lot of
are
good
they even gonna
retake
play
options for
Breeze?
Talon, a lot of good entry options for Bleed. So sort of a tic-tac-toe game here, it feels like, where, you know, who's going to be able to catch who? If Bleed can catch some of the Talon players with their execute potentially, they could really break this round open. Talon, if they're able to
Yeah, I
dodge
saw
it,
that
play for a
made in
nice
Thailand
setup on their retake,
announcement with
into the
PRX.
showstopper to get that info. Getting a good place.
It was a really interesting
here we go.
thing.
Wow, Governor's going in for it. That's the first piece, the first tick.
Oh, and the
And
wreck,
then Ye
dude,
comes
this
back in for
reckoning
the
from
attack.
B short.
Thrash being sent
Oh,
out to
that's
get a little bit more space.
huge.
Governor very
Well,
aware of it.
Governor's kind of in a
Spotted out
bump.
Scary, able to swing out wide.
Dude, Governor just
Knocks out
he
Scary's head
pre-fired
with left
3
hook,
locations
it's
and he
gonna
gets
be
the kill.
now Ye spotting him while Governor has
What
his
in the
option to
world?
route back
What
towards
was
a short.
that?
The rest of Bleed stuck inside of the lamps and just trying to hold off some of these angles. Wingman goes back into showers. Oh, but the timing on the peak. Ye still able to hold down his angle. Now
Okay,
back
Ye
to
needs to
support the
stay
rest of the
alive
team.
here.
Talon has to push up together.
Oh, I like it from Ye. Oh no, I don't like that.
It's gonna be the Harbor Cove.
Oh, the
Along with a bit of a
cove.
dizzy toss from Cruz. Bit of a blind, and it helps out the rest of Talon to pick up all
Jing
these
Viper.
kills. D2's
Dude,
now
imagine after everyone got
coming
mad
in.
about Ye Viper.
Talon with a
Imagine if Alex
9-7.
just brings Jing back and puts him on Viper duty. That would be so funny.
But the thing that
Bleed's looking a lot better overall than Kickoff for sure.
Crunch play with the showstopper from Ye. It's a great start for Governor. Yeah, you lose.
I mean, definitely a little weaker on bind than Lotus,
but what hurts is that you've got this crunch play with the showstopper from Ye. You got Scary on the other side, outside of Showers, and Scary in a rare moment of whiffing.
Yeah.
You do not see that very often. That cost them that round.
Not when they know that Governor's on the other side too, especially, yeah. But I mean, credit to Governor for the mechanics and pacing at which he makes these plays happen, especially on the defensive side. I think Bleed starting to anticipate some of these now. They're playing that slow game. Darian holds the angle, catches the first player. Shitboys comes back in.
Good off angle from Shitboys.
There we go.
They're aware that they've given up Shower's control.
Right getting aggressive and playing off angles where your opponents might not expect it.
My goodness.
Yeah,
so
it seems like, well, I don't know if it's probably a strict requirement, but it's like,
that's
honestly,
that's
what we do here.
it is one of the smallest things you can do
Although, I
to
will say,
just get more branding and content out there, right?
Normal.
Because, like, you can even do it like RRQ, where you get a couple people just to, like, host your watch parties, whether it's the live ones or online. Like, they don't even have to be, like, a partnered streamer through and through.
Definitely wanting to get
just have, like, a requirement that you have to co-stream a certain number of your VCT matches.
Has to pick up the Altor, just whatever little wins that we can pick up.
There's probably a big one. But honestly, again, it's kind of low-hanging fruit that teams should be taking advantage of.
To deal with potentially, even if you're able to
for PRX, I gotta imagine it's more than that, just because.
Oh, I'm worried about time.
They
yeah, I mean, I think
they already have their streamers.
Sure that
a couple of them.
In a good spot to stop it. So now you got to get a player there, get it down. Zest gonna be Johnny on the spot to make the go of it.
You got Mosh, you got Orbital Strike, you got Incendiary, the Molly from
Thrash pushes out Showers.
So Talon wanting to get ahead of
it actually gets to detains as well.
With the heads
looks
up,
like.
Able to take down the first, onto the next.
Yep. Now they know it's
Zest
safe.
With that rifle is gone now, and Jitboy just
Wingman.
defuse actually.
Yeah, the detain is too big.
Scary wasn't in position to pull any.
Yeah, Spicy is
wanting to save the utility for
always streaming,
round,
so I doubt it's just like a streaming thing. But I imagine it might also just be because like PRX. I wonder if it's partially also they saw how. I mean,
it's pretty
they probably had their own capsule numbers earlier, but like I wonder if they just want to make sure that they're keeping up the momentum. But I also wondered if it was just
no real hope to even find a good
like it's a good backup plan for people that might be
not in your favor in terms of numbers advantage.
Like on the bench, it could also, I don't know, like it's an interesting partnership for sure, other than the CGRS connection. But you know, is there a world where like Monette could sub in for MITH? I mean, he'd be allowed to, but
no, absolutely not.
The question is would they be willing to like common English just for him? Probably not.
Somewhere pretty quickly they're gonna figure out they're over on A. Well, Ban ate a lot of that flash, but
yeah, I don't know. But it's an interesting partnership.
See that?
I mean, I actually think it's very wise overall, but
because it's a bird, a foul.
Oh wow, good job, favorite.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Dang.
And I can hear Achilleos groaning from the other.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. That's what we're talking about in Twitch chat is the Shanks signing. That's where the conversation about the content creators came through.
Surf comes back in for a bit of a trade.
Dude, he swings back for the second.
Coming out from Darian, but just a little bit off timing. Now Zest with a bit of positioning, able to catch down on Surf.
Oh my gosh.
Re-peeks and catches Cruz.
As a Thrash.
One-on-one.
He's only got an op too.
Oh no, turns away.
With the Thrash. What he's gonna do?
Oh my god. Him open. Governor's going in for the 9.
Oh, dude, Zest brought it back too. Oh my gosh. Zest made the call too, man.
And just
the fact that my god.
Through by the sawed-off shotgun. It's gonna be Talon now. 11-7, 1 point away from that point.
Oh man.
I think the inexperience on this agent showing for Zest, where he thinks he has the time to get away with the Thrash, and he actually does not. if you're yeah, you should. I mean, again,
the thing is
Thrash came out, like, because my first thought was he has the Thrash.
The thing is so in hindsight, and this is probably what Zest can learn there is, if you're considering.
You go to short. unless you go
if you're considering using the Thrasher, what you probably should have done, because it has a radius, is launch it and just like you should have just launched it towards like the truck, right? Like right around the box. You just throw it so it hits the box and see if you can detain him right around. And then if not, at the very least, you push them back, and now you have the option to create the 50-50 around the lamps again.
He just doesn't really understand the timings.
So that's probably something that Zest can review in hindsight.
Quite built yet.
But otherwise, I mean, again, you know, I want to say it's just Talon also doing a really good job at making Bleed work for their spike plants. Every time that, you know, Bleed tries to go in to capture a bit more space, Talon has these positions, Talon has these utilities where they're able to take down at least one player in that process.
Yeah, they're able to disrupt the wingman, they're able to get a player. It's all of these protocols that they have built into place that are making it
I mean, so far, basically, Talon looks better prepared on, and they basically look better prepared on each other's map pick.
So far pushed out,
which, I mean, it's happened before,
they
but...
should have a ton of info. They should be able to realize that it's A. They gave
But a big part of it is Bleed kind of Bleed kind of needed more, I think, in the first half. I mean, it's not over yet, but
it's the post plants and the like you're talking about, the disrupting of the plants.
Especially against the Harbor and Viper, the Cypher's not doing much on attack. You know what I mean?
So again, both sides, I mean, feeling
like Harbor and Viper can both basically ruin Cypher's day in terms of trying to get passive information.
Able to show us what they've got. You know, whether it's the compositions or players being experienced.
Well, the thing is if you're gonna do no Viper, like I would have liked to see double duelist, right?
And Talon just doing
like anything else where you can be more active. But then they wanted, because I think the reason they picked the Cypher is because they're on defense first. I think that their idea is if we're playing bind,
that would be a big pickup for Bleed.
We're kind of focusing on our defensive side, so this shores up some of the defenses, and then you can set up trap plays on like long and stuff with the fault line.
However, Retla does find his
which
own as well.
It worked a couple of the times, but
so in for this, it's going to be a 3-on-3. They have to rotate over just quick.
I mean, no Viper is generally rough, right? No Viper double controller on.
Here comes the hit.
Bind is generally rough.
High, though. It blocks off so much. They try to peek together as a squad.
That
look
was.
At how Van and Jitboys just have the angles covered. Perfect
I mean,
off.
Bleed tried their best there to deal with the high tide, but
nail him all down in the head.
You can see that.
All right, let's go map 3. Give me that icebox. I want to see what comps they have.
High tide for Bleed. They're calling it down. 1, 2, 3, go. But it's just a little.
I mean, I'm sure. Listen, the comms can't possibly be as smooth as like a, for instance, like a full English team, right? Or a full like single language team. But on Lotus, it seemed fine. It seemed really solid, actually.
And it's again, it's things like that just Bleed doesn't seem to really have
coordination. Yeah,
coordination and also like kind of mental awareness.
I mean, there were a couple times where it seemed like some decisions were a little slow because of comms, but it's not like a general thing. Like it's not like Bleed's playing like garbage or anything like that. And also, again, on Lotus, they looked real drilled in. So.
Trying to find what they can, but at the same time, I mean, you've got these.
Yaze's raise is looking all right. It's looking fine. Played it on both maps.
Scary, wake up.
Scary. I think he's heard it, but you know, not quite in the prime
too many angles to check for him. Oh, nice flight path there from Governor.
Talon, who are doing such a darn good job right now.
Dude, just playing bait basically for the team with the op in hand. Now they're trapped, man.
A-Short as well as Heaven on A. They've captured Truck. They've captured Lamps. Bleed still stuck inside. Not quite able to get any spike plans. Not quite able to fight back. Ye with nothing but a judge. Shot through, sniped down by Governor Cruz with a simple shot to the head. And that's going to be Talon Esports soaring and sending us into a third map.
Yeah, looking phenomenal here. A nice bounce back. Both teams taking their map picks away from each other.
It's crazy. Maybe they just need Governor to go positive. You know, Maybe that's the answer.
I can see the ideas of what Bleed wants to do with this comp, with this setup. But the coordination just isn't there yet. And the breach, I'm not so sure.
I kind of like this GG music.
Again,
I'm kind of digging it.
Time on it. You have a lot of new agents for these players, right?
Yeah.
Yay, second time ever on stage with a raise. First time Gecko for Zest. Second time ever on breach for Darion. So it did kind of feel like that this time. A little bit off.
Just a little bit, but nonetheless, such a great game for both sides.
All right, predictions are up for Icebox, map 3.
Is enjoying this one. How about you, Desk? Are you enjoying this game?
Curious to see what the comp's going to be.
Oh, we are. I didn't want this happened earlier. This happened earlier.
It's all good.
It's been exciting times. I'm just reeling a little bit because we have our guessing game thing reveal, and I'm a little upset that Achilles and I are D-ranking yet again. But on the flip side, Talon has been
probably
showing
Anja.
up. Both of these teams now are just taking the other team's map pick.
It's just another one of those days.
No, I think Yeon Jet is. I don't think that has anything to do with creativity.
Losing as soon as they have that advantage. But I mean, this is a very good bounce back for the side of Talon. This is what we were kind of expecting to see from them, more so on Lotus. Governor, way more proactive, way more involved.
Bleed seemed to be more confident towards the later half of the draft,
and I gotta say,
whereas
I feel like
Talon
Cruz is
seemed
also
to have a couple choices they wanted to consider.
There's a lot more cohesion with the executes that they've been doing. You see Jit Boys has a lot more
So we'll
intent
see.
on that harbor wall stuff is, and then the follow-up is just much cleaner from what we saw on Lotus.
Dude, I want to see. You know what I want to see? I want to see the Neon Jet from Talon. I want them to play Neon Jet.
But only 2 wins is fairly abysmal for the squad. So very rough.
I want Governor to play Neon.
On the bind and kind of have to question.
You know,
some of the
put Ban or Surf, either one on Jet. Get that double duelist going. Go for the double dive.
Zest coming down to playing that Gecko for the very first time.
I mean, yeah, since Surf's been playing Sentinel, right? Yeah, since we saw it in Japan, it lives rent free in my head, man. The slide and dash entry into A site, the slide and dash entry into Snowman, that lives rent free in my head. Dude, Shit Boys is the truth.
Huge play from Governor to really just be able to shut it down, but
2 maps in a row, he is the top ACS, top scorer.
Everybody stepping up here,
win or lose.
The Jit Boys continues to be out in front.
And now he's flexing onto second controller. Like, this dude is it, man. Or I guess main controller at this point, it seems.
With the highest ACS.
Okay, so I made a mistake. I thought it was Governor.
We thought it was going to be Governor. He
Dude, 20 and 10 is insane.
We thought it was going to be Bleed.
Yeah, some of us thought it was going to be Bleed, which I guess we're talking about.
I mean, Surf definitely still has a couple, like, I wouldn't say overheat just because of the position. It's kind of hard for him to completely overheat, but
Icebox.
definitely a little overeager sometimes.
I still don't know.
But overall, looks a lot better, actually, in some ways than when he was playing Jet.
It's swinging back around about 50-50, I think, between the 2 teams. The big thing that I have is...
Well, yeah, for a lot of the teams, like DFM, Bleed, like GE, I think for all these teams, getting that first win is so crucial. Like, we know that these teams have potential. But if you start playing scared forever, right, then even against teams you could be winning, you're like, ooh, like you can start second guessing yourself. So, and honestly, while Talon looked better at kickoff, this is a team that Bleach could be beating, right? That wouldn't be the craziest thing. So.
Recently got added back in. They haven't played it since. That's when we had Sushi Boys on the team.
So I agree. This would be a big. It would be a big kind of mental win if Bleed is able to get the victory, but we'll see.
So I have no idea what Talon have been workshopping coming into that, but clearly they're willing to play around with some different compositions. I'm curious if they're going to have their own unique flavor for Icebox compared
That's
to the
true.
other teams.
Is Lenny going to sub back in for Icebox? That's the big question. And I'm glad you brought that back up. I mean, if he doesn't show up for Icebox, where
he's been so good in this bind map, so
the thing is I mean, Silva is not as necessary in Icebox anymore, so
I do like Talon's
there's probably a good chance that Lenny
especially at the pace that they
is on the bench.
Going at and bind
like eventually.
It's a lot more mobile. It just works a lot better.
No, I think DFM's got some potential. Not potential to win, like Pacific.
Limited sometimes in these situations.
But I think they have potential to grow and not be objectively the worst team.
A lot more. I mean, especially compared
I'm not like super high on them.
I think that this is kind of one of the key maps where Sky really is still strong and I think really should be run. Just getting the information alone already adds so much value to the Sky compared to the Breach. You could still set up decent trap plays similar to Sky with Breach. But
well, DFM wins stage 1. Sideshow might have to detonate his house.
That don't regenerate or anything like that. In the attempt, there's the great wraparound. In the attempt to get a catch on somebody, whereas with Sky, I think you have a little bit more flexibility, and you don't get as hard punished if you slightly misread when you're trying to go for, you know, a trap setup.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's the Animal Kingdom comp. You throw out both the...
Zoo comp, as Ben Kai called it.
Oh, sorry, Zoo comp. There you go. I completely forgot that
Kingdom, though.
Okay,
It's
thank
nice.
you. But yeah, as long as you are able to throw
Animal
out those
Kingdom.
two particular abilities, you clear out more of the angles, keeping it easier for
same
Governor
idea.
to, you know, do his own thing. So it really works out in favor here for Talon.
Yeah, both of these teams look quite evenly matched at this point. And honestly, that says a lot for Bleed. So while individually they do historically
All right,
each of their players
D-rank
star power
Victoria
there,
and
but
Achilles.
they did only put
Get
this-
them back
put this
to where
roster
they
together
belong.
fairly recently with the two new guys.
Oh,
on
I
the
don't have a
team.
caster's
and I know we have
command.
some watch parties going on, so shout out Sliggy and also Maggie Karp, who is definitely close to both of these teams, Talon and Bleed. So keep watching. I'm sure a lot of you guys are also really curious who's going to win this one out, because I have no idea at this point.
I mean, the thing about DFM is I think May has the potential, and if you can provide a structure around him, you should be able to
has his own vote.
get some wins.
Team with the highest ACS
It's
player
Paper
on
Thin
the
and
map
Quack.
was not from the side of Bleed. It was from Talon.
I got half of my prediction correct, which was that Talon were going to smash this map, but unfortunately nobody from Bleed was having the heavy impact
So
that I was looking for.
it's Paper Thin and Quack again.
Yeah, he was putting up a
Yesterday
solid
and today.
performance, but especially a couple
And
of those rounds
tomorrow
where he's
it'll
going
be
for-
me,
He
and
started off with the glass cannon operator.
it's
ends up
one of
with
these
that.
guys on the screen.
Then you know it wasn't really.
I think
finding that much
tomorrow's
value
I'm with
that off
Seth.
in his hands. So I mean, it was otherwise a decent effort, but yeah, just Demonis. Screw it.
Any
Wow, there's a spec on my second monitor where my chat is, so I thought you said no instead of night, instead of NC. And I was like, well, that's a weird thing to say. Like, you've been in the chat for all the co-streams, and you're just like, no, I don't want to hear you cast. And I'm like, well, that's, I mean, sure, you're entitled to your own opinion, but damn.
This is like how my rank feels all the time. It's just never going the way I want
Chat.
it to go.
Did you guys hear me say that, by the way? I talked about this on Plat Chat. I am pretty sure I am casting literally every single RQ game during stage 1.
I have like so
Chat, I'm afraid of the power I might end up
Can I
having.
vote still if I'm not on the panel? Because this is like...
Or to try to get ranked up on other days. You mean like when you're not on the analyst desk?
Right? Like how... What does that mean for RQ?
All right, so I'll be stuck in a
I
second.
actually think so. I actually think so.
Paper Thin and Quack involved in this. Valdez.
Okay.
Like we would have all of those guys on this board right now. So I think it's just when you're on the desk, but it's fine as long as I get my prediction correct. If Talon
What does it mean for RQ's legacy? Let's go to RQ's
I
page.
guess at this point, my
Let's
prediction rate
match
is
up the
also
calendars.
terrible,
I
so
did this once and I was
don't
pretty
know.
sure. There might be like one day, but
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You can bounce.
I mean, at the very least,
That's
I'm
true. That's true.
because
It's only been one
after
day,
today, I don't
and
think I
today we
have
still
another
don't
off
know
day.
Who's going to win?
One of the
We
days
are
I'm on the
going to
Korean
Icebox
broadcast,
next,
but
and I am curious. I know we're not going to see Chamber. I think Legia
okay.
did
So
reveal
tomorrow,
that much that we wouldn't be
14,
seeing Chamber,
16,
so,
21.
yeah.
Let's see.
For the Chamber, I could see some
14,
teams
I'm casting.
potentially getting away with it. But I
Okay,
think
six.
right
Okay, so
now,
I'm on the
given
broadcast. I'm not
performance
casting every single game.
we've
Because
seen
16th,
across
I'm on the
kickoff in these first
desk.
2 days, I think the only
21,
player
I'm
that
casting again.
Really trust to be able to pull it off well. Would
29,
maybe Execute it.
17.
Or last, sorry.
20.
Execute and last. Those are the two. But I mean, taking a
Oh,
look
what?
here.
The order of matches is out for stage 2 as well.
Coming out of Lotus, we're going to continue talking
I didn't
about it
realize
this time.
that.
I mean, Jip Boys was just so far and away.
Apparently, on VLR it is. I did not realize that they were out for stage 2 as well.
Again, just surprised.
What am I doing on the 29th? Dude, I'm casting all of their games. And then I'm on the analyst desk for 1.
Maneuvering the flow of where Bleed is going to come out, and he's just always prepared into countering that swing. It's just so good to see how responsive.
Dude, I am secretly thinking about wearing my RQ jersey under my under my wardrobe one of these days.
But at this rate, I think Jit Boys and Scary definitely have our full attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably going to be either of these players.
Didn't they mess up the prediction for the team, the guess and game thing? Yeah, but
map was incredible. But Jip Boys now having 2.
I think production probably has bigger things to be concerned about.
By far and away the front runner at the
Listen, Victoria and Seth are going to D-rank anyway, so we can just let them do it on their
own. What he's going to be piloting going over into Icebox, because he could just keep playing this Harbor. We've seen plenty of teams, execute with Harbor in the past. You could also change it up and go to something different.
29th is Gen G RQ. Oh, I'm casting that game, chat. Oh, it's gonna be. I'm gonna get so involved in that game. All right, so Bleed is playing.
It looks like okay. He's gonna move over to the Viper.
Solo Harbor.
Solo controller Viper here for Icebox. And solo Harbor for Bleed as well.
On Scary, dude. Scary used to have such a good Viper on Icebox. Chat, get your predictions in. I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close it as when the map starts.
It's still hard to determine who's
Interesting.
gonna go. So I'm just gonna leave it in the caster's hands. Paper Thin and Quack, take it away.
Nah, I couldn't openly bias cast.
Chubby Ninja, just giving it all
The
to us
Koreans
like
can do it at international tournaments because they are literally only representing Korea.
It's kind of interesting. We do have a pretty similar composition. You've got the initiators. Zest still on the Gecko.
All right, we'll close the prediction here in a little bit
Harbor,
once the round starts.
Talon did last year a little bit when Patty Pan was playing that agent. I'm not sure how well it worked out though.
Well, I mean, Patty Pan is. It's hard to say because of the way he plays individually, how much the agent, in fact, is actually going to be.
Different player.
The thing is
he's not your typical.
The poison cloud, the orb does so much to apply mid control whenever you do so choose.
But it is
right? I mean, obviously it's
typically the Viper.
It's not a map where that's always been very crucial or widely used, but that option is always nice to have.
Because of the decay and things like that, but Talon just going to
now, otherwise, Talon, this is, of course, the Gen G setup, the Gen G comp, the Sentinels comp. The KO, Gecko. We'll kind of see what their flash chaining looks like. Yeah, he is still alive. Oh, dude, I thought he almost got Cruz. He did tag him. Just wasn't a headshot.
Along with Frenzy. Darren down to 12 HP. Has to try and play it safe. Cruz still being a bit of a menace with that Frenzy. Hopping all over the place. Spike taken away. And now the core remaining Bleed players. Bleed players fold. Not quite able.
All right, nice and clean.
Much. A quick round, a quick hit coming out from Talon.
I mean, you don't got the Molly lineups. You don't got like timings.
Just too many players to really look at from that angle in that
situation. I mean, Scary's IGLing, so
with this push, so many
surely he's got an idea here.
Look at where they need to be.
The thing is what I will say is the Harbor does allow you to have some more oppressive and creative setups with the Gecko KO, right? So the chaining, in terms of just the utility, like you have a little bit more flexibility there because you've got cascades, you've got high tides on a refresh, you can send them in deep as well. So you have a little bit more control on exactly what you're clearing and what you're pressuring with your flashes and your double flashes. So, like, I get that. It's just
you certainly don't want to run into this 4-stack.
Like the mollies, the delay, the ults, all of that. I mean, Reckoning is fine on Icebox, but
most teams are going to want to make in this situation is to say, okay, well, that felt a little bit.
Yeah, what's up, Watchy? They are currently blocked because of the Clove music video. My channel's not on us. It didn't get struck, but the like videos are. They've basically taken down the VODs of the live streams on YouTube because of the Clove music video. I've disputed it, and I've also asked the Riot Influencer team like what can be done about it. So hopefully that gets fixed soon. But.
And that is the call for Bleed to rotate over. They
good
know
deep lurk.
Yep, the rest of the team probably ain't around. Wingman goes.
Surf's been doing that well, right? The pistol on the anti-eco, go for the deep lurk. Allows you to rotate or not.
Yeah, placed on the corner. He's going to be able to be covered from yellow. Governor gonna use the updraft to get up on top. See if he can do any more damage from there.
Angle.
Good anti. Oh, he's getting spammed a lot.
Get out of dodge with a tailwind. It's not impossible for Bleed to win this round off of
oh no, taking too long to get that kill is rough.
But Scary just picks up.
Dude, they're in such a bad position now. They are in such bad position now. Dude, lost yellow control immediately. Too many members.
Not quite able to take down the spike user. And with teamwork, with the squad pushing up together, Scary with some
the double peek out of yellow, not being able to clean up the kills. That's rough. They kind of committed to it, and Scary just takes them all down.
Didn't really amount to a ton previously on the other map, but here, Scary, whoa, my goodness.
He just pre-fires the double.
Really interesting here, as that's the only sort of blocking ability, right, that's out there on the map. So there's no Sage Wall or anything like that. It's just going to be that Cove to block bullets, and if you can kind of find the right timing for it.
Now they can have the Outlaw.
Going to give yourself much safer defuse.
Big third round for Bleed.
Use of it. Now, Ye.
Have a Guardian on ban. Half armor. Oh, well. Half armor not going to mean too much.
Talon knows that they can't quite challenge this. Have to back down, but look at the angles that the Bleed players are holding. I mean, what are you going to do? Pistols.
Here.
Serve does have a Guardian.
Orb still not taken.
Well, now you're really afraid because there was that kill through mid from Zest. And you got to be cognizant. You can see they're looking in this direction because they're really afraid that somebody's going to keep pushing this angle. Trying to see if they
I mean, not much Talon can do in this round in general.
No such push just
See if they can just get a couple kills here.
His way over.
God, the angles that these guys are holding, though. Yeah, dude, the bait and switch.
Retla can peek off of it as well.
Zest's just going to back out. No reason.
But,
I mean, eventually, when the group comes back, Zest should swing with them. Dude, this is good. Hey, man, get whatever value you can. Yeah, Zest definitely wanted at least a kill or a death, so he's 1 point away from Thrash here.
Talented player.
I love it. He just keeps showing the skin.
Do it again. Do it again.
He knows the observers are watching him.
You guys want to buy some skins?
Hey, welcome, XP. I mean, I would say each map gave us like quite a bit of hope for both of these teams, right? Bleed looked really drilled in. They looked very clean and organized on Lotus. Both teams had some good round-to-round reads, but Bleed seemed to have just a much better understanding of the map, which is funny because that was Talon's pick. But kind of the same happened on Bind and Reverse.
That flick was still pretty darn impressive.
Yeah.
Zest seems like if he can joke around as well. Seems comfy enough with the language.
He's got a good attitude about
I mean, which I'm told he has been casually. It's just always can that come out in a high tension setting as well.
Just do what you can mechanically. Back to it. Just
a little bit of pressure back and forth. Early high tide from mid though. Wow, this is the reverse of this high tide, right? A lot of times we see this, but this allows Scary to provide support on both sides, and he can still help pressure early on to green. I like that. It's Scary IGLing on Bleed.
Trying to cut him off, but Rella just has to get out. There's no hope for him.
Still has his utility around the site though, so now finally lets them go.
Early lurk from Jit Boys. Turret's still up for now, though. Okay, so he takes out the turret, puts up the Poison Cloud. Bleed just takes the idea, says, okay, forget it. Let's make it a 4v4, because you're going to have to push out a little bit anyway because of the post plants.
Now the rest of them just holding from these linear angles. The spike is planted out in the open for them. Darian, though, trying to spray what he can.
At a certain point, they got to have a timer in their head about the flank. I mean, there's too much going on for them to be too concerned about it, but yeah.
Jit Boys with that lurk finally showing its effect. Just Talon again, once more, like we saw in Bind, working the map.
Yeah, really nicely done. And good post-plant protocols here. The Mosh is going to be used to make sure that the Wingman can't get the defuse. So even if the Cove was available, it really wouldn't matter. And there was also the Thrash.
Jit Boys 5-2-1.
So he's going to be able to hang on to that. Zest is going to have his online as well. Scary has the Reckoning. So some big tools. Yay with the op. That's kind of something you always got to be thinking about. No doubt.
That's kind of big.
But that is a very, very dangerous weapon in his hands historically.
So they're going to try to set him up early. He's on the ground, though.
Kind of destructive as you would think.
Is he just going to hold? Because if he's going to hold here, you kind of want support up on conveyor, surely, right?
As a player coming from Belt, because Darion just left.
This is such a risky spot. We'll see if it pays off. I mean, they're rotating off of it, and I don't mind that. It's just that, what if it creeps in here? Ye just has to have really good game sense right now.
Trying to find and extend their control of the map towards this B site, but
no, getting up all refreshed for T1 PRX is definitely the play. But this game honestly is delivering. Like Potatoes on YouTube is, oh, hold on.
but Talon are at the
Oh, it's
ready.
just a
I mean,
mess.
Thresh
Dude,
getting
Scary is
connected
so
as well.
good on
Scary
Icebox,
has to do it
man.
all on his own.
This is one of those
Wants
maps
to
where
do
he
it all
just
on his
turns
own.
it up.
Able to push up front now. Still has to
Never
go,
got-
but
never
not
quite cleared
able to
Surf,
take that
though.
duel up against Ben. It's going to be
So now you gotta
the
save.
operator left.
But yeah,
Might not
do
be
they ever
aware
make the
that
call
Surf
that they
is
never saw the
right
Killjoy?
around the corner.
He has no idea. He has zero.
I mean,
idea.
he's expecting someone to come through mid. I mean, it kind of works out for Ye.
Yeah,
This
Ye
is
getting a little bit lucky. And that
what a twist of fate here.
misguess by Surf as to where he had gone. They were kind of expecting him to head
Potatoes on
towards
YouTube was
Snowman,
saying that, you know,
instead it's
we're seeing
actually
better
just a
macro from
long
both
hole
teams.
back towards the
And that's
A
the good
side.
news, which I totally agree with.
What a setup
Both
here from
teams
Van. That flash
look
for Governor
much
was
more solid than
absolutely
both of them, or either of them
Caught
did
two
during
players
kickoff.
with it,
Obviously,
got two
Talon,
assists,
you know,
and then got another kill
looked okay
as
at
well.
kickoff,
Yo,
but
that is a phenomenal round here.
Talon
from
looks
Van.
like they've got
really
a little bit more,
made this round go.
a little bit more control, a little bit more restraint.
To secure it.
Bleed just looks like a team right now.
It really shows like both teams, you know, with these
You know,
new
how
rosters,
deep does it
just trying to
go?
adjust
We'll have to
things.
wait and see. But
They've
again,
managed
like they
to,
look
you know, right
hopeful,
a lot of
right? If you're a
wrongs,
fan
and
of these
coming
teams,
into
like
this
it's worth
series, this
continuing
matchup,
to hold out
Talon
hope, et cetera, et
has shown
cetera.
they
So
can always
that's the
adjust
good
and
news. That's the
adapt,
good news.
even when they are working against, you know, tougher rounds. Although they did lose Lotus,
Okay, attacking off as well. Governor has Blade Storm.
Icebox, not backing down from a fight.
Cascade
They're
and 0
in for
point.
this.
Again, push out, but this time they're not planting anyone. They're just going to keep the op on green. So a bit of a fake pressure onto A, and then set up for green. You've got nano swarms, but nothing else, right? So otherwise, you're kind of concerned about holding mid, make sure that Ye is safe, and then worst case, you can immediately help flood A site. No early movement. So Ye just has, he's now in a position where he can dash out. So, and probably this way.
More information there. As I heard some of those footsteps,
Now wants to get back in.
Darion's position there.
Because of the timing, right? They see a little bit of the fake pressure on A. Nothing follows up.
And they're going to be walking in to Ye's
A tailwind's down, so now he's got to back out again.
He's expecting that Dizzy.
Unfortunately, yeah, Dizzy comes out though.
All right. Anticipating.
He doesn't have a way out though. No tailwind. This position is insane.
Has to be a one and done.
I mean, it's Ye, so I won't doubt it, but this is an insane position. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, flicks over. He just scoped out at the wrong time.
Man.
Unfortunate.
I mean,
but very lucky for Talon. As they
holy
push out.
cow.
Viper's Pit deployed. And domain expanded. I don't know.
I mean, even if he had gotten the kill on Governor, right, it would have been a one and done for sure.
Sprays, but look at how Talon are evading every
Part of it
single
is
one
his Cloudburst went a little far. He wanted to launch it just a small bit ahead of him, but it flew a little bit further, so I think he was on screen for longer.
But Talon are very aware of this, and look at how Chip Boys just instantly
An attempted quick flood of the pit, but now it's stabilized, so surely you just save the op.
All too much apart from that. Lead has to, yes, exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's why I was like, I won't doubt it, but that was a, I mean, that's a game moment, like, for if he gets kills there. Like, that's one of those of like, well, it's Ye.
To try to help Ye, and then Ye gets caught by the 0 point, and he's in a world of trouble, even if he had the dash. Just a really difficult position for Ye to be in on his own, and the flood take for Talon, you know, able to punish that situation. So I think if I'm Bleed, if I'm Scary,
that Gecko line.
You got to be a little
Can
bit
someone
more
buy
on the
me,
ball.
please?
The comms have got to be a
It's
little
just
bit
so
better.
direct.
If you see that Gecko utility, that should be one of those key indicators that there's a good chance that there's an execute coming. That Gecko utility is often, just like Sky, going to be kind of that leading utility that you have to be aware of to make your rotations off of.
It's a little bit odd sometimes.
Attempted mid-pressure a little bit.
I mean, really quickly. Icebox was also one of the maps that Bleed played
0 point as well. The alarm bot makes it into the poison cloud, though. Not quite sure if Talon would have seen sight of it. They didn't shoot it yet, so I'm guessing not. Okay, now they did.
Esports. So some questions in my mind right now. They were the ones that
the turret's still there, so Talon will have to clear this.
So it's
they want anything more. Some attempted early pressure on green. Now the Dizzy and the chase through with the blades. A great set play there. We've seen teams attempt variations of it, but this was good. Perfect flight path onto Boiler. Now just flooding in, and if he had run away, then you've still got Surf here. This is a good round from Talon. What a time to pull it out too in round 7. right? You've been working A site quite a bit, then you work B a little time, you know, a couple times, sprinkle in, you know, 2 or 3 rounds of B. That poison cloud's been there the whole time, but this time you make it look like you want to kind of pressure it early, but you're not going to do too much off of it. And then instead, you just take over here, right? You've got the pop flash flying in.
You can already see Ye is basically in an angle where he's going to be saving. So
very good. The dizzy, the pop flash, the dashes, the blade storm.
By Bleed.
That's a good one.
There was an early 0 point to check at the tube angle, right as Retlo was placing his alarm bot. Then they're able to kind of push through there, get some big picks, and open up some space. And again, Bleed just isn't able to react in time. So I would like to see a timeout right now from Bleed. You need to start getting this team on the same page in terms of where they're going to be shifting their weight on the map, how they're going to be controlling
there it is, the timeout.
The fact that round timer is not ticking down leads me to believe Governor, a great opener.
Yeah.
I mean, all you needed to do, right, is clear out that left side of Boiler, because you're going to flood the A site anyway.
Lost 3 rounds in a row, now trying to find that lead right back in their hands. Frost still as
2-5. So, you know, the harbor is flexible, it's holding in mid, it can support either site, but quite frankly, it's not really doing much, right? A lot of it's very reactive. It's not actually allowing them to really take and hold control. And the thing is at a certain point, like, the thing is Bleed's trying to play, they're acting as if having the harbor mid as a default is going to let them play a passive default. But at the end of the day on Icebox, you're probably going to, at some point, you're going to want to push out of green or A, right? At least onto, like, on top of pipes to get an early kill onto the edge.
It's falling apart
Lugia is tired, man.
You can see the pain on his face.
But right, you either want this control, or this control.
Going on in the comms or
at least for, you know, like the first 20 seconds to see if they push in. If they push in, sure, back out. Have a way to back out. But just having like a, oh, high tide here, and like, let's just play for time. Because then you just don't have information, and you're not really sure where to shift your weight into. And then, sure, you can try to play full retake with the Cove, but so far that hasn't been working out so well, especially because, again, if you're not the one with mid control, then the flank's exposed as well.
Again, Ye gets pushed up here so far, so this belt control has to work out. Darion with only a stinger.
I mean, once again, it's on the ground. This time, they have Darion watching for him. But like this, first of all, Darion's got a stinger, so Darion ain't getting a kill to cover for EA. But the other thing is this kind of defeats the purpose of playing aggressively here, in my opinion. Right? You're playing for aggressive control. Sounds like that was a flash drive. Not sure if Talon would have heard it. We heard it, but land sound and everything. But the whole point of playing aggressive is so you can start to shift your weight, right? Okay, so now they'll do it. Once again, this is open. It's not going to come to fruition, but
there it is.
Zest is
good call
all stuck here.
As well, so teammates can pick him up. And there is that
Darion.
You've got the double lurks in the form of Chip Boys as well
as
Surf.
And you've got Surf still there as well. Yay. Oh no, a little slow on that.
Doing what they need to do and shutting down some of these rotations. Ye's operator has been taken off of his hands. This was from Bleed's timeout, but Talon picked
I mean,
up
they're
the
not
win.
even quite playing it as a stand-in for Viper either, right? It's, I mean, sure, I guess like the toxic screen on A oftentimes is just there to like buy time and delay, but it's not like they have like a one-way. It's not like they're kind of suffocating and having a lot of delay potential on the other side, right? They're really playing like a very, very, very safe default, which, yeah, like you said, it's not giving you any control of anything, quite frankly.
Yeah, and Surf wins against Ye. That's the one I'm thinking of as well. It's just
overall a good round. I mean, a couple good rounds in a row now, maybe 3 or 4 from Talon. So props to them as well. Like, I'm not trying to harp on anything, but I feel like Bleed is kind of missing the beat a little bit on what, like, they could be doing more is what I'm saying, like with their comp. And then with someone like Ye, the thing is they're happy to play Ye aggressively. Like, the idea is there.
Bleed not making a move, and pretty soon, once more,
but
Alpha and
this
Bravo's
position is
squad.
so, like, it expects Talon to just walk into check.
Wonder what crews
right?
And Governor are
I mean, granted, I guess Ye hasn't ever really been spotted in this position, so he keeps trying it.
The alt orb.
If they can get around Ye. But the funny thing is somehow this has never been revealed that he's been doing this. This aggressive position on the A.
Okay, still on belt though, right? No reason for Surf to.
Time to shine. Gets up the first one, reloads, pulls out, spots Surf out by the top.
Okay, so it does pay off actually, and he doesn't get caught out by Surf, so that's kind of huge.
Reckoning has been sent and spent. The rest of them now going in for that quick mid to B, but the angle is being held by Bleed. Good little flash. Oh, wow.
Huge mid-rounding.
Not spotted at all. Actually, just taking down Retla really quickly. Very safe.
Yeah, okay. Well, Zest is going to catch him.
Good read on the run, the footsteps.
Yeah. We're now going to have to buy time for the rest of the team to rotate over. Meanwhile, Talon are
Everyone kind of has to win their 1v1s, though.
To actually hold some of these spots.
Darren wins one.
As soon as he spots the barrel, Ye tries to
That's rough. Ooh, crispy from Ban.
Double kill to put Talon on top of the board.
Ban is playing so well right now. I love what we're seeing. That flash, perfect on top of Retla. Tried to turn it, couldn't.
Really good mid-round from Talon here.
Able to hold that kitchen angle. Governor
they get pushed away. Governor is still here. They basically have the same idea. They basically have the 1-4 ping pong idea set up, right? So you've got this. You got the Killjoy on the A side. Then you start to take control of yellow. You plant the jet here. The Killjoy's still here. They spot the op. If he had gotten the kill, sure they go A, but they don't. So then Governor continues to push through, and then you pinch onto B because you know that you've been spotted 2 people on A site, right? So you know that they. Bleed has to back out a little bit. They want to respect it.
For Bleed to see them just kind of collapse.
Yeah,
this much.
I'm really wondering what do the comms sound like for Bleed right now. Talon, on the other hand, I mean, you're absolutely right. Dictating the pace.
Sheriffs right now for Bleed, so they're not feeling too confident to do anything. The Blade Storm, sure, but not doing any crazy cheeky position, just
some adjustment now
high, low.
This, you're starting to wonder, are they going to go into
just watching Darion's back a little bit. Okay, gets one, dashes out. Oh. I don't know if he actually meant to land on top there. Landed on the window.
Very sharp with it. Darren coming in for a bit of trade. The Thrash able to connect and land as well. No mercy against Bleed.
You love it.
No
mercy. Love to see it. Talon is a runaway freight train. 7 rounds in a row that they've strung together. All lockdown as well to play with. One away from a couple ults of their own is Bleed.
Oh boy.
But man, oh man.
I mean, if Bleed can win this round with the ults, they can make it 4-8, which isn't terrible.
That was it. We just haven't seen that same level of explosiveness.
Yeah, the reads for Bleed. Although
I mean, they've got the buys, it's absolutely possible.
No adjustments. The reads against whatever talent.
So they finally switch it up, right? They finally try to go for a trap play on Bleed, and this is the read. Talon says, we already have a big enough lead. We don't need to play the macro anymore, right? We have the lockdown. Let's just go for a fast hit. You've still got a very cheeky lurk here. And Jit Boy's worst case, he's just going to wrap around mid, so...
Out of players like Zest on this Gecko.
Okay, Zest gets the kill. That's big.
Got the tailwind and up
Talon.
to the top
I mean,
generator.
the lockdown pushing up a little bit further. It went down a little bit before the spike, so it's not going to value too much time, but are they looking to push out because their flank is now destroyed? They've got that alarm bot to watch for it. They're looking to play close. Dude, Governor.
Such a big burst.
His multi-kill potential is so big, and they didn't expect Cruz at all. That post plant. As soon as you lose the flank, they put the alarm bot, and then they hide Cruz in there. I mean, Governor gets a double, but even if he didn't, Cruz was there. They were still covering for Heaven.
It's just wonderful what they're doing. I am so impressed with the way that they're using the map to their advantage, constantly taking different positions, constantly showing different looks on the attempted retake. And there was some awareness of Bleed that position could be where Governor was, but he's just better. He's just better right now. And now you're going to double op.
Yeah.
You're going to double op as Talon. Why not?
Last round of the first half. Let's go.
Dude, anytime they have the opportunity, I feel like on the last round of a half, Ban always likes to buy the double up. Likes to get back into the opping zone.
Shut down any of those big ults that are sitting in Bleed's hands because they've got 3.
The mental damage. He wants to pick it.
Oh, the pre-fire. Oh, man. I mean, Talon knows that they're just a step ahead right now. They know that they have the hard reads.
And Talon just absolutely read and anticipated that.
Perfect. Every time, every step since Lotus has been Talon ahead.
Zest just trying to create a curveball here. It's going to be one too many people, though. Trying to go in a timing. Expects the second as well. Oh, I mean, it's the best shot they had. Makes it a 2v3.
Mad lad walks forward by himself.
Do they throw the flash? Do you play it safe?
Evens out the numbers a little
Oh no, I think ban. Okay, it's just going to be a fake anyway because Surf has already pushed into A.
Talon feels the pressure. They feel the heat. So back on towards A. Surf is called
Surf
it clear.
just
I'm pretty
checking
sure
every
Scary
sight
is right around
line.
the corner. Might have heard a little something. So coming back in to investigate with that Guardian, but playing it safe enough to rendezvous with Darian before he goes in for the hit.
These lurks.
I tied.
So well for Talon. Information on the map.
Oh, the dizzy makes him know that things are a little close.
They need to give up a little bit more space. Try to make this retake a little bit easier.
The little KO pushes to clear the high
Surf's still coming around though, right?
Yeah, I love it. Genius.
Post plant just buying time. There's the spray. He's sticking it. Oh no, the cove. Oh no. Okay. Nice and patient from Ban.
Just cutting things down at the right time, cracking the shields, making him go prone, and that's gonna be just the end of the first half.
10-2 half. That is rough. I mean, this Harvard is not convincing on the defense, that's for sure. And the thing is I don't think it showed its full potential. You know, I would probably still choose the Viper over the Harbor, but like I think you could have played it a bit better. The most unfortunate part is we may not even get to see what it really looks like on the attacking side, because if they lose the pistol, it's pretty much over.
The comms are good, right? Like Surf is all over the place. He's going around the world.
Dude, Surf's lurks have been good. Mostly. Like there's in this entire best of 3, there's like maybe like 3 rounds that I can remember where I'm like, oh, Surf was probably a little early on that lurk, just a little bit. But overall, his lurks, the timings, and like the way he's clearing angles or the positions he's taking really shows you that he understands why he's lurking. Like what's the goal here of my lurk, right? And oftentimes it's not to get kills.
Site's clear. Water's,
so,
you know, water's fine. Even though it's icebox, it's not frozen.
So that's been very good. That's been very reassuring, actually. I'm really happy to see Surf back in, to be honest. I mean, we'll see if Lenny returns in any capacity. It's
coordination, cohesion.
It's kind of, it sucks. Let's just put it that way. I mean, it's kind of the same situation with Manyet. But personally, Surf as a separate entity, I'm really happy to see him because he just showed so much potential when he was first picked up by Xerxia back in the day.
Unless Bleed are able to pick up this pistol right now, it might just be game over.
I mean, Surf proved that he was a very talented player. He was very young when he debuted. But he had a little bit of overheating, but it kind of had its charm as well. Then he just never really was able to carry on.
Over to the pipes, but it's going to be backed off by the utilities.
So on attack, right? Like there are these things that you can do with the Harbor. Now again, it's their only controller, so whether that gives you value or not is one thing. But you can definitely help like pressure green a lot more. Even on A, you can help pressure early up to the orb with the cascade, things like that. Now it is an early flank.
Don't want to overextend all too much. Taking the bigger, wider angles. Oh,
he spots double though. There's still a minute. Oh, I love this, dude.
His name is Talon Governor.
Look at these guys.
The rest of them now, after getting that
backing out,
want to come back in for a bit of trade. Cruz just jumps.
I love it.
Gets all of the information.
Right, put the pressure on and just back out. Right. Worst case, you can play a 5v4 on the retake.
I mean,
good calls from Talon.
A downgrade to go to a sheriff from being a governor, but in this case, I think they'll take it. I think it's totally fine.
From governor.
Remembering that VCT Pacific video where they're talking about the outlaw.
Yeah. That was a great video, by the way. I loved the way they put that together.
Shout out to the team that makes it happen. But here we go.
Nice shot from Ye. Governor, dude, Governor.
Able to shoot down
I can't believe he repeats that against Ye, man. He wants that kill so bad.
Darian comes back in to fight as well. All these fists flying.
Darion's low.
Sticks the plant. Cruz now in position, but
a little rushed from Cruz.
A whisper that pulls
damn, dude, the entry.
Back into number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it felt like Talon was gonna win that with how much control of the map
Talon
they had. With that opening
should have probably won that.
And now you just have to.
But first of all, Ye with a nasty kill on Deban. That kind of opens things up. And then Ye's holding the angle on screen so the rest of his team can focus on Heaven.
Matching a little bit, a very, very little bit of what Ban was doing on the other side. But Ban has had a wonderful map. He's 13 and
still
4.
good.
Yeah, oh no, yeah.
I think it shows that Bleed aren't just like asleep. And Ye's definitely not asleep getting that walk-up duel like that. Darian here to back him up. So a bit of that tandem, that duo working together again, and Bleed needs so much more of it. Got a couple of upgraded pistols, just keeping it in the bank.
Bleed needs to snowball as hard as possible here.
On the A site, they know that it's potentially not safe to push through given the toxic screen. So Talon has a bit of a pistol.
I like that they just have Ye sticking with a good. Oh boy! And that's a bulldog giving over, man. They're not gonna pick it up. Are they gonna pick it up? They are gonna pick it up. They want it. They want it. They think that gives them the shot. Lead, you got to make a decision. Are you gonna fill or are you gonna back out? They're a little spread out right now. Scary wants to watch the flank. You're still a little split. Because here's the thing: is that you don't really have necessarily the weapon advantage that you think you do anymore from the flank. Jitboy's gonna play the scout here. Did they hear the drop?
Dizzy tossed out, wingman to clear, under hell, under Raptors.
Dude, how to surf?
Surf.
Just get that for free.
More damage. Bleed slowly thinning down in numbers. Wow.
Okay, no time.
Swap down over to the Ghost, just protecting the spike with his life.
But the question is can you?
He's gonna lose this Phantom potentially.
Can you get out?
Okay,
he's gonna lose it. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Ooh. I thought the moment he stopped for the shot, I was like, oh, I don't know if I would do that.
Gotta repair the hull of that ship.
I thought Jitboys was gonna catch him on the exit.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm that confident in Talon right now. Like with the way they're playing, I'm like everything they do.
I mean, they get out with the round, but 2 rifles dropped. Granted, only 3 of them bought, so it's not bad. They got they got lots of ult orbs as well.
But look at Governor's
but definitely a happier round for Talon. And Governor's only 1 away from Blade Storm. That sets him up to buy the rifle, and he can still have a shot if they're able to win the round to build up towards an op.
Glass half full, paper thin.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Well, now it's Talon's glass. It's not Bleed's
now,
glass
again,
anymore.
because of just the triple buy, Bleed can also match the rifles, and they need to. They need to just non-stop keep on rolling that snowball as much as possible, even if it means that they roll down the hill with it.
That was the game-changing.
It's the only option they got.
What's the capsule?
I'm going to play the opposite of paper thin right now. I'm going to be devil's advocate. Bleed.
You should be able to hide under the turret.
That round from before, some of them are on pistol, so they get to buy back up.
Turret's not exactly.
If they can convert this to the bonus.
Yeah, they even take out the nanoswarm.
You might be able to see
draws out the other one early as well.
Maybe you have a bit more of a shot. And
still got the lurk from Scary. I mean, the thing is
still a lot more hope and confidence in the rest of the
without Scary, are you really gonna go in just with double flag? I guess you could.
One player to make it happen. Sometimes that's what you need.
Okay, so they make it look like they've. I see what Bleed's doing, right? They make noise here, then they back out. They make footsteps, they take their time, and then they send the cascade to make it look like they're reclaiming control of green, as if they never really had it. And then they want to go back in A, hoping that it weakened the site. Now, it didn't weaken it as much as they think it did. And the flash, oh, the Dizzy and the flash drive is so big. That gives him all the time in the world to fill the site. Surf gets 2.
Puts up the wall.
Pop flash. The NT's ready behind the box.
They can't break through. 10 seconds left.
Oh, a little shaky.
Good shot. Still Scary up.
Time, but no spike.
Jitboy's just not quite having the help, but running out of time.
Oh my!
Can't get the plant. Governor knows it.
Oh no.
I love when paper thin goes hi-ya.
Not like this.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is both of them right? Like it's not exactly it's not exactly a great round from either of them because they both had to buy up. But
circus play, but still.
The problem being that Talon is
holding the positions.
And Talon's only 2 points away from closing out the match. That's the problem. No, Ban's doing very well. 14 and 6, 14 and 5 earlier.
After he won Ascension.
Ban's looked pretty good.
I mean,
overall, he's looked better than he did on T1. A lot more consistent, I should say.
He's been pretty good today, actually. I mean, he's been the best player for Bleed, hands down.
True that, true that.
But it's him in the IGL role. Looked good to start. Since then, it seems like he's not really able to kind of keep his grasp on the map. And that's a huge credit to Talon and putting Cruz back into the leadership role, knowing that he has a ton of that experience.
Group chats
been there, done
going
that,
off.
and he's able to keep his mental in check through 3 maps.
I concur. That's really what's happening right now, and it just feels so great if you're on Talon right now. That's why Surf is popping off, because ex-teammates, once again, Mosh Pit lineup back in. They've got all the space. Bleed. Ooh. Bit of a blind spray catches an unsuspecting Jit Boys. Now Bleed.
Good sprays there. Just keeps them on their toes.
Still very much in this race.
Just got the nanos on the spikes.
Wow, early save.
Personal here as Bleed. Don't have any other post-plant utility, really.
Huh.
Do have a Reckoning, and it's going to just be a save.
I mean,
yeah,
given that their round differential is so big, right?
The economy, and look how many rounds you have ahead of
So, I mean, I like it, actually. We don't see it all that often, but I like it. I like it.
Close to making this look
Instead of trying to go for a Hail Mary, because doing damage to the opponents right now doesn't mean much if it's going to do damage to yourself as well, because you only need to win too.
True.
So rather than letting them catch up and trying to do damage on both sides, because Bleed's going to force up no matter what.
For Zest. Get that thrash. A lot of tools.
So it's possible for Bleed to climb back up. Meanwhile, for Talon right now, just needing
this allows them to still even out 5 rifles, right? Four Vandals and a Guardian.
So far. They've shown us really interesting strats, especially with some of the pistol ones where they wrap back around through screens, working together as a team, holding some of these defensive angles up on the A site. What are they going to do next?
Boys and Surf.
Bleed with some actual green control this time. A very forward alarm bot.
Seemingly took that 0 point intentionally.
From Retla. Now again, rarely do we see anyone really pushing out so much on this side. Looks like as soon as I see that, of course, it might be Governor. He actually sees the alarm bot. Skirts around it. That doesn't cover everything. Retla has to be aware of it. He is aware, but the timing.
Off timing. Just a little bit unlucky, but still.
Now they have to rush into B, right? So they were trying to stop that, Jit Boys. Trying to get an early peek through the high tide. He dies to it.
So much space.
Yay. Oh.
Surf comes back in, anticipating
huge kill from Surf. Yay, having dug into Kitchen was kind of a curveball there.
Scary has his work cut out for him. Cove down. Cuts off mid.
Oof.
Tries to hold
Zest.
it off.
Couldn't get the first shot. Has to reset. It's up to Scary. Zest is buying so much time.
Tries to stay alive too. They might not know that Scary's still here.
Ooh.
Oh, then the sudden peek out from Surf. He crouches, not quite able to connect the shot.
TNT.
The 1-on-3, not quite doable for Zest. He just peeks out, trying to do what he can, but that's going to be it for now. Talon reaching match point.
A lot of confusion, a little bit of indecision.
It's looking Jover, chat.
Coming back in to play for this Bleed squad. Looks like he's not quite fully integrated and not quite aware of the open space that's being left open on the map. And Governor makes him pay, and then Governor swoops in to collect that last kill. And now you're 1 away from Talon taking this match after losing their map pick of Lotus in a position they can have a great start to stage 1.
I mean,
lots of ults.
Right now, as these teams try to pull out some of these lurks, doesn't quite work out.
Lee just says, okay, we need to go fast, right? We got our ults. Go fast, get another round back.
Look at how they're positioned again on B.
I like the flash drive through the cascade, and these are the things that, again, the Harvard can do, right? Things like the cascade, the high tide, and then the flashes through it right above it. Just to really maximize the timings that you can have on some of those flashes and the dizzies, things like that.
trying to work against the spike plant. Scary, able to catch a player as he tries to shoot out. Darian
They're really just pressing all the buttons, though.
To an advantageous one for Bleed. Surf wanting to fight back. Governor no longer going in for the flank. Too many players ahead of them. So it's going to be back to a save. We have the advantage. No need to do all too much.
Yep. I love that they're very aware that they don't need to give any extra to Bleed. A great execute here.
Still on lockdown. You're on Blade
Storm. A lot of knowledge in where that high tide is going to be for Ye, knowing that
things should be pretty okay for Talon still.
Out towards Snowman, and then Scary getting a big pick onto Jip Boys. That's basically the round done. Not able to stop the defuse were Talon. They tried to commit to it. They tried to. But they just came up short of being able to clear the wingman. Because Cove wasn't invested there, right? The Cove was saved for that res onto Darian. So, not really too big of a deal.
Do you have T1 or Paper Boys winning after this? I picked T1, but I am the only one who picked T1, so.
I would be more.
And I mean, I think Paper X is the more logical choice. Take that as you will. But that doesn't mean I regret my prediction of T1. Right? I'm sticking with it.
Keep your gun in that situation, things like that. But instead, it's like, well, they need to win every round anyway. And they have plenty of money, so.
Yep, things like this. Well, that cascade goes a little far, but unless you intentionally want to peek into this corner. By the way, like the heart. Oof, dude, the early push out. But it's things like this, man. Talon actually seems to have a decent understanding of playing this comp and this map. Right, pushing out for control, pushing out for early pressure. They were constantly ready for it when they were on the attack as well. When it didn't come, they would go for the lurks. Now this lurk though, surely they have no idea.
Trying to look for him. Spotted him out. There's the site captured.
Retla has to stay alive.
These positions though, Retla now dipping back and forth.
It's a good read.
He didn't see anyone though.
No.
Talon putting themselves in position. Just setting up for it.
Kind of revealed his position here. Cove going to be used this time to make sure the plant goes down. But I like what Bleed does here. They recognize the open space in the kitchen quickly. Take advantage of it.
Do you go for the retake here? You got Lockdown and Thrash. I mean, I think you can use the Thrash, right? Push them in. Yeah, and then you can set up the Lockdown as well. Okay, they finally take it down, but that gives you time for the drop. Stuck the half, you're just going to stick it. Surf's going to push forward, and that's going to be GG. Dude, so happy for Surf. I mean, really well played from Talon on the Icebox for sure.
Triumphant win for Talon Esports. And some of the players, Surf and Cruz.
You're 3 for 3? Damn, Night Journey. Right on, right on.
Awesome. Awesome.
I mean, listen, PRX proved that fundamentals mean a lot and that they're able to pull it together anytime they need to.
It just felt like they were in firm control of the pace of this game. They were in firm control over the information. Everything seemed to be going their way. They made
well played by Talon. I mean, overall, Bleed played much better than Kickoff. It's unfortunate that the map 3 was the Icebox with the comp that people are going to question with the Solo Harbor. It's unfortunate we didn't get to see more of the attacking side because they definitely seem to have a better understanding of how they want to play that on the attacking side. The reason I say it's unfortunate is because overall they looked pretty solid on Lotus and Bind. Definitely really solid on Lotus.
Super discouraged as a Bleed fan,
but even Bind, I guess you could argue that was another situation where the comp was kind of like skewed, right? And they didn't really take advantage of it as much.
Obviously been well known for his
but no, Bleed is much better than Kickoff. The roles look really solid. The like we can see the individuals shine from round to round. They're setting themselves up for it, so that's good. And then Talon looks a lot more restrained, looks a lot more controlled. Really good kind of round to round adjustments as well. The lurks from Surf are so reliable. And that means Jit Boys, while he's no longer the fixed lurker and the sentinel, now being the primary controller, he can still lurk sometimes if needed. That puts you with another person that you can really trust in the second line of entry. Then you've got Ban, who's really good for trading as well. Cruz, of course, he's been getting better and better, actually, I would say, over his VCT career. So this Talon crew continues to look promising, I would say.
Continued pop-up performances, saw that starting on that last map, and that very much carried over for him going back over onto this Jet on Icebox where he was just having
Governor also
people down left, right, and center.
So something I forgot to.
I mean, Ban played really well on map 3. Like everyone had their moments.
curse on the KO, but that didn't seem the case here for Talon.
On the side of Talon.
How well they kind of adapted to it, and the way that they approached it was so well done. You'd see that it wasn't really
GE versus Bleed. If they played today, I actually think Bleed might win. I actually think Bleed would win if they played today.
Actually waiting for Cruz to get things started with that Gecko first, then he supplemented things as the follow-up, and that made it, in your point, easier for Governor to start doing those entry frags into the site.
Now, Bleed did try their darndest in the second half. They climbed back a bit, but it just wasn't enough.
No, I think it was just a little bit too far gone. As soon as Talon got up to 12, it felt
yeah,
like
I mean, there's definitely
in those kind of moments where it just feels like this isn't.
Listen, I don't think either Talon or Bleed look like contenders for the finals yet.
It just seems so unlikely.
They look hopeful. I think that's the big thing. Right? I think what everyone wanted to see when we saw the initial roster announcements during the offseason was, okay, Pacific looks like it should be a lot stronger on average. Like the mechanics should be stronger. We've got more experience. Like we've got some good imports, etc., etc. Like Pacific overall should have upgraded, and then at kickoff we were kind of like,
I think that's going to take some more time
yeah, like we're kind of upgraded. Like we're not really sure. But now I would say, with these clips as well, like even GE and Zeta, right? I think everyone's looking at this and saying like, okay, no, overall it is upgraded, so that's the good news.
Like we're used to seeing him when it comes down to playing Omen or even playing Viper. They try to change it up. They don't.
No, I think Talon looks. Quite hopeful. I think they look promising for what it's worth. Now, when I say promising again, I don't mean that like, yeah, I think they're gonna get to the grand finals and like be the top seed going into Master Shanghai. No. That's like there's several steps to expectation, but you can have a positive expectation without expecting them to win everything. So
we'll do that.
I think these are really good signs for Talon moving forward. It's gonna be a bit rough though. Their next matchup is supposed to be Gen G.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is, man, I thought Retla had some impact multi-kills on Lotus. I thought Bleed looked really drilled on Lotus. I mean, again, nothing too crazy, nothing too deep, but very, very drilled on Lotus. So,
even better than I kind of had anticipated coming into.
I mean, honestly, I think that's enough hope for me to kind of look forward to see how Bleed continues to grow, right? It tells me that they can grow, right? Because if they can play like that on certain maps and it wasn't even their pick, then...
Well, that one I think is a completely different story. Governor, if he can continue to trend upward and maybe have that opening performance that we had from him on the Neon versus the likes of Texture and Meteor, then maybe they're going to be in with a pinch. But I think there's still going to be some more work. But this is
we'll see.
Obviously a
again just the first matchup, so we'll see how things kind of line up in relativity.
Fans need to go full panic mode. Yeah. It seems like overall the org is going to be committed to
they're a one map
staying on Duelist, getting him back in the groove there. We saw some good performances from him.
GG's to Talon though.
His raise on bind, he was putting up some
what is Bleed's next match?
So I think that this is just one of those things where it's like, yeah, you just had some really overarching changes. You've changed your IG.
Bleed's next match is RQ.
You're experimenting with some different compositions.
Oh boy.
You're going to have to, unfortunately, likely suffer some losses. But while you go through
next
those
week,
cycles,
they play next Sunday. It looks like.
Hopefully, getting better and better as time goes on.
And that's exactly what it looks like. This is.
Did you watch the Americas games? Not in full. I caught like the ending, like the later portions of C9 Love, and then I kind of just quickly scrubbed through it in the afternoon when I had some time. The Americas games, the EME games I've kind of missed out on, and a little bit of China. China mostly just kind of looking at highlights. But
with the Governor one, I'm just kind of looking forward how.
Why wouldn't they play Viper? They had two that can play it.
Other than that, just.
I mean, clearly they had ideas with Harper. It's just that on defense we didn't exactly see great ideas, right? So here's where I stand. 7 first kills, by the way. That's incredible from Governor. But
yeah, Talon was just looking really
I think they could have done even more, even with the Harbor, even on defense. They were already doing a bit more on the attack, but I think they could have done even more on the defense. They didn't. Would that be enough to say that it's a good replacement for Viper? Probably not. I probably don't know how I feel about that. They should probably put a bigger outline on these numbers, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, just there was some.
But at the end of the day, I will say that I think the Harbor can do more than what they did here on the defense. So.
Have to call a spade a spade. I mean, Retla, that was not a good performance from him, unfortunately.
Yeah, Zest seemed a little bit rocky. Darian seemed a little quiet the later two maps. Retla looked more and more quiet as the match went on.
Pretty much for the first time. and puts on a solid performance there, Retla, I mean, going back over to the Sentinel, something that he was known for, and having a really rough go.
Governor is 2-0 against Ye now.
That impact coming through from the Killjoy, whether it's anchoring sites
That's
or
crazy.
getting those lurk forwards into, A when the rest of the team.
Dude, the storyline's going to be Governor and Rossi versus Ye, man.
To say, like, okay, actually rotate back around. Let's go. Let's hit A. It's open. I've got enough space. I'm in.
No, yeah, Lugia looked like he was either frustrated or tired, or probably a mix of both. But
so need to see some more consistent impact from him when he's going to be playing that Killjoy.
You know, the thing about this game is that it changes.
I don't know, chat. I'm too afraid to make RQ predictions anymore. We'll see how they look
He's experienced
tomorrow.
in this circuit, but
I can't believe I'm casting.
In a while. And I think we're going to see glimpses of that.
Well, I'm on broadcast every time, but I'm casting 4 out of their 5 games.
Only takes a couple of months for the game.
5 out of their 6 games? 4 out of their 5 games? Which group are they in?
It's just,
no, 4 out of their 5 games.
Even though he's played so many times, actually, before he joined Bleed, he was.
Today's next match is T1 versus PRX. Yes.
He's like trying our best, for like off-season team for Bleed here. It still doesn't kind of work out for Bleed, at least for this, for this series.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that this is just, this is going to be the early stages that we're witnessing right now.
Okay, so here's the thing about that prediction. The thing about that Masters Shanghai prediction, it doesn't really do me justice because they asked for more than that, and I don't think they've shown my other prediction. They also asked who we think are going to be the top teams to get out of each group, and I predicted RQ to get out of Omega as the top team.
So
granted, already with DRX looking a lot stronger than I expected as well, maybe that's not true.
But they're on the right track. With that, we're going to go over to the stage.
Because I was, I thought Secret would come out swinging, and DRX wouldn't, but
thank you guys.
it was the reverse.
On the table for sure.
So I predicted RQ. Oh no, they asked us what the top 3 teams of each group would be, but I predicted RQ to be first in Omega, to go to playoffs, and then I think PRX would still strike back.
What were your main takeaways from kickoff?
But
I know,
I don't know.
It was when the team really just kind of debuted the new roster, and it was your first Pacific stage game as well.
11C9 was the battle of mid. That's what everyone's been saying.
We were able to learn how to stay calm a lot more.
That's huge, yeah.
There's a lot of times,
you could tell.
Maybe like the DRX match especially, where we just made a lot of mistakes under the pressure. But I think going into this match, we emphasized the importance of staying calm and limiting mistakes, because I think on Lotus we kind of failed to do that, but we bounced back for the next 2 maps. I'm really happy about that. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool, calm, collected is what you learned.
Yep.
I mean, that's you could tell though from their play, right? Like I said, they look like they're a lot more restrained, a lot more controlled.
On the non-duelist role as well. So talk to me about these changes, why they came through, and also how you guys came to figure out that these were the changes that the team needed.
So I think a lot of people expected that when we play Surf, we would put him on duelist, but I think a lot of duelists nowadays are transitioning to a Sentinel role, especially in other regions. You have like Leaf, for example.
It's so funny to hear the primary duelist that gets to keep his duelist role saying this, though, isn't it?
In my opinion, a role that a duelist can play, because it's a lot of 1v1ing and Surf's.
Isn't it so funny?
It's incredible.
He's like, well, a lot of duelists, they've been transitioning over Sentinels, and I think it's a good switch. It's a good switch for duelists. And he's like, really, but I get to still play the Jet.
It was a really good fit. Now, when it comes to Bleed esports today, they were, kind of rolling in with their new iteration.
So funny.
Not enough time.
There's another game after this. Yes, it's PRX versus T1.
So, what did it feel like going up against today? Did you see many weaknesses that
it's
maybe
like that.
you can exploit?
It's like that ambulance meme. He's like, Sentinels are great for duelists, but not for me. He just pulls out his blade stone.
So a lot of the data that we had from kickoff, a lot of it didn't really matter. We did expect Ye would go back to duelist. The most we could do to prepare was, just see how he plays, how to avoid him. He's obviously their star player. But for the most part, we were going into a blind, and it was just up to our IGL, Cruz, and everyone else to just make adjustments as we play.
Shout out to Cruz.
And lastly, you guys are going up against Gen G in your next match. Anything you want to say to Gen G players?
We are playing with nothing to lose. I do not care. So,
all right.
That's actually probably the scariest thing to hear.
Holding something right now. So
that's actually probably the scariest thing to hear.
Have a shout out.
Buy the Talon capsule, please.
Buy the Talon
capsule. Governor gets extra points for saying capsule too. because they're not bundles, chat. They're capsules.
Resign. All right.
The talent player card's kind of sick.
Governor, thank you so much, and best
I mean, anything that's characterized is gonna be a hot or cold depending on the person, but I'm kind of okay with it.
And that was Governor. Everybody, we are going to take a short break, but
No, I know exactly which round you're talking about, Night Journey. I mean,
that's the one you don't want to mix.
that one was rough. I mean, props to was it Darian or Retla? Was it Retla? Whoever it was that expected the double peak. Was it Darian? Yeah. But they should not have both died, that's for sure. All right, chat. The break's usually not long at Pacific. They do have an analyst segment kind of breaking things down for us before. But I'm going to step away, catch up with my wife a little bit because she got home during the match. Maybe grab a little snack. And then we'll be back. The next game is going to be T1 versus PRX. Let me, before I forget, just change out the title so everyone knows that it's a banger coming up. A big old banger. Uh-oh. My browser's stuck. T1 versus PRX. Are there any fellow T1 believers in chat? Any fellow T1 believers? I mean, I do think you would be crazy if you believe in that, but you know, any fellow T1 believers? I just really like the T1 roster, man. I'm a big Izu fan. I mean, Karon really sold it for me at Madrid, but I'm still a big Izu fan. I got faith that that guy will grow up to be a huge player as well.
Okay,
T1 DRX Zeta. I mean, Zeta looked very promising yesterday, though.
Let's go.
Oh, I read your chat in reverse, and I thought you said that. I thought you meant that there was an upset in China, and then I read Trace beat Nova, and I was like, Trace beat Nova? And then my head was like, no, of course Trace beats Nova. No, dude, this T1 roster is kind of exciting. You've got Xcurate there as well. What games will I be casting? I'll be casting tomorrow. I'll be casting tomorrow and Tuesday. But anyway, let me step away for a quick second. I'll try to be back right as the analyst desks get back, but if not, it might take me a little bit longer. I'm going to lower the volume too, just in case they play that Clove music video. Actually, screw it. I'll just leave it on.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We got to see a new slick kind of lead and Talon winning their first championship point as they found their group. But now it's going to be a family affair for the next matchup, T1 and PRX.
The Susanto Showdown is back again. I don't know why people keep going for Derby. I think alliteration is always better, so I think Susanto Showdown is a bit better. But with T1 arriving, looks like we'll get to hear from Execute.
Even Jinx coming back, there's still only one person, you know. And then maybe they can get a lot of big momentum because we know Jinx is really insane, right? So, but honestly, our preparation is good for the upcoming stage 1, so I don't have any worry about it.
Anything you want to say to Forsaken?
Yeah, let's just have fun and then do our best. And then my Dongxing is like kind of sick these days, so I hope he recovers well and then can give their best for the next match.
All right, thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you soon.
Oh, what a nice older brother. He knows that Jason Forsaken is a little bit under the weather. There's no, smack talk in this family, which is definitely not like my family.
But I don't think that we'll be seeing any mercy in the game. So that's probably about the only reprieve that he'll get, and Execute's still just going to give everything he's got.
Oh, absolutely. Now, T1 was definitely a force to be reckoned with during kickoff, and I think this is going to be a crazy matchup. Everyone is always looking forward to the Susanto Showdown, but I think there's a lot more going on here for T1.
I'm just going to say it. I actually am going to throw shooting with the Susantos in that one, just because I'm also looking forward to Execute maybe bringing out the chamber once again. It was pretty sick once we saw it. It felt like it was more hyperactive compared to like Laz's chamber. So definitely something to just kind of watch out for if they do bring that out.
Yeah, he plays it very aggressively. He very much has confidence in his ability to be able to get value with those Tour de Forces. So especially when he has that one available, or even if it's just a standard op in his hands, you can fully expect that Execute is going to be going on a bit of a mission to try to hunt somebody down. So, I mean, it widely has lent itself to being map dependent, so I'm curious to see what the pool ends up looking for once we go through the pick and ban, to see if they do land on some of those maps that are going to enable him to really play the chamber. But aside from Execute, I mean, everybody realistically, as we're talking about on this squad, I mean, Carpe has been, ever since the ABL, really been picking up the IGL role, ever since we had Zeta stepping back. But one of the big ones, I think, what we'll talk about later is Izu, but for now, it looks like we're ready to hear from PRX as well.
Okay.
Welcome back to Pacific. We missed you so much. How much did you miss playing on the stage?
Definitely missed it a lot. It's been like 5 months since I played, so very excited.
Alright, we are all excited to see you play once again. Good luck and thank you.
5 months is a long time in Valorant time. The game's only been out for like, 3 years? But he's
It's like dog
back.
years.
Yeah, it's like dog years. Exactly. Oh, man, because his name is Jing, too.
I mean, this would have been
Not Jing, his dog in Bahasa, Indonesia. Anyway, we're excited to see Jing back.
We are. I was going to say, this would have been the cruelest April Fool's joke that they could have done, is if they were actually lying the entire time and to release that just a couple days later. But super crazy. I think that this is the thing that caught everybody by surprise around the world, was the news that Jing was going to be stepping back into this roster. Talked about it ad nauseum in other places. Really unfortunate for Moniette, but I mean, overall, when you just get the opportunity to bring Jing back into the fold, I don't think that you can fault PRX at all for making that decision. Just given the highs that they were able to hit last year, being in that second place position, being in that grand final versus EG, they get the opportunity, they absolutely lunge at it. Now, Jing is back in, but as we're talking about, is that 5-month break going to hurt them, or does he have a bit of an explosive return to the stage?
I mean, he is known as one of, if not the best Rays in the world. I think this may still hold true, but I would say PRX is now officially the only team with 0 changes to the roster since last year.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones, but I'm pretty sure we have had changes pretty much across the board. A lot of teams, obviously, with overarching changes. But so, yeah, this does kind of leave them out there by themselves, make them a little bit more unique, I suppose. But, I mean, preferred agents, we already know. It's the Rays, it's the Phoenix, pretty much only on Pearl. Maybe they'll decide to run it elsewhere. I mean, we've been seeing it sometimes on Sunset, so I mean, they could try to do that, but
I can't believe they did the jingle
if
bell.
Sunset comes in, do they still stick to the same duelistless comp? Because I think with Jing in, you can't actually do that anymore. So I think that you would have to play a duelist there. So maybe Phoenix could come in, but
I had to point out he has played the stage in the past.
Yeah.
On Fracture, so maybe this could be. You know, he switches it up with July. I don't know, but let's
Every co-stream, all you see is shares. Dude, the breaks are so short, which is good, but
we're gonna change it. But I like this, bro. Some things are just not meant to be.
You think that RQ, the bold prediction was RQ, DRX, T1, and Gen G would qualify for champs. RQ, DRX, T1.
I mean, their whole family.
That's pretty bold on multiple fronts. Not having Paper X in there, having RQ in there.
From kickoff between these two teams.
It's pretty bold. I mean, all three Koreans, which is not out of the question considering the rosters, but still a bold statement for sure. But it's like bold, but not insane. I guess the only thing that some people would argue is insane is not having Paper X in there. But
lost yet to Xcure. Xcure's gonna say, okay, maybe third time is the charm. You know, especially.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is I thought that Gen G might have a shot for champs. Just for me, it was like one of those. For me, that roster was like a case of. Well, definitely not for kickoff. Like, I just didn't see it coming together at kickoff. Like, what I saw from Convergence was exactly what I expected, which is like pretty solid fundamentals, but that's really about it. And then they blew me out of the water for sure. They blew me out of the water for sure. I always thought like that's the type of form that I would have expected from them, like down the road in the year, and even then it would have been like a question of, well, can they do it, right? Just because it's a question mark. But for sure, I mean, color me impressed by Gen G.
Of just roles that he is able to fill. I mean, hell, even in Madrid, just saying like, okay, I'm just gonna play Raze now on Split, and I'm just gonna crush people. Like, it's just nutty what this guy is able to do.
And on top of all of that, I know
Main summer.
About the no IGL thing.
Oh, I was wondering what this was missing.
We are seeing more and more.
I forgot to put my banana in this.
On top of playing pretty much every agent.
No wonder I was like, oh, it's
now we're looking
really
at
very veggie-like today. Usually have a recipe I make
really good for
as like a meal replacement.
It's good for T1 too.
Like cabbage and broccoli, sometimes like carrots if I have any.
But things have changed.
And then wow, yes. So.
Actually, I don't think Jing likes Icebox either.
And then these days we've had some yogurt, so we add a splash of yogurt. And then water, and then usually either apples or bananas. But bananas if it's like more meant to be a meal replacement. Well, we ordered new bananas today, and these are kind of on the thin side, unfortunately. All right, let's see what the map draft is like.
I want to see the coin. We never get to see the.
I know they used to show the coin.
What if it rolls like way too far for them to, see if it's head or tails?
You have to chase after it.
Okay. Competitive integrity.
First ban for T1.
Drum roll.
Icebox.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
And Breeze, also not surprising.
Also unsurprising.
Yeah, not having any wins there.
Lotus, not surprising.
100% win rate over PRX's 50%. They are going to be going for Lotus, so that does.
One of Paper X's more weaker kind of lost maps for sure. And they've played Lotus a lot actually against each other.
Always been, an interesting map between these two
Ooh,
teams. And
bind.
The stronger ones for T1 when they're facing against
The bind, okay. Do they ban the sunset?
Paper X on bind though. That means that we could be looking at the double duelist once again.
Because T1 doesn't mind the sunset. Oh, they banned the split, huh?
I'm already looking for the Yoru as well.
Really?
I love it.
The thing is, split is like such a heavy.
I'm really curious to see what they do on bind because I mean,
Raze map with Jing being back.
Something going over to the Gecko on that map, something that he's very proficient.
I like sunset as a decider between these two teams actually.
Love this draft because I think if T1 come out and they can maintain a win rate on Lotus, this seems like this could very much be slated to go all the way to 3.
Oh, absolutely. And this is actually the same map.
All right, let's start our prediction.
I feel like we're gonna see
map 1, Lotus.
Until sunset. But I think we're gonna see a very different style of game.
T1 versus Paper X.
Who have definitely, proven their and how strong they are. And I mean, I don't know if it's too early for predictions, but how are you guys feeling about this with the addition of Jing?
Predictions are up. Get them in. Get your points in. Get your degeneracy out and dusted in Twitch chat. No, Sunset as a first pick for T1 would have been risky.
He's just so fun to watch. He is just raised.
I mean, they also lost to a triple duelist, sure, but I feel like they put up an okay fight with it. They were the first team that really had to deal with it, and then they and then now we've seen it, right? But I think it's also just the idea that, well, Jing's there, so like it's probably stronger.
Playing on stage for about 5 months, I think that first run back, that first time back out on stage in front of the audience.
Oh, that's true. Lotus Bind, huh? I didn't even think about that.
I very much favor PRX. I think that this is going to be an explosive return for Jing, and then maybe they hit a couple roadblocks down the line, but I think that this is going to be a nice little return to form. It's just going to be really fun to see them back on stage, and then maybe they suffer a little bit down the line.
That would be.
Let's see.
How are you feeling, Asura, about Monyet or Jing?
I mean, I definitely agree. I'm definitely missing Monyet because I feel like he was such a awesome player that came out from PRX. He had so many highlights. He also had that play where he was just trying to stab someone.
Will we see the chambers still? That's a good question.
I feel like, again, Jing coming back into this, it's not like, he's a new player. He has been playing with PRX for such a long time.
I mean, obviously they were successful with it, but it was against two much weaker teams, right? Zeta and Bleed, so.
Him trying to reacclimate to this newer iteration of Valorant.
And we were just looking at the last time they faced off on Lotus during kickoff, and of course Monyet wasn't there, and it seems almost easy to slip Jing back in there. It's great. Anyway, with that,
yeah, there you go. Fulfill your game prediction by voting in chat now. Right? I will only support.
From PRX here. Welcome.
I will only support.
Welcome.
Listen. Get your degeneracy out through gacha games and Twitch chat.
Have a desk at the desk anymore is because of you. We knew you were gonna be here. But how are you feeling since Madrid? And I'm gonna jump straight into it because we don't have that much time. Do you think
from YouTube, do you know by any chance if APAC Ascension this year will have a lower bracket? I have no idea actually.
For stage 1.
But
I mean, yes and no.
Well, that's a good question actually.
Yeah, you have more time to prepare, but I think what we get from Madrid is match practice. You can't like replace that. I think between the two, I honestly think I'd rather be here. Because I think match practice is it's nice, but I want more time with my team to be able to like flesh things out.
For PRX for sure. For PRX for sure, I think.
We all want to know about Jing.
I think having more time off would have been more beneficial for sure, actually, because it's not like their players lack international experience.
Is it really that simple?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he missed 5 months of competitive play. He's gonna have to catch up. I think a few scrims, he's seen some stuff, new stuff. He goes like, "Oh, I've never seen that before." And everyone else is already like used to this kind of.
And
that's funny. That's cute.
Big Monyet fan. He has a question.
All right, just again, with Jing coming in and Monyet not being able to play for PRX anymore, how is he doing?
I mean, he's gonna come back to Korea very soon. The thing is, he's staying a bit longer. He took the opportunity to finish his studies, so he would have had to miss a week regardless. I think he had some papers that he wanted to complete, but now he's just taking the chance to like really study for it.
That's good.
Oh.
Best use of the time.
I mean,
if you
that's
were to take that tack to bear backstage with you,
actually really solid.
Being at the desk, so you have something that cuddles.
I mean, wise use of his time and his choice.
I think the production might allow you to take the bear. We haven't let Carlisle or any of the other coaches, but
I've seen that tweet.
If it saves the desk, then they might actually allow you.
Maybe I just won't slam it today. So I've already, I'm calm now.
You're finding your peace. That's good.
Okay, I have to ask you about T1 too. Obviously, Kevin Excurate quite well. What are your thoughts on going against T1 today?
I mean, I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I mean, they have a whole month to do like.
Yeah, they had a whole month to cook.
So, honestly, I think this feels like the first match of kickoff. Like everyone's just retooling. I think it's nice that we had a bit of match practice in Madrid. The travel time sucked, but I hope that we can give them a good game because for us, we have a new roster again, right? So we have to feel it out. You know what I mean?
I think normally this would be a really stupid question for me to ask, but given that you've just slotted Jing back in, I think that there's actually an application for this. Do you have any? Should we expect anything new today? Because you guys have been delivering some crazy comps. So do you think that we're probably going to be seeing a lot more of the?
What is it? Lotus Bind.
I mean, we've had 5 or 6 days of practice with me, so
Will we see the Reina unbind?
We can try. I'll float the idea.
Okay, I wanted to ask the question because I've been asking all the coaches here.
Yes.
You know, with Laz bringing out the chamber, is someone here from PRX gonna bring out the chamber maybe Forsaken because he's done it in the past?
I mean,
just as a,
we have a chamber comp, but
We have a chamber comp, he says.
It depends, you know. It depends.
Oh, this guy.
It's got some use cases.
This guy, the
And
tease.
to close it off, before you go into your match, any shout outs to your fan or to your family who's watching?
Hi.
Short and simple. I love that.
Shout outs to the family.
Free.
Dude, I wonder if they play the Gecko on Lotus actually.
All right, we'll talk about this backstage. Oh my goodness, like Helios. Anyway, thank you so much, Alex. Of course, all the best to you and the boys.
See you guys. Thank you.
Oh my God.
I can't believe you asked that.
I'm sorry. Best of luck.
I was really thinking vegetables. I was like, carrots? Like, yeah, he needs to eat more veggies.
Yeah,
but-
that's what I'm saying. They improve your eyesight, right? They
exactly.
allow you to see targets
The
across
game better.
screen.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Carrots are good for your eyes. This is
course.
true.
You guys are all weird over there.
Whew, need to catch my breath on that one. But I'm really excited for this matchup right now. Kind of killing it. You got me like.
No, I
I'm
think
sorry. I said that I wasn't gonna do that, and then I just sent it. So.
But anyway, let's cover predictions.
I thought it was
really
Achilles
quickly.
commenting
We already
on the
know
question
that, you know,
of
PRX
like
for you,
anything you want to say to your
PRX,
family or fans.
And this is just because they've been together for so long. William here is being William.
I will say though, this is way more one-sided than I would have anticipated.
Yeah, that's right,
I
Seth.
thought that
Back
a
me
lot
up
more
here.
People are going to be leaning in towards T1 here comparatively. So I'm really curious to see if we're actually going to be rewarded for this confidence, or if William's going to get a little bit of an edge up on us.
Yeah. Well, with that, I think we are ready to watch the players walk onto stage, get ready.
Honestly,
into
I don't have
this
full faith.
matchup. We're going to have our casters, Paper Thin and Quack.
To be honest, chat.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Achilles, and Astro.
Not
awesome coach.
not
Alex.
entirely, not entirely
I
faithful.
love his answers they're really to the point. He doesn't waste any time. He's good at deflecting some of the bad Achilles questions. Like it's all good. No, I mean I think Alex is generally kind of that guy that you can always expect those really honest answers but they aren't like long-winded or anything. He's just going to tell you how it is. You know what I mean? And certainly.
I mean, I voted for T1,
you know,
but.
As Mika
And
so
that's
aptly
it's
put
the
it,
same
return
idea
of
for
the
me,
Jing
Potatoes. I
is the kind of big
I think
story.
T1's
Still,
ideas
T1,
are
man,
generally pretty
I
good.
didn't pick them in my press, but I fully agree. That with
They're
Noah,
very good at
I
showcasing what their
totally
ideas
see them winning this.
are.
Now,
Let's
that
put it
being
that
said,
way, right? They're
I
very good
gotta
at
say
executing their
with
ideas.
T1's never even taken a map off of them.
But
so until they
obviously the
prove to me
question
that
is
they can do that, how am I supposed to
can
go
they
against that unless I'm like
go hard enough in the paint to actually close it out,
Unless
right?
you're William, I guess.
well, he's a gambler, so.
Because PRX,
I
wow.
gambled on the last game and lost. So it's
Wow,
just,
Paper Thin. I mean, I definitely have not.
It's just a little bit. You know,
I definitely have not gotcha'd as much as he has. So I'll tell you that.
Think about how Jin can fit back in a team. You know,
Listen, I just get my gotchaing done with predictions, all right?
They have had a lot of game tape to study on. Maybe there are some counter or anti-strats that
no, it's not sleep deprivation. The reason I chose T1 is there's a couple things.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
first
and
of
I
all,
think, like, one thing to keep in mind here is it would not
like Jin comes back, sure, Jin's very good, but something that I felt, because here's the thing, at Madrid, I feel like they definitely, like I think they outperformed themselves. And I'm not saying they didn't deserve it. That's not what I mean. But I think they got that far because of how good they are individually. But T1 has had moments where they can put up fights against that. So then my other thing is it was very clear at Madrid that PRX didn't know what to do with the meta. They weren't sure what direction they wanted to go yet. And part of that's obviously they had the roster change. And then now they have the roster change with back to Monyet or back to Jing. And I'm just wondering, like, would they have enough to figure that out? Because here's the thing is that at Madrid, they basically went back to their old comps and comfort picks because you just had to get through, right? You just had to play the matches. You had to play back-to-back matches. You just had to go for the win. But here in league play, I think they would be better suited. I think it'd be very silly for them to just be like, well, we got to get the wins and just like full send comfort picks, right? Just for the sake of like individual skill, because then you would be very ill prepared for Master of Shanghai. So I think they're going to have to try like what they think their own interpretation of the meta is, in which case they were at Madrid. They didn't get to experiment as much. They didn't have as much time to practice with Jing specifically for that meta. And T1 has, and they've already had pretty decent ideas even at kickoff, I feel. So that's where I give the edge to T1. But individually, obviously, like PRX's individual mechanics are always going to be good enough to overcome that, you know, in any matchup in Pacific. So
T1 and PRX, I just love T1's.
It's
so sick. Like that archer outside of their office
Yeah.
in Gangnam, so cool. PRX is gonna get a big round of applause as well. Definitely, they have made fans everywhere across the globe.
Dude, I was surprised that I was really surprised that Paper Thin, out of all people, bet on RRQ.
Yeah, of course.
I was actually really surprised because I think generally Seth is usually the one who's always kind of giving me a nod.
The stage, take center. Of course, the return of Jing. How will this all fit in? Will PRX be returning to top form? I mean, of course, you know, another team that we're thinking about is still Gen G with how well they have performed in the past few months. T1 right up next to them. There is a very slim chance. It is very possible. You never know what's going to happen in Valorant.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, look, T1 is
Pause prediction. Hey, we had one yesterday. It was only like 30 seconds. It was pretty easy.
Came up just short of making it to Madrid.
You can't take back your pred, no.
I love this roster. I love
Your
the way
predictions are locked in, chat. Your points
is a player that
are in the gulag.
Behind the scenes, when I talk to other players and coaches, like, this guy could be the next superstar. Like, he could be the guy that you really need to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, dude, I got big hopes for Izu. I think Izu is going to go far. It feels great to see Jing. Alex just said during the pre-match interview that Banyat took this opportunity to finish his studies. So he's going to be coming back to Korea in like a week or two, but he decided to take this time to finish his studies anyway, so... I mean, obviously, you know, if he was on the starting roster, would he have done that? No, but good use of his time, right? And then he can really focus full time. So
what T1 has. I mean, again, you talked about some of these players, Izu, but I think it's really interesting how
hopefully we see him in one place or another sometime soon.
Being that whimsical fun guy for the team.
And permanently on Viper, which is also amazing. I love it.
So that's just interesting how everything's going to shape up. Can T1 improve that much? Again, another player that you want to look at also, apart from Execute, I think we haven't really mentioned all too much, is still Saya player and how well he can perform in that duelist role. So they've definitely given us some great performances against other teams like Zeta Division before T1. But up against PRX, you know, this is always that tale as old as time. The old
Saya player,
rivalry.
man. See how much trouble you can give PRX.
The second day of VCT 2024 VCT Pacific.
Yeah, man. I think T1 could do it.
Chat, calm down.
If T1 wins,
I love you all. I care about you all. They're gonna play the Jet Rays.
The more kind of tried and true composition.
And the Cypher. It is still the Chamber. Okay, T1's very confident in this. Quite frankly, Extra does a lot of work for them with the Chamber.
Players, an exciting matchup there, certainly. But PRX,
I feel like, yeah, it's just enough said.
Yeah, dude.
The crowd is already just cheering for Jing's return.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's unreal. I mean,
the thing is like, I don't like the Jet Rays on Lotus, but when it's something in Jing, it's like, ooh, anything can happen.
They had so little time, and things have already evolved so much in the amount of time.
Okay, so I will say this: as long as Carpe doesn't, as long as T1's not calling just to like match PRX at every chance they get to fight, right? Like popping out of smokes, etc., especially without a flash. And I think because they're on the fade, they wouldn't do that as much. I think T1 can take the Lotus.
Might have to step up a little bit, get a little
No, this should be fun, chat. This should be a fun one.
In kind of that pseudo IGL role, he's more of like a sub caller type.
Yeah. See, I already got the RQ jersey.
We'll see how it all plays out.
I gotta get that. I gotta get that fire new GE jersey, man. I'm gonna become a GE Glazer from here on out.
I really like Xcarrot on this.
Chat, I am faithful to RQ. You guys are ridiculous, man.
And that can be a problem for PRX, where sometimes they don't really think through a problem.
You think Bleach should make another roster change after stage 1? That is a crazy take, in my opinion, regardless of whether it's an upgrade or not. That's an insane take.
But he can do that. But that can be the Achilles heel of PRX sometimes, is they don't really adapt to stuff and they kind of get tunneled in on their own game.
It does.
Now, to be fair, I don't think this.
So, I mean, as a fan,
there's not a good reason to. Wow, dude, T1 and PRX. Look at the crowd, man.
A lot of confidence.
Yeah, lots of seats. I kind of like it.
As a team, as the players.
Lots of fan signs.
But as a caster, you know, I gotta say, T1, you really want to see if they can make that improvement, if they can cause a bit of damage, if they can create a bit of that dent in PRX. Just
what was I gonna say? I was in the middle of saying something. Oh, so like. I don't think. I mean, you know, it is what it is. But obviously, the T1 Valo team has apparently lost a little bit of scrim time as well because of the internet attacks onto the T1 HQ. So, yeah, take that as you will.
This is where you have, you know, really good plays. You know, Izu can be really tricky with that Omen. Rossi all over the place with the Viper, doing a good job holding down sights. Xcuria just absolutely disgusting with sniper rifles. Given those long-range opportunities, would like to see a little bit more.
Stayed out of retirement.
A little bit weak.
All right, chat.
In the kickoff, like,
all right, common chamber setup default.
Overall, he's still quite good.
T1.
No doubts about Saya, but
they're oftentimes they like to do the pressure out of B, right?
Starting on the attack, and A site completely
open here. It's T1 on stage, and the clock is stopped.
Almost feels intentional. I wonder if they'll break the door as well. But at the very least, I mean, we've got the timer on pause. But if things go exactly right,
not like this, Rossi.
Up the head towards A, then you know this could be interesting.
I forgot T1 was playing today.
Oh no, that's right.
That's right. They are the tech pause curse. We have actually identified the real curse, and it is T1. I'm sorry to T1 fans and the T1 org, because you're all wonderful people, but you are cursed.
Some kind of an issue, of course, we'll just iron out those bugs.
No, surely not, chat. I mean, we had one yesterday. It was very quick, chat. As long as it's quick, it doesn't matter. As long as it's quick, it doesn't matter. Really. Every event has them. As long as it's quick.
Little tech pause with an audio issue. Very quickly solved. Wow, flew from
NA. Nice.
Enjoy Korea, yes.
Heck yeah. Tons of awesome stuff to do, especially not just in Korea. In Korea, there's unlimited things to do.
We're fine, chat. What were you worried about? It was just a really long 6 seconds, but we're all good, man.
There was a sign that said JoJo is the best Susanto, the youngest Susanto brother.
No, overall the soundtrack's pretty banger for this stage.
All right, into the game.
Dude, they just don't even fight A, right? They put up the screen to buy time, and they immediately push out. And they rendezvous out of C so he can rotate early. Device checking for it.
So bad.
They know.
So many gasps and no's.
They have no idea, dude.
I mean, they're trying to check, but
the toxic screen goes up.
the thing is, how far do they push out, right? Oh, they're gonna one-way that? Okay, I mean, the thing is Tree's gonna be hard to take. One way already. We got the site surrounded. T1 kind of missing the timing here. PRX really rushing. Oh! Saya's pack, baby. Okay, so Card-based job is just to keep them trained on Tree so that they can clear the site. Jin gets one. Drop. The paranoia is good. At some point, Carpe has to start pushing in because they're starting to lose ground a little bit on site. They've got something pinned. Forsaken. Good trades. The reposition from Mind Freak, though. Xcuria reads it. Just no, dude. Great from Rossi after the half as well.
Body blocked and everything, and T1 picks up the pistol.
Whew.
Some really good ideas from T1. That early push out almost caught Devi. He barely got out of there in time, but it forced PRX to have to just really focus tightly in their defensive
good start. Good start from T1.
It's tougher to create
really good, angles. Right? Carpe just holding true, trying to make sure that they can target the kills on the site first and clear that out because they know that tree is going to be filled for sure, especially with that one way. That way they don't have to worry too much about, like, he keeps opening the door so they don't have to worry about the crossfire.
Really well thought out there.
Oh! What?
Quick reactions. One little peek, and with a Marshall, he does it all.
Get out of here.
Dude, the tag as he's landing, and he just pre-fires the... Holy...
With that Sheriff, if he's that guy who's, you know, bringing the fun vibes to the whole team, and he's having a good time, the whole team's going to have a good time, but
All right, they clear C mound, they clear B main. PRX is actually in a pretty decent position. They have a Spectre for Jing as well, and then a Marshall. Yeah, but that's spiked down. That's huge. And they check that something is here as well. They should try to force him. Yeah, that's big. The double blast back. Oh, nice jiggle from Saya there. I almost said Jing.
Rossi back in with the Sheriff. And
Xcurious got to watch out. There's a good chance they can flood him. And oh, look at this lurk though. Do they expect this because of the number? I don't think they expect it because of how few. Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry I doubted you, Saya player.
A couple of shots to buy too, but that's the most that he can do.
Now here's the thing. T1 generally always has a pretty strong start against PRX because they've got firepower like Xcurious and Saya. The question is after the initial couple timeouts from Alex, can T1 keep up? That always seemed to be the case in this matchup. Is Shanghai a 12-team event? Yes. 3 from each region.
Mental discipline really good for T1.
Oh, someone else already answered that. Thank you. What are casters' protocol?
Not sure what it is. A bit of an audio issue, I guess. Fans crack me up. But yeah, you know, you can definitely see that there are some of these plans that are intentionally cooked up for PRX. Because how often do you actually have a team that just completely leaves A open, pushes out a B pillar?
It can't possibly be. I don't think it's Rossi. Is it Rossi?
Like it
can't possibly be.
This is the thing about PRX is you almost have to.
No.
Kind of.
No, maybe it's. Listen, it's been a while since Jing was on stage, right?
It can be something that they have a difficult time accounting for, like lurks at weird times.
No. I've been told that they have some fail safes in place to protect the network here. So I think that's fine.
There isn't much. That can be it.
I am reminded of what happened against EG at Champions last year.
No, chat. No.
Definitely a good
We'll get through
point.
it. We'll get through it. No, I don't think it is Rossi this time. It would be funny if it was, though.
As well as Valorant increases in popularity in Korea.
Dude, so many PRX fans.
Accurate,
a lot from SEA. It looks like that's sick.
Signature there. A lot of T1 fans, yeah, for sure. JoJo,
for those asking on YouTube, well, the T1's HQ, like their team house, was getting
both orgs
wrecked a little bit, so that affected them a little bit. But
obviously, we're in Korea. T1's going to have a little bit of a home field advantage in that respect. But
dude, so many PRX jerseys actually.
So entertaining to watch play that it's easy to make fans when you're that good and that unique. The way they play is unlike anybody else in the world.
It's not Rossi. They're not showing who it is, but it's not Rossi because they're showing him. They're showing something.
Against them right now, it's going to be T1. You know, in the past we had seen Gen
it's
G
fixed.
up against
It's
them
fixed.
kickoffs,
We're good.
but Gen G, knew how to deal with it. PRX.
No, PRX is the most sold. PRX is the most sold. Well, I don't know. I don't know if Sentinels might have overtaken them after Masters, but PRX is apparently the most sold.
Angles and pushes and stuff like that. So yeah, that was. If you're confident against PRX, it can snowball. It can snowball a bit. Cam check that was fast.
Oh my! Don't repeat that. Don't do that.
Just starting things off with a bit of that lurk. A bit of a re-peek and 2 kills.
I mean, that's a good read from Forsaken, though, knowing that T1 likes to do this on rounds where they have to kind of make something happen, right? T1 uses mid a lot. They use B main a lot.
Trying to make this B play happen. It happened on the pistol round. Maybe T1's going to do it again. A is completely open after all.
Yeah, something already getting up towards heaven.
Good smoke, though.
Very good.
Allows for something to play around the positions. You
No. I meant T1. Well. I meant T1. Don't repeat that.
Could be red. I mean,
because PRX will fight you.
Yeah. I know what you meant.
Oh,
Forsaken. He's on
lurking.
Okay. He's got the
okay.
It's just round 3. T1's trying to play.
Dude, he almost got 3 actually.
But then Forsaken
but
just comes
classic
up from
PRX round.
This is the
good lurks, good aggression.
debut that we saw from PRX last year in the regular season of VCT Pacific.
So Leo, I think the metric they gave everyone at Masters was that PRX was the most equipped. But then when we had a chat with Jake, he also said that PRX was the most sold, and then PRX is the most sold in Pacific for sure, because they released that in a graphic.
Amazing. amazing. He looks good.
I don't know. I'm assuming that they were working off of different metrics, so I'm not saying that one announcement was wrong and the other is like things like that. I think it's just different timings. But obviously that could have changed since Masters Madrid as well. Huge spot.
I mean, that's going to be now T1 trying to fight in for this, but Mindfreak is not going to let them go down without
They were
a
ready
swing.
for the Jing push, but they were not ready for Mindfreak.
But look at what's happening across the map, too. Forsaken.
Dude, Forsaken is just a menace, man.
From behind. Now so much more space being gathered. You've got the trip wire in front of Rossi.
Oh, well, now it doesn't even matter.
Neural theft just reveals. And that's the go signal for PRX to get the spike over on A.
Well, he's at least able
I mean,
to
that,
grab an orb.
dude,
Yeah, I mean, that's going to give him the Viper's Pit
that
next
Rumble
round.
fight should have been T1's, man. Mindfreak getting the double is insane.
Forsaken's getting an orb, too. We're all playing Pac-Man over here.
Great game. I think Forsaken is already showing off why.
No, yeah, dude, Zeta having those high sales with their capsule is
so
insane.
tricky to deal with.
The mindfulness, yeah.
He's all over the place. He's really good at holding the C site sometimes. It can be broken open, of course, but I really like the way he plays.
Not much we can do here. Just exits. Just exits here.
Is weak for these two surviving players of PRX, but the other three have quite a bit of money.
Waiting for exits. He's got the judge. There goes the first. Fires off a second shot. Even
Gets the
before he
up.
sees Mindfreak, and it does connect. T1, although PRX picks up the round win, Rossi walks away with a bag full of gold.
That's huge. That's a lot.
That's actually-
He's able to recover the op.
Wow.
Gets the Viper's Pit online. Didn't even have to die. That's a massive, massive play for Rossi. Yeah, they don't get the round win, but
Viper's
it almost
The thing is it's just the op, right? How are you going to protect that?
We'll see. Okay, so Mindfreak has From the Shadows available. Jing's 1 point away from the showstopper.
So just long range.
2 points away from his
I mean, this the thing about this angle with the op is there's so many ways you can cross it and pressure it. So it's always a little tough. He's got the failsafe with the trademark though, so that way they can pressure out. Showstopper. Oh, the dash out from something.
Side player in a bit of a tricky
Most of them don't get
now
hit.
as Forsaken hunkers down.
The reload. The reload.
Onto pillar and captures onto 2 more players.
Dude, spamming through the smoke with a stinger is that's
He
crazy.
can push through. Really smart play from Forsaken.
Jeez Louise, oh god. And now it's going to be the operator with the angle. Down goes
Jing's right below him.
Down goes
They
the
clear him
Spike
actually.
carry.
Spike's down.
Side players come back in
Weapon
time.
recovered for Rossi. He's got pit
Both
too.
got positioning.
Yeah.
The spike drops. Viper's Pit now out
The
by
pit
Rossi.
actually,
They
I
know
don't think
they
actually
should have
covers
this
the spike.
round.
So
How do
Forsaken,
you push back
you
in?
still have a
Look
full
at
minute. They gotta watch. They gotta have a timer.
Forsaken.
He's watching this way, but Forsaken probably could go all the way around here to try to take out the op.
That is a decent idea. That his brother's doing this.
Right? Forsaken, surely.
Well, I wanna
Oh,
see
is he
how
gonna go back through here? Because then
Check it.
Xcure definitely gets this kill for
know
sure.
what your brother's doing.
Oh, but he's gonna hold, dude.
They got time to really make
They
sure
could try to go. They're gonna try to pressure, right? They break the door, and that makes him move out, dude. PRX's timing is so good.
Now on to the next. And he's online for the ace.
Double 4K?
Rossi's right around the edge of it, and Forsaken just sprays downtown.
Unbelievable. What a game he's already having. 11 kills in 5 rounds.
Are you kidding me?
Just blistering stuff from Forsaken. Goodness. I don't know what
Dude,
Jing was
it
doing
is
there. That was a little weird.
actually a Suzanto diff.
In front of him.
I love Xcure, and I'm waiting for this guy to pop off even harder, but
I know.
dude, he just can't do anything against Forsaken, man.
Forsaken's just better.
Unbelievable. And the way that he was
Man.
checking into the Viper's Pit as well, making sure not to over-peek out the corner. Rossi was the one who walked into his crosshairs.
No, but the thing is like, sure, he peeks out further, but that's because this baby door gets broken by something, right? So I think T1 decides that they can't just like stand here because they have the pit here. No one's watching this. So he wanted to get an even deeper angle. But that's exactly what PRX wanted. They wanted T1 to get antsy. One way or the other. Either they're looking at baby door or they're pushing out.
Does not expect
Like
his brother on the
that was
outside.
just a
He
good
was
team
spotted
play
waiting
from
for the
PRX. I mean, great from Forsaken individually as
The rest
well,
of the
but
team, though, has already made their way in, but because of the smokes, side player able to take down Jinx.
you know, the observers were a lot better so far in stage 1, and then they get this game on day 2, and they just have no idea.
Comes down to sharpshooting. They know the angles. Something's prepared for it. Snaps back onto Izu's head. Triple kill on a
He's gonna go for the kill. He's not gonna go for the. He's not gonna go for the spike, dude. He's gonna go for the kill. There's no way Xcurate knows this. There's no way.
Can Xcurate be accurate enough to outsnipe?
There's no way. There's no way that Xcurate can know. Oh, he's got a timer. Okay.
Catches something just as he peeks out. The shot through the engine block.
Okay,
and T1
okay.
back 3-on-3.
Well, this is starting to look like a PRX match for sure. It is fast and furious, and this time it's a bait and switch for Xcurate. Nice work there with Izu.
Yeah, this is actually reminding us of that Forsaken Yoru Breeze game against DRX at AVL. He just stacks ult after ult.
Something almost takes this round. I mean,
So this is, I mean, really good from Xcurate, right? Because if he pushes out, he has too many angles to worry about, right? So after holding for a while, he doesn't see any movement. So if, for instance, if something had backed out back into rubble, it's like whatever, like you're gonna have to approach at some point anyway. So you're better to back off and make sure you only have to hold one angle.
They are sensing that PRX, you know, are coming in with a bit of an adjusted strategy. In the past,
This is PRX and T1 versus Observer.
Stuff, but this time around, you always want to watch out for Forsaken on this lurk.
Chad, I can't wait till the third Susanto joins the crew.
Forsaken just running over their flanks.
Or maybe it's the fourth Susanto? That's actually like the really gifted one. It's 4 brothers, right? Is it 5? Is it 4? I think it's 4 brothers.
Rossi's doing a good job finding some moments. So you got to be ready for Xcurate top. Got to make sure that you're not walking out in front of it. We saw it very early on.
Maybe it's the third one that's still talented, but the fourth one's also playing, but he's really young.
Just kind of wide pick, you know, wide peaks.
I could just be making up a story. There's definitely a younger brother. I just don't know how many.
Some of the smokes and some of those things.
Double off, Tour de Force, and Saya. Saya is going to play no armor.
Saya player can pick it up as well. We see
The econ is so all over the place. There's that cam.
Very potentially deadly stuff. I think there's
So
also
Izu breaks it for him.
Forsaken to be a little bit more
Dude, Forsaken versus... I just want to watch Forsaken versus Xcurate. I don't even care what's going on here, man. The Nightfall.
Something on with the judge, though, is a very interesting thing. They've managed to go in.
Oh, he gets distracted by Jing.
Spike has been planted.
And Saya's got an off. Nice timing from Rossi, but great cover from Mindfreak. And it's been planted. Paranoia hits. Okay, they know one's on heaven.
Try to push back out from the door side. Shrouded steps into the smoke. Now they're trying to play around it. Defy definitely.
Dude, I mean, Saya just can't get in here, man. Izu, great kill. Saya can't get in here, man. Saya.
Saya player connects the shot, swaps over the classic, and lands a great old one onto Mindfreak.
This game, man. What is this game?
Point blank off. Absolutely.
What in the world?
The pace of play is insane.
Dude, the fact that he decides to blast back in and use it as a shotgun, it is just...
Walking right underneath it. Yep.
Just no scopes. I mean, the thing is, that's... They needed to do that. Like, he was running out of time. Because Izu needed help. And if he was worried about holding an angle, he would never get that chance.
He was
But holy cow.
during kickoffs, but he definitely still had great performances, especially against Zeta.
One import, one Susanto. It's the Pacific roster rule. That's so funny.
Bit of a challenge for PRX too.
We know how good he can be. And there's just no breaks on this game. I mean, this is just
Okay, you've got Showstopper, you've got Odin, so you're just going to empty the site. You let the Seekers run its course. You're waiting for the aggression from the Bladestorm as well. You've already covered both sides. The Bladestorm's out. There's the cover for Mizu. He's ready for both. Dude, the snake bite's solid too. Yeah, I mean, T1's got a good beat on paper. They both have a good read on each other for sure.
You got the Showstopper, the rocket at the ready, and it does land. Forsaken right underneath, not able to deal with the close quarter duel. Now Xcurate coming out from the door. They swung out.
Dude, Xcurate is so good against everybody but Forsaken. It's so funny. I mean, granted, there, Mindfreak had just way too many things to worry about.
The pressure very nicely, not giving any opportunities for this aggressive style of PRX. Just having a good read on when they can strike, when they can get in some angles. PRX isn't expecting it. That's always, again, a problem.
Great positioning from Mizu. The fact that they, like, even with the snake bite, the fact that they want to make sure that they are ahead of that smoke is huge. Like, they understand. They understand that PRX aren't going to be happy just holding post plants.
already forcing that timeout.
All right.
I don't blame
I mean,
Alex
one
here.
timeout
He
from
needs
each
to
already.
right the ship and write it fast. Definitely see if he can maybe get him to work the map a little bit more. Maybe see if they can put the tempo down a little bit.
Yeah.
Get Forsaken to not walk in front of his brother's op.
What are you gonna do? I mean, they're brothers.
It is, yes. It is hard when you like know each other so well like that. Like day to day, you're just like, who's gonna have the better read on the other?
But I think it's also, I mean, they do have these strategies, they do have the set plans, but sometimes, perhaps, PRX.
The thing is PRX, their early couple of rounds, right? It's a result of them punishing T1's tendencies to a certain extent.
To continue pushing out all that far. You can admire the idea for Jing to try to go in for a trade, but
So curious to see what their adjustment is to force more mistakes out of T1.
It was just a bit of a tough round.
I mean, I'm sure in his
I mean,
mind,
that's the thing, yeah. Like I said earlier, you guys are entirely correct. That's what I was trying to mention earlier as well, is that once PRX starts using the timeouts, and once PRX starts adjusting back to T1 getting the tempo, can T1 also regain, right? They've also already used one timeout, so you can't just rely on the timeouts.
A little bit want to see Jing pull back there and then play a little bit further
Okay,
back,
so they're not going to push out, but they've got a trap play ready. They're going to push out early.
That's why it's
Trademark broken way early on. Because it's not a killjoy, PRX should understand that they should have a relatively easier time to break into C. This time Rossi's there with a snake bite and Odin. Got Rendezvous here as well. And they were positioned to potentially do a trap play on Mound, but no control over C. They're going to back out of it.
Playing together, not extending too much right now. They've got Waterfall. They've got the door marked.
Okay, so they know that one's in Waterfall. He's going to open this door right when they're ready to swing. But Forsaken's way past it.
Waiting for the team too.
Forsaken hears him, so this isn't going to matter. The haunt gets broken right away. Huge paranoia. Massive. Dude, and then the door and then the rendezvous. That's crazy, man. The timing here is good so far. PRX kind of has to pick and choose if they want to push out either here or here. It's going to be main. Trade for trade. That gives a timing for them to get in, but it's just an op and an Odin. Snake bite. Stent. Dude, how does he not get that kill?
Mindfreak do their job at anchoring down this spike.
Oh,
T1
man.
not able to retake. Not unlike before.
Yeah.
Overall, it was really well played.
Probably told him exactly what you were looking at in that previous round. Don't.
Overall, it was a good setup from T1, but
down, then settle in.
I mean, even the trade on main, right? Something gets won, but
that's what
PRX answers right back. It was fine up to that point.
In their reactions, Carpe having a really nice.
Yeah, Carpe was on for trades, man. And then Mindfreak shuts that down, and that suddenly kind of negates all the crossfire. Jing is so good.
Good movement there from Jing. Didn't overcommit to that angle. Didn't give Xcurate any real chance to take him down.
I doubt it. That'd be messed up if this is onto this is onto family and favorites. Just because of their results.
Trying to use that Prowler to set up Xcurate. Izu out of the air goes something.
Okay, so this time they fortify C site, right? Because that is your technically weaker site now compared to the Killjoy comp. It's either that or holding this with the op, but holding this with the op is so risky because it's so.
Forsaken again.
Wide swings just a little bit further
They're
and
all
over the
chat.
crosshair. Xcurate not able to fire off his operator. Mindfreak on the lurk this time. This is how you play Lotus. You've got the Neuro Theft as well, but Rossi coming back in to investigate. Great awareness.
My wife's making fun of my reactions. But chat, aren't my reactions justified?
He wide swung that angle, opened himself up to 2, and had to check.
Oh man, 2-on-4.
Surely anyone watching this game,
doesn't need it yet.
you're all reeling in your chairs.
Both players
Shadow stab, kind of big.
Pulls out the showstopper for
Yo,
tries to blast back away to
they didn't know where that would have gone. I mean, they could have had a guess, but the showstopper was already sent.
Off of his teammate gets the information and plays the position to perfection. 6-4, T1. The adjustments from both sides are great, but T1 still
Gets the op back.
feeling that lead.
Well,
Oh wow! Dang.
Absolutely bonkers.
That was a sick shot.
That's insanity. I don't know if there was an accidental footstep or
Very
sound
good
given
trade
over
from
by
Mizu.
Mindfreak.
No.
That's
Not like this.
just tremendous
Not
awareness
now.
there. And Forsaken, again, we're seeing
YouTube,
these
don't do this to me now.
PRX just starts to push more and more and more space on the map, but it gets to be too much too far. If Forsaken just kind of pulls back and holds a different angle, he doesn't offer himself to two potential angles that he has to worry about.
So this time it's the
That's what
pit,
ends up costing
but
him.
it's
The
still
timing
the op as well.
just too much.
I don't mind this either, right? You're trying to see if PRX does try to just fish out some information here, just because that would mean that the pit would mean that the rest of C site is weak, and they have Raze and Jet. So you're trying to see if they maybe try to do a deep dive into the site. You had the op there early, but you see the push in. You know that it's a half buy here on the side of PRX. It's an early rotate. They need to hold on. Yeah, they need to hold on to Tree because the op's here now. So Tree's the most important part now. Trademark, so now they know. The thing is they know he's there, but they have no idea where he's gonna go, man. I can't believe he just walks forward. That's crazy. So Rossi's gonna cut this off. So now they know. So that's why Excurit's gonna think about looking back here. They decide they're gonna smoke this off, or that has been smoked off rather.
Forsaken's got to watch out for Rossi. Oh, good dink.
So they push forward, and now they have, because Rossi makes the call.
Wow.
Very well done.
He knows.
He knows. He's been pretty good at reading. Just because he's losing to his brother sometimes in the duels doesn't mean he hasn't read it pretty damn well.
Good round. Good round.
Good grasp.
I mean, it's both Susantos for sure.
I love it.
Izu's playing well.
But one of the concerns I have,
The thing I love about both Susantos, and I think that's what makes them so good, is that they never lose confidence.
to pop off with the op,
Right?
he's
Like
gonna knock you
they
down.
always
And
play
they're
as
not
if they're
swinging
winning
off
the
that
duel no
Steer's
matter
angle.
what.
Or at
Now
least,
both
you
of
know, they're
them,
not
that
finding
does
the
mean
right
they
timing
overheat every
after
now and
smoking
then,
it off,
but
that
it's
Excurit
also
isn't
not like
allowed
they
to punish
overheat
it.
all the time.
They are on a buy and they are on B.
Okay, so this time it's just a fast hit. Right, they've been trying for the lurks. Now the Nightfall is huge. You saw both lines. Good transfer as well, but they've already been decayed.
And it's just, it stills the rest of the T1 squad. with so much
Paranoia and
confidence.
everything,
Just push out
all
and
used just to
decimate
isolate
PRX.
everyone.
And it's this toxic screen that cuts off the front line
Good
players
back
of
out from
PRX
Rossi.
again, and they don't have any ability to
Right,
help
so now
off
they
the
can
back of
stay
it quick
grouped
enough, and
5v2. No reason to let them kind of take spot by spot. Shroud step just to see if there's a reaction.
We saw it earlier. Jing died trying to plant the spike, but they're still able to recover the round. But this time, I don't.
Oh, Mind Freak. Do they still suspect it? They do. Wow. Dude, Carpe's been looking actually really solid this game. I wasn't a big Carpe believer during kickoff. Like, I know he had some clutch moments. I know he had some sick multi-kills, but
I mean, just think about how
I
it
wasn't a
happens
big
again.
believer. But his positioning, his trading, his reads,
Got all of these players from the side of T1.
so far
and
this
they
game
are
have been
just
very good. Like, his
prepared
IGLing was
to
fine, I
toss
think,
all
at
of
kickoff,
these,
but
haymakers against PRX. that
Monyet's
might
coming back to
fall
Korea,
in the
Alex said,
toxic screen that you
soon.
were
He
mentioning,
took this opportunity to finish, focus a little bit more on his studies and wrap a couple things up on his studies.
Look how fast.
So hopefully we get to see him in some capacity, one place or another.
All right, take a look at the first. He knew that one was coming in from defender spawn, and that's why he turned around. But yeah, 3 players coming out from
The other thing T1 has learned,
8-4 at the end of the first
you know,
half.
and Coach Solo talked about this in the coach video.
All it took was that one time out. They were
Um,
pretty well on track after that.
right, Solo talked
Great
about
recognition there by
all
Autumn,
he
even
told
after
Gen
winning a
G
round, that they needed adjustments,
in the
that they needed
finals
to
was just
kinda take the
trade,
fight to
right?
PRX at times.
just trade. Just be prepared to
Get
trade.
themselves into better
T1's learning that as
positions,
well.
use
They're
their
not.
utility to
They're
their
trying to make sure
advantage.
they don't just like peek out one by one.
Cut up PRX piece by piece.
What is
We certainly have made a bit of paper
Would
mache
love for-
out of PRX so far.
What is?
It's the Matryoshka Jing? Like, what is that?
The Russian doll.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does, you know, feel as though PRX takes a little bit of time to adjust around.
I mean,
this,
Carpe. My favorite clip of Carpe is when they're playing Gen G last year in Pacific,
so much that they have to kind of work around.
and he gets that clutch with the Sheriff on Ascent A Heaven. But right before he lands the last kill on God Dead, he just reloads. He peeks in. He peeks back into the wall. He reloads the Sheriff, and he tells his team, "I'll win."
watching for something as he
Literally does the "nah, I'd win" meme in real life and actually wins it. Like, damn, that's a moment, man.
You know, some of the other players from PRX, there's still a little bit of an adjustment period.
Yeah, there's very few rounds.
Oh, you guys,
that
I'll
T1
find
was
it during the
really
break
cool.
if I can.
They read things pretty well for the most part. Took some pretty spectacular plays from PRX to really dislodge X-Curate.
He does say it in Korean, but they had it in a highlight clip with subtitles as well.
Some of those kills Izu has gotten have been really flashy. So you gotta like what you're seeing for T1. And now over to the attacker side. Again, generally this map, that's the side you're gonna favor.
All right, because it's double duelist, no fade. You gotta expect the mound to push instead of rubble. They're ready for it. They've antied. They've all antied.
Oh, I don't know how
the jump forward is a little ambitious.
Able to trade off for Jing, but unfortunately that Sheriff has been dropped. X-Curate now on the other side.
Does he expect a second though? No, they don't expect a second. Oh my!
On the other side with the classic. Peeks out to the right.
He's reloading. He's reloading.
Reload.
It's a 2v2. Oh no! He's out of bullets.
The swings, and all of a sudden Rossi, cold and alone, feels the pressure, needs to get the spike down at the very least. He has the timing for it. But PRX has the numbers.
Sheriff gonna be grabbed by.
I like the wraparound to see.
Big chunk of healing. That could be a very important factor into how this round.
Right, because the most reasonable would have been a B or an A plant.
Gambled incorrectly here. This is gonna take some time.
Okay. Oh, I like it. Oh, and they're pinging this way.
So
oh, okay. They're saying that's the way he went.
In this very situation, you can sense the
oh no, that's T1. They're calling for that. I don't know why I thought that was PRX's pings. So I like that though, right? It clears that. It's planted for Heaven. This way he can reposition.
Gonna hear the footsteps, so.
Oh, that. Oh.
Something with the swing, just the widest peak.
Dude, that was like something just activated like his magnetic abilities, and he just drew the crosshair across the screen until Devi got there. That's messed up, man.
That's hard, man. I mean, you know, you expect him to stop, right, at some point?
Yeah.
But he just keeps going. You expect him to try to shoot back.
Oh, that's so funny.
You know, you got to stop to get the aim steady to this game. Devi is just waiting. He knows it.
We're having fun.
That's all according to plan there. He's like, I'm just going to keep going, Devi. You swing.
Uh-oh.
On the back of it,
it's
if
Carpe.
contact and get the kill.
This time it's Carpe. The admin's next to Carpe's PC.
A bit of a tech pause again. As the player's trying to correct.
Yeah, exactly. If something had stopped at all in the middle of that swing, he would have died.
PRX coming back in with this pistol. They are now 8-5, able to buy back up on the next.
No, it's not Rossi, guys. We'll be okay. Nothing against Rossi, but he was the icon of the curse.
During Pacific things of pushing out defense, T1 just not quite.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. These are only things that happen in Pacific, it feels like sometimes. I mean, this is what makes Pacific so fun, is we're a little off the rails. And that's a good thing. I mean, come on.
The fix is it? Oh, wait. They're checking something over here, too.
Madrid were Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, it works for us, all right?
Still waiting for the one team to, you know, possibly Shanghai or Champions Korea, maybe.
It's happening this year.
It has to.
Look, this is all right. I'm just coming out there.
I mean, I think this it's a good year, but
either Shanghai or in Seoul.
Oh man, to be fair, Shanghai and Seoul would give
lifts a trophy this year.
Very high potential. Well, Shanghai 100% because there would be 3 Chinese teams, but there's high potential for home crowd advantage as well, right? So there's that as well. I know we had an Asia event in Zeta in Tokyo, but Zeta wasn't there. So
I think it's also just really lovely to see how, you know,
dude, he's watching both.
They haven't had that
I mean,
much
respect, man. The commitment to Wolves. I'll give it to him. I'll give it to TMV.
Forsaken peeks out of pillars. Mind Freak tucks and hides underneath that box where he actually is able to peek out and, you know, collect on a few more kills.
Yeah, there's these extra layers to what PRX does that makes them so.
Well, we're back in the
tricky,
casters,
right?
chat. How's everyone doing?
It feels like they're kind of just W keying at you. Like, obviously, that's their motto. but they actually kind of don't at the same time.
One piece of broccoli didn't get grinded up,
somebody's
chat.
gonna W key at you, but there's plans behind it. Like you can see
Now I
in
have
that
to
pistol
eat just
round,
raw
right?
broccoli.
Something's pushing way out there, but he's quick to react to be like, "Oops, I overdid it," and he still has the dash, so he can piece out. But then there's the other side of it coming, and then there's another layer to it because, like you said, there's the Forsaken there, and then Mind Freak as well, and they hide it. So there's actually a lot of strategy that goes into what PRX does. People kind of meme on this team, and it kind of makes me a little bit upset in a way because there's actually quite.
Are they going to use the venue? You mean the one they're using for VCT CN? I don't know. Maybe they'd use it for like groups and stuff. I'm sure they'd have a separate venue for like playoffs.
I was gonna say a duck. You know, ducks are like really smooth on top of the water, and it looks like they're just, you know, like and then underneath
floating.
But underneath, it's like
they're actually paddling.
Yeah, but it's not quite right. That's not good enough.
I'll take it actually. Or you know, there's that picture of the iceberg where like underneath.
Yes.
Yeah, there's actually a lot more.
It looks shallow, but it's actually quite deep. I think that's better. I like yours better.
No, I like the duck because ham quack.
That's fair. You know, it didn't even occur to me until just now.
But yeah, I mean, that's exactly what PRX has, but whether or not they can actually convert that pistol win into even more rounds, that's still something that we have yet to see, because another thing that they're always known to do is to sometimes overheat a little bit too much. T1 definitely shows that, you know, today they have a lot of these set plans, they have a lot of counter strategies and prepared against PRX.
Yeah, and T1 is happy to brawl too. Like, if that's what it comes down to, then T1's got the players to do it.
I think it would be funny to have pros have to fly a boat to get. Wait, what?
So it's just a matter
fly
of getting
a
yourself in the
boat?
right places at the right time, reading things correctly.
What?
So the first half, absolutely, they had a good
How are the
rhythm.
Wolves doing, man? I want Wolves to do well, not because they're the
Since
Wolves.
this new roster was put together, you can see why. And I mean, obviously, X-Curate's a big part of it on that chamber. He has so many sightlines and options to really utilize that agent to its fullest, and I'm thinking maybe some other teams.
I do wish I could catch more China live, but
I mean, you can really see
it's always going to
how they
overlap
make
with
use of that
Pacific.
operator a lot, chamber especially, and you know, we're always talking about how we want to see more teams pick up the chamber. Maybe
Dude, there's no way though. Why is it T1, man? Like, there's no way, dude. This the curse is just too real.
How to make use of this? How to use that rendezvous with the trademark?
It's just too
He
real.
really puts himself in these positions where he marks a lot of these angles, and it makes it a little bit oppressing for some of the PRX players.
Yeah, but TMV is always malding, isn't it? Show me a match where TMV isn't malding.
Again, PRX doesn't account for it enough, right?
Show me a match where TMV isn't malding.
It's hard. It's hard. Yeah. It's hard. Like, because like eventually you're gonna run out of utility. You know what I mean? If
A weekly ferry, really? Pitcairn is a remote island, middle of nowhere. Only accessible through a weekly ferry.
There were a few opportunities for PRX,
Huh.
a little bit more to try to make them.
Wolves aren't playing well? That's unfortunate.
But I think a lot of teams can run chamber on this map.
I tried to tell TMV that I have hopes for Wolves, and he told me I was trolling. Maybe he was right.
Throw the double operator, throw it over to depth. Look, I think Chamber's just fine on most maps. I think Ascent is about the only map where I'm just like, well, I think you're mostly better off playing a Killjoy no matter who you are.
Dude, tomorrow is...
I'll be curious to see. I mean, Alex did hint during the desk that they
Wait.
do have a Chamber comp somewhere.
Who's
trying to
gonna
think what map it could be Bind maybe, but
who's going to be the one playing the chamber?
I think Forsaken.
And, you know, I kind of wish I had a Chef Toke.
Wait, why won't the Team Secret RQ match show up on VLR?
Well,
Forsaken Chamber versus X-Curate's Chamber.
I mean, that would be
What's
just a dream. I mean, that's everybody in the world will lose their mind, and that's okay. That's a good thing.
Am I crazy? I'm crazy. No, it's there.
Excuse me. Something plays a lot of Gecko, so you can
TSRQ tomorrow and then GEDRX. I'm looking ahead to the matches I'm going to be casting tomorrow.
Eye on the sky, and then
The thing is Team Secret, they're probably going to look better than they did against CRX. So
you never quite know,
could
but
be a,
the fact that there is that
could be a tough game. I think RQ, I'm going to favor RQ, but RQ is such a big question mark at this point. DRX versus G, though.
Back into, you know, peak form.
And DRX takes that.
To take on the whole VCT Pacific.
Dude, that's crazy that there's no way to get there on a plane. Okay, it's fixed. It's fixed. They're doing fist bumps. We're back in the game.
During the interview.
It does take a little bit of time. I mean, I'm sure Jing is just, you know, still reacclimating back to being in a different country, being back with the team. It's a bit of a reunion,
Okay,
but at the same
Eco
time,
for
there is work to be
T1.
done. There's that rendezvous. What a
Dude, Jing with the Outlaw.
It is going to be Jing
That's
with the
not normal.
The Outlaw here. You kind of expect
That
the Vandal and the
wait, that's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Between those two players, so kind of an interesting.
That's a crazy
idea coming through. T1's going to try to flood.
Oh.
Only one.
Okay.
Just in terms of preference players.
Oh, the crossfire is just too good. Okay, they got one. It's not a flawless.
As T1 tries to barrel through, but Devi shovels them down.
Are you casting both? Yeah, for Pacific, we always just do full days of either casting or desking. So,
a little bit more money.
Casting the matches tomorrow and Tuesday.
We saw this earlier not go so
Next
hot.
week, I'll be on the desk a little bit, casting a little bit. We bounce back and forth. But after today, I'm on almost every day.
There, just a little bit off, and that second shot does kick. Outlaw can be a bit of a mule.
In we go.
So decent weaponry
Okay,
available for
dude, the
PRX.
op out, the op against the outlaw with no armor. You're insane.
But it's still enough information to know that
that's crazy. Extra just has full faith that he's gonna get the first kill. Oh, dude, they're getting routed so hard. Look at how much space that PRX has already cleared. They've cleared everything. Okay. That's a fast clear. That's not even a collab. He just gets it on the spray.
A bit of a skewer and 2 hits just get pierced.
What?
Now the 3 of them remaining T1 players pushing down into defender spawn.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, where's the support? Izu's there.
Trying to be vocal about what he needs. The rest
Oh no,
of
the paranoia. The paranoia.
Support, but Jake just with
The no scope.
Tap on the brakes a little bit. Hide inside of this dark cover provided by Mind Freak. And
dude.
the defuse all the way through. Excret has to peek out, but
like I don't understand. If those are the positions they're gonna hold, why is it planted there? I don't understand.
When PRX takes you
I
to
don't
school.
understand.
Bonus round collected.
I mean, I'm speechless. Sometimes I feel after I feel like I've seen it all with PRX. Something does this.
That was like...
Please explain. Please explain. Nice! It's unreal. A great post plant there from Mind Freak, holding in that smoke. And then when
Yeah, dude, like they planted force sight and a little bit of waterfall spam, and then they took this and waterfall.
It does cost them
when they knew that there was a push out and they saw the door being open. Like, so I get it. So the door was open. So I mean, like I get that T1 was basically rushing because they weren't sure exactly how many people were opening the door here. So I think they just wanted to plant while they tried to cut off the backup. They didn't realize that everyone was coming in from main, I guess. But man.
Tripwires. They know that Forsaken's right around the corner. Didn't quite expect him to peek out at that time, though. Takes down Carpe. A couple more players going his way. Izu with a Sheriff able to cut down Forsaken at his knees.
Spikes down. They do get it back. The big deal here is going to be Excurate.
Oh, tries to peek out.
Great patience.
Excurate's still on the bit of that flank.
Dude, Mind Freak, I thought was going to have that for sure. The jiggle, there you go. Huge, huge, dude. The jiggle and then the peak for Devi is massive.
Feeling a bit of the pressure, tries to hop away. Has to paint.
Okay, they have the crossfire. Nice.
But the entire site engulfed
I mean,
in smoke. Izu with
this game, dude. Somebody get. Okay, Ross got the op.
Unreal. Chaos.
IRL
That's
stream.
the best word to describe
That would be fun.
Chaos. And that you wouldn't have any other way playing against PRX.
No kidding.
I mean,
dude, this kill. Mind Freak was, and this, the jiggle and then the wide swing to check for a double.
T1 is so quick to punish. Excurate looking like his brother. Remember his brother just running people over on the other side of the map, winning duels you don't think he's going to have any business winning. And he just does it right back to him.
Big timeout from PRX.
I mean,
T1's gotta. The thing is T1 has to have the read on PRX's timeout here. Because if PRX gains some momentum, I don't think T1's gonna call a timeout in time.
Another thing that I do want to point out is, interestingly enough, T1 has these setups on the C side where they make use of Rossi and Izu's smokes. You got that poison cloud right next to Izu's dark cover, and it just provides that much more, you know, it's a lot more oppressive for a player like Jing to have to peek into them.
No doubt. You're absolutely right. That was a really rough spot for Jing. He's trying to do what he can to use his paint shells to clear that space that you're talking about, but didn't really happen. Now you're
He was doing one, oh, like when he was not casting, when he's like on the desk and stuff?
For Jing.
The big guns.
Divide has.
Yeah, that could be fun. I might turn one on. The funny thing is, I actually have video footage from Kickoff as well as AVL
Well, if it's any
to potentially make into a vlog, but Kickoff kind of fell apart because the first day we had that tech pause, and I was like, well, this ain't really gonna do much.
You know, you can't really just.
But it's also just such a hassle to always like edit a vlog. So maybe some short IRL streams during breaks and stuff, or like if I'm on the desk. It'll be fun.
Somewhere on the map, something around Mound being marked by Saya player of all things. There's that rocket. It's just
Bit of a miss on that step, but
now that that rocket has been spent, the rest of Paper X are
well, at first,
let's rotate over to defend another part of the map. It's gonna be that
at first, when the pause happened at kickoff, I was like, well, you know, it'd be kind of fun to show what we do during tech pauses. And then it happened to be 3 to 4 hours, and I was like, I don't even care, man. Get me home.
5 HP left. No way to heal that up. Gonna have to try to bully your way through X Curate.
Stairs though.
Yeah, Divide's got to be so careful.
Izu's they're trying not
Right,
to
the smoke.
tell Paper X what they're doing.
Something's all alone. So Devi's gonna have a timing here. As soon as something gets a jump. But dude, he doesn't pop flash. That's insane.
Looks for the third. 1, 2, and 3. The fourth for Jade. Paper X 9-8.
Uncle Divide getting it done there. Great timing. Look, he calls himself Uncle, so I'm allowed to as well. That's my logic there. I mean, this is just great timing from him to find this. You know, that's first of all a great shot from X Curate, hitting the jiggle peeking something, and then the timing here to get.
No, exactly. I thought he was gonna pop flash, but he just swings on it, which is the. I mean, that is the better play in that situation. I mean, not just in hindsight, but.
You know, he's.
Right, gives you the element of surprise, gives you the tempo.
Looks like Alex almost lost his
no way! Wow.
Oh, Saya still gets it off, actually, which is, in some ways, the more impressive part, I think. Bombs? T1?
The go signal, along with the Seekers. Forsaken, 2 kills from that Phantom.
X-Curate's like, come on, guys.
Trying to retrieve the spike, but he's got so many targets. There
Classic Jing experience.
What a return.
Love it. It's just like coming back home to mom's cooking, man. You know, like seeing Jing use that, land on a blast pack, and then hit your head.
I mean, this game is insane.
Nuts. This push out on the back of these Seekers. I mean, this is
what happens during a tech pause? It's a lot of sitting around.
About Paper X when
it's a lot of sitting around.
On the sky is the way they
losing our minds. Sometimes, like, you know, wondering if we have to get back on to fill for time.
That time you saw it with Seekers. He's great at setting up his duelists with flashes, setting up himself with flashes. Just such a.
It's a lot of trying to find more snacks to stay awake. Things like that. Dude, Paper X is starting to set up more and more traps, right? Yeah, because they look. Here's what Paper X is doing though. Paper X is they just wrecked T1 like 2 rounds in a row, and they realize even that last round that T1 is starting to rush in to try to keep up in the tempo. Because T1, the funny thing is T1 being able to keep up in tempo a little bit actually hurts them because they end up going hard in the paint for that. So Paper X starts to set up these trap plays, and T1 just isn't clearing them as methodically as you would want because they're afraid of getting, you know, hit on the offbeat, right? They're afraid of getting outpaced a little bit.
From the shadows if things don't look great, and that's why I think part of the reason that Paper X is spreading the map like they are, but some of that attention paid over there. Saya player.
Huge positioning, but now that was the raise, Mindfreak's going to be ready for this.
30 seconds
They didn't paint shell the back. They didn't.
He has been stepping up. He showed what he's capable of in Madrid, and now he's coming back in to collect on 3 more skulls. As T1 drops to the ground, it's 10-9 now. Paper X have won 3 rounds in a row. The streak is starting to build.
Well, remember when I said I had the Paper X script? They start slow, then they come back.
Man, I mean, we were talking about it too, right, chat?
This is the
It's a question of can T1 close it out? They've often had strong starts against Paper X.
It's just amazing. Now you got an Outlaw here, knowing that it's going to be a weaker buy with the Blade Storms as well for something. Love this little cheeky purchase.
It's all across half armor. It's just such great game sense and awareness. The toxic screen, you know, might just give them a bit of a...
Oh man, Izu gets caught and the stream lags.
Try stop draft away, but
not sure exactly how any of that happened, but it happened. Dude, stream, please. Come on.
Really?
Why is the YouTube stream?
Wow, committing into
this was happening yesterday too.
They're down to 5 HP though. They have to be a little bit careful. At least the trails will alert them as to where some of these PRX players are positioned, but they had no idea. A couple more coming through the door.
He needed that kill.
T1,
That's the
unfortunately,
pit.
not quite able to secure it. They had the Viper's Pit up and everything. You could see the idea that they wanted to go for.
Yeah, but I honestly think that's maybe the biggest thing that hurts T1.
To deal with this aggression from PRX.
Well, and I think
You gotta be kidding me, chat.
that's part of what PRX is waiting for their timing on this retake flood. They know that they're trying to get that Viper's Pit online, so they know who's planting it. They know what the idea is, and then there's that timing after he plants it where he has to throw the Viper's Pit down. That takes a couple seconds. That's a perfect opportunity to exploit
Oh my gosh.
the timing there. That's just brilliant. Actually, that's really, really smart from PRX, guys.
Chat. We're going to the Korean
That's
stream.
Like, they knew what they were doing there.
We say that it's aggression, and yeah, it's
Because this is broken.
아, 아니죠. 그럼 큰일 나죠. 네. 그래서 선수들 화면만 볼 수 있는.
네. 저 모니터 안에 선수들의 화면이 분할로 돼 있고 선수들의 콜들이 들립니다.
네. 상대 선수 건 당연히 못 보고요. 본인들
Apologies on
본인 팀 선수들의
on the audio.
화면만 봅니다. 자, 3연패 T1 21번째 라운드입니다.
But bear with the Korean cast for me.
어떻게 보면 이제 쐐기가 되는 라운드라고 할 수 있는 상황이 됐죠. 아니 지금 주머니에 돈이 너무 많습니다. 페이퍼렉스. 그 와중에 또 저지를
We'll check out the English stream again after the break. Yesterday I was having some issues and then it was fine for the last map.
다음 라운드에 힘이 빠지게 됩니다.
유일한 변수가 우리가 PRX가 했던 것처럼 미드 찌르는 거.
Oh, attack up. Something's got Blazestorm and the Judge. Dude, and they're prepped for B, man.
이걸 보고 있긴 하거든요.
그냥 너무 쉽게 나오진 않을 건데요. 자, 굿을 가져갑니다. 일단 데미 장식을 최대한 끌어올리자. 킬 가져가면 데미
Trying to break the Cypher util early. He doesn't clear either one though. So they gotta watch out if they do want to go in, and it's for the box as well. Okay, but actually that paranoia kind of gives the cue for T1 to start taking over Rubble. And Saya should be wary of the lurk as well, right? So it's gonna be a timing thing. It's gonna be a timing thing between something and Saya. Oh, he checks him. I don't think something spotted him though. Maybe he did. I'm not sure. It didn't seem like it. So now if they can just hold on, they... Oh man, Mind Freak exits that. Okay, but he's tied him up. Now he doesn't expect the Judge, but Saya, he's just holding on to it. His teammates have to stay alive on the site for a bit longer. Execute it, good kill. Saya still... Dude, Saya kept something tied the entire time. How did something get that kill? He hears him. Oh, they have no idea. Oh, now he does. Oh, man. Okay, they need to get out without losing weapons, though. Big round save from Saya.
A로 올려라. 그리고 B 허리까지
10-11.
판을 만들었습니다.
너무 천금 같은 라운드를 T1이 가져와.
Oh man, I mean so much info, so much time gained by Saya. Just overall, right? His lurk on C. He escapes from the trap play. He's ready for the potential lurk. He actually spots the jump peak. Like everything goes perfectly correctly for Saya.
something. 저지 구매하면서 남겨놨던 노잣돈으로 구매했거든요.
Okay, they're aware of the push out. Now, do they know that the op is there, though? Or even that the op has been purchased? I mean, surely you suspect it because it's double duelist, it's a jet, it's a something.
자, 일부러 함정 뒤늦게 설치합니다. 이런 식으로. 그러니까 저게 무서운 거예요.
Man. So now it's really hard to ever go back, right? So PRX can start shifting their weight because something can just sit there. He's still got Tailwind as well. They've already spent their paint shells. Dude, these trips are... Oh, these trips are... Dude, Forsaken has some nasty trips. Like, he's got the crisscross for the for the raises sometimes up in the sky.
이미 A는 썸띵에게 맡겨두고 있습니다.
자, 문 닫히고 아마 다바이가 체크를 하겠죠.
다바이와 카르페의 중요한 싸움.
그냥 와라?
Yeah, but this smoke is kind of telling, right?
자. 와! 이러면 더 이상 시간이 안 돼요.
미래가 어두워졌습니다.
가야 되는데 저 함정.
I mean, you can't save here because it's map point, but oh, that paranoia is massive, and the trips, they haven't cleared it. Oh man.
매치 포인트. PRX입니다.
네, 역시
Dude, just imagine, man, just a couple of these rounds. Just like one round out of these four where T1 doesn't try to just outpace PRX. I really think that hurts them so much. Like, they can up to a certain point, but you can't commit to that round to round. PRX will always win out. That's their home ground. It just comes at a cost because like T1's also so confident. They're also so willing to fight. They play a very skirmish style. Right? That's their philosophy in Valorant. And so I get it. I get it. That's your strength as well when it's other teams, but
명확해요. 명확해요. 점픽이냐 어디냐?
okay. They shove him out. That's good. They push back B main. Spots the cam as well.
아직 시간 충분한 T1. 근데 이것만으로도 자네 지역에 어떤 액션이 있다면 거긴 꼬리야라는 거를
No more trips on C, so that's good. Still have paint shells as well.
썸띵이라면 나올 거다. 누군가는 나온다. PRX라면.
자. 근데 생각보다 PRX가 A 쪽에
But they haven't actually made any more movement on C or B, right? So now they're going to send him back. Because the most logical thing would be that you had no information on A, you still held B, and despite being pushed out here, they didn't, so they're just holding that with the op. 30 seconds. These three just have to hold huge paranoia. That's all of them. Okay. The trades are just better on PRX. Dude, how does Jing do it, man?
역시 징의 레이즈는 속도감이 다릅니다. 맞습니다. 와. 그리고 썸띵의 변수 창출도 있었고 포세이큰의 판을 아우르는 초반에 형의 뒤를 아주 집요하게 파고들었습니다.
How does T1 get close every time and they just can't do it? They just can't. Dude, Jing's peaks, the satchel peaks are so good. Like he like controls exactly how much friction he gets against the ground. It's crazy. Oh man, that's so unfortunate. Let me check the English stream. The Korean just saying, "This is Valorant. This is some good Valorant."
And then just something, not the player, but the ideas in their head change. I think they just turn it on. It comes from Coach Alex after around 17 timeout. So
We're catching up here.
What exactly happened? How did Alex write everything, and how did PRX come back?
They always run out of fuel.
Once again, remains unshaken as one of the teams here. And continuing on Lotus, I know T1 has been working on Lotus so long.
Damn, there were a lot of you believers for T1, it looks like.
Yeah, but this is a loss now on Lotus for the side of T1. I think that takes them to 70.
Sorry to hear.
This is the third time they played it. Anyway, I'm not going to try to do maps. This was a good map here between both of these teams. Honestly, a bit of a refresher after a fairly rough opening series. This was very much back and forth. Great star-studded plays, some fantastic clutches from both squads coming through there. Can we just go to Bind now? I want to keep watching the game.
All right. Predictions for Bind.
Again, there was that point where we're talking
Get
about
him
how
in.
he's going to reintegrate with the team, but he's just doing his own thing, and the timing's still there here. For
Oh, let's
PRX,
see
so
it.
it's
Is that what I was
working
talking
so well for
about?
them. That being said as well, Forsaken, talking about how under the weather he is, he's not. He's getting 3K every single round.
Yeah, it's this one, but you got to get the comms of it.
I think it's worth noting, you know, every time we look
Because
at
during
his
the live cast, we talked over the replay as well, because
energetic as we normally see
I didn't
him, but it's
realize that
almost like
it
him
was
being
sick
sick,
comms.
he's highly focused on just
Let me see if I can find it for you.
and that's exactly what he did, especially as a Sentinel MVP here. Again, not entirely surprising. It is Forsaken, after all. The tempo that we know and love about PRX definitely came.
Do you think
to
Monyet
full
would be a
play
good
here.
fit
We
for
did see them
RQ?
Play in Madrid, but when you insert Jing here, it seems that everything
I mean,
just a lot more natural.
Yeah,
understandably.
This is kind of what I thought was going to
I
happen.
mean, he would do fine on RQ. It's just that, like, would it be a strict upgrade? No, right? Like, even as duelist or controller? Because they have Xfero, so...
He's just going to look like Jing. Like, I just
Chat,
feel
why
like
is
he's gonna
YouTube
come in, he's
being
gonna
like
have a
this?
fantastic first day, maybe stumble a little bit in the future, but I think that...
So I don't know if you can say that he would be a good fit. Chat, is this just me?
He's got the excitement behind him.
Is it really
He's
just
right
me?
back on stage in a very comfortable position, and that very much shined through here. As we'll take a look back at Forsaken getting that ace. Just
Or is it
absolutely
everybody?
incredible from him.
I guess most people
but
are co-streaming
yeah,
off of
Jing
Twitch,
was
though,
looking
so
at
maybe it
something
is just
as well,
me.
Heating up way faster in this set. A little bit of a slower beginning for him, but then I just started really taking over as well.
Yeah, Mindfreak also just kind of, I think, bringing that energy that we saw from him in Madrid, and it's still kind of here. Still getting a couple of those multi-kills.
But where is that? T1, Carpe, Valorant, Clutch,
onto Mount, as you can see there.
Gen.G.
So that kind of thing just kind of evens out what we saw here. That PRX.
It should be on the official page, actually.
We do have to talk about Xcure too. He was incredible on this map as Chamber.
I can't use Twitch because I can only get 720p because Twitch doesn't exist in Korea anymore. Although in the future, maybe I really do just have to use a VPN on my main PC. The stream will still just go through Korean internet, but
This was really, really good. I think for the side of T1, though, I mean, another shout-out has to go over to Saya player, who is putting up some pretty damn incredible figures in his own right. But one of
I
the
don't
things
even
that
know
was
how
very
I would
much
find this.
initially for T1 was
Chat, if I find it,
somebody that we've really
I'll
come to
post it.
rely on for
I don't know
T1,
where it is.
wasn't finding too much success there for the longest. I think he went like 0-6-1.
Is there an English stream on on Africa?
Finally get a kill on the board. If Izu is firing,
I don't think there
like
is.
we normally see him, this very well is very likely a different result. It's probably T1 being able to take that map. So I think that now you have that bit of a warm up out of the way, shake off the loss, and get focused up to get ready to go into Bind.
Yes, completely agree with you on Izu there. Now, Bind, even if PRX has only shown it
I mean, the
once
Korean
during
stream we can
kickoff,
watch on.
we've seen the Jing Bind so many times. And the last time we saw it, I think it might have been Champions. We're excluding AVL here. Champions last year, where they did a last-minute composition change. So I wonder now what kind of bind we're going to see them. T1, on the other hand, Coach Autumn did an interview with the Korean desk, and
Oh yeah, they would have done a coach interview there.
he mentioned that he felt that he was happy to see Gen.G make it to the top 3, but they also feel they're a stronger team than Gen.G. And
Damn.
what happened between Gen.G and PRX both times.
Yeah,
bold statement there.
I mean,
Stronger than Gen.G. That's a bold statement.
Definitely you'd much rather see a team have confidence in themselves than to not. So
I mean, that's true.
Obviously,
But it's one of those things where it's like, well, you also just you didn't need to say that, right?
But yeah, maybe feeling like they would have been able to finish off that grand finals had they been able to qualify. But for now, this is going to be their first hurdle. The first thing that's blocking them from getting those championship points that have eluded them so far.
I think right now the main event.
Yeah, I can't find this highlight. It's crazy.
PRX
There, it's out there somewhere.
They're bind. On T1's bind.
Yep.
So, yeah. All right, it's game time. It's our game time.
Oh.
I thought it was match time.
We keep de-ranking Achilles. It's a guessing game.
Oh, dude, my boy Berlin is cooking with triple controller on which map?
50. Like, this is just a random Like, we don't know. This is so hard to predict.
Which team will go on a timeout first?
My prediction here
It's
is
PRX.
You know, PRX, they kind of go on a slow start, so I feel like
It's
Alex is
PRX.
the one's gonna chill
For
guys,
sure.
timeout, then they're gonna start bringing in the rounds.
On Lotus, really? Dude, I love Berlin, man.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do it. Let's figure it out.
Oh, there is an English stream on Africa.
I'm in agreement. So then we just show
Oh.
it.
All right, let's show it. Is back now, but Jing
Okay,
is
we're
definitely
all
not
saying it's
ever
gonna be
stop
PRX.
Alex from doing timeouts. In fact, it's usually Jing.
There we go. That's great. This is great.
This is our vote. I don't know how
This
you
is
guys
perfect.
feel
Thank
at
you,
home.
chat.
I mean, I think this surely has to go one of two ways. It's either it's T1 calling it because PRX come out swinging, they look like gods on bind, and T1 really needs to pump the brakes and try to stop things. I think we actually saw a
PRX
lot
for
of
sure,
maybe
dude. Calls the first time
first
out.
there on Lotus, and it was after that round win, I think to tie things at 3-3. But things were just a
What?
little
On
bit
Icebox?
shaky.
No,
So
Lotus.
It's either that or it's T1.
That-
having a
well,
really
if you're
good
talking about the
first round,
FPX game, apparently Lotus. Our next map is Bind.
And PRX are not sticking to their game plan, and Alex immediately is trying to intervene and tell them to turn their brains off again.
Yeah.
So
I can imagine an overheating situation.
looks like
early
most
on.
people agree with us.
Oh,
yeah.
69% of people agree with us. Cool.
Well,
nice.
We'll see.
Yeah. All right. Well, what kind of agent picks? We've seen various iterations. We saw
Okay.
the kickoff composition. We saw Euro there, but you know,
Oh,
we've
is
seen
VLR bugged?
various forms
Happens,
of double
happens.
duelists coming from PRX. And T1, are we also going to see a double duelist from them? How are you guys feeling about this? I know this is as unpredictable as the question we just got, but
I mean, T1 could go with the double duelist. They could play the Yoru. I mean, we've seen that from them on Breeze. Isu does play Yoru. I think that they're probably the most likely
Bind?
to play it, surprisingly. Because I think that if you're going to just come back into this,
What's it gonna
with
be?
Jing not having played for a while, I think trying to run the Yoru,
I don't-
raise composition.
I don't think
right
they'll
off the
play the
bat, I think
Yoru.
that's a bridge too far. I think you need to just.
I wonder if they just go back to their own zoo comp in the past. And the big question for PRX is, do they still play the Reyna?
The Reyna comp again alongside the Rays. I think that would make much more sense.
Welcome back, my lord.
And I mean,
What?
The leader
EJ's
support
not
for
here.
Jing just allows him to do, those aggressive double satchels again. So anything that kind of supports the homecoming of Jing, probably definitely going to be something to watch out for there.
Dude,
Izu
that is a drawing.
He's just super comfortable on the Yoru, so might as well just bring it out if they want to do so. It's pretty strong, but not going to happen.
Yeah, it is Harbor. It's Harbor, Gecko, Sky, Rays. Yep.
Nailed it.
Right. Okay,
Wait.
we've seen this before.
Yes.
We've seen floating code
Yes.
from Forsaken as a harbor.
PRX is going to play the Reyna comp.
But now there's another hard
T1's playing their own zoo comp.
It was already chaotic before when you had the sky smokes thrown down because you're typically going to be.
They were the first team to bring out the Gecko in Pacific last year. And Bind was the map. Bind was the map that they did it in.
The Harbor Brothers are on Bind. We're going to go over to our casters, Quack and Paperthin, who are definitely going to have a lot of fun with this.
It used to be piloted very well. We'll see if it continues.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Achilles, and Asteroid. And Achilles just predicts the agent composition, the agent picks to perfection. I mean, this is exactly what we have. And Victoria's right, too. The Battle of the Brothers on the harbor.
Izu on the sky, though.
I mean, I've always been a big fan of Forsaken on the harbor. I love
See.
the way he plays it.
See how
He's
that
very
works out.
creative, with the way he uses his cascades and high tides in particular. We'll just give him a pass on some of those coves, but overall, I think he's really tricky to deal with because he almost plays.
The
it
real
more
question
like
is
a
are you ready for the Reyna, right?
Sometimes.
We'll do it and see.
Use those cascades to set himself up to kind of
Oh,
cut apart.
we gotta end the predictions. Get your last minute predictions in. Close them in a second here.
See if he's gonna do that off this contact, but the early mosh, it's just a touch of damage. He's gonna have to run, head for the hills, my friend. Oh, he can't really make his way. What?
How does Forsaken?
Headshot the Saya player? Wow.
Whatever it is, not quite able to put out any high tide, so it's just a full-on retake for PRX now. They've got some of these pistols, they've got some of these.
All right, so they only heard the 3 though, right? So they got to keep that in mind. They only heard 3, which is why they're worried about Devi up here. Can they win that? Oh, they get distracted in the last second.
How is that play style going to work out against
Devi gets.
just as aggressive? The entire team, something, Jing, everyone's.
How is
flooding
Izu
in.
still here? Oh my, dude, what is going on?
Oh, that was so close, dude. That was so close. Thought for a second there Izu might be able to buy enough time to get that round over. But I like the way PRX plays this because
Dude, T1 even pinged spawn though. I don't know why. Why did they all back out of it?
I mean, this shot onto Saya is just
Oh, dude, he hears him land.
still nasty.
I'm pretty sure that's what.
But the way that they flood back
That's crazy.
short through market, and then they just come on through, you know, the paint shells connect for Jing, the Leer there to gain entry through the cascade. And that makes it so tough when you're coming from that angle, because you know you're expecting your opponents to usually come through alley on that, and they were so fast to rotate with PRX.
Just no time to breathe for T1. I mean, full confidence from PRX, and they just keep going for it. And right now, Jing back in with that outlaw. There's a bit of a pause on the timer, so maybe some issues that need to be solved. But nonetheless, I mean, just a bit of foresight.
Well, Izu on the Sky was, I mean, I guess it was more just like, oh, Izu's going to play Sky. Carpe was the gecko when they first brought this comp out.
And it looks like it's a bit
for
of
sure.
A Showers play with that judge for the Reyna potentially. Kind of doing up with Mayan Freak, actually.
Dude, T1 really is the curse, man.
See how that util's going to stack up if that's what they go for.
I mean, I'm sorry, T1, but T1 really is the curse. Okay, we're back.
Short this time. Very short. Everybody very happy.
Awesome. Good job, Paperthin. You pressed the right button.
I did. We're no longer Pacific.
All right, a bit of a sky smoke, but it's that toxic screen that allows them to walk straight through lamps. Along with poison
I mean, you're just trapped in lamps if you go in here.
Jing has the right positions to play along
So they're going to try to push out, and they're not going to get anything.
Triple kill. A bit of a rampage and a tear for PRX. Making it
Dude, Jing using the outlaw was not on my bingo card.
Dropped as they head over into the third round.
It's the second outlaw he's used today.
The pace at which Jing can play the game is outrageous. The way he handles that tough situation is
Oh, come on, Chad. All the pauses have been resolved pretty quickly today.
You know, he's so fast to react.
Let's just see if that's the impression we have towards the end of the season or not, right? Like, literally every event, like every international event has had pauses. It's just a matter of, do they get resolved quickly, and do they all go away after the first couple of days?
An escape route that he's already planned.
Like, I know there's all the reason. Like, I freak out when I see it, right? After what happened at kickoff, but
still just that
so far it's not.
Precisely.
It's not
So
terrible.
to the next round now. We've got the full buy coming through. A good little bit of harbor utility. Trying to peek
Okay,
out alongside
T1
Flash.
somewhat
Trying to play
prepared for
along
that.
the timing of it, but T1
Little crazy, but
Yeah, I like the way they try that, using that cove to cut off that far left-hand angle from their perspective to try to isolate a player. It almost works for Devi. You know, trying to use, they got weaker guns, trying to see if they can at least get even trades out of it. But yeah, T1.
something's only got a judge.
And because they have the numbers, they can afford to leave Rossi on a bit of a lurk around Fountain. Got something right up around Hookah. It's a bit more of a save round for PRX right now, but
Don't
clean shot nonetheless. and
get them more kill. Dude, you're giving them these free crossfires.
It is the third.
Stop it.
Why not? You might as well go in for it. Just trying to be a little bit
I am not
careful,
biased, chat.
safer. Or at least, yeah, try to keep them punished, try to keep them
Let
around
it-
the spike. Hopped on over, took down Carpe. Make it expensive for T1 as they head on over into
I
round
mean,
number 4.
not even just
Mind Freak
expensive.
even with a share.
This
Only
is kind of
Rossi
disastrous for
survives.
T1.
They're gonna have to buy like Spectres and Bulldogs in the next round. No, they can half armor it.
Yeah. And it's going to be the op for something now in the arena, but great reaction from Saya and Carpe. Still a great round here.
Oh, that judge.
Something gets up into Hookah. Not only does he get a kill, but then he knows he's got him stuck in tube, so he can play time. He knows that he can do a lot of damage there.
Okay,
Maybe even
op
get stuck on the
and
spike
Hookah.
explosion.
Very early
smart
peek
stuff
out.
from him.
T1 prepared for a push out on A short.
Even on the rounds you
Did
win,
he
it doesn't feel great.
bonk that?
Tried to
Oh, he tried.
go in for a hitter against that poison cloud. What? Forsaken with the timing on it.
Dude,
oh my goodness!
how does he get the third, man?
He just goes in for the hat trick again and again. How many multi-kills have we seen today from him?
A lot. A lot. And he's so confident in it. Once he gets one,
It's
it feels
just-
like he's guaranteed to get at least one more, if not two.
It's just not
or
fair, chat.
more. We've seen it so many times already today. He's so crisp with that Vandal.
Daylight robbery. T1 had a game plan. Now they can no longer.
Dude, the fact that he's able to
lot of fun.
I mean, I was just thinking, like, Carpe had his thrash.
Goodness,
might do
man.
something with it. He's
The
not.
the crosshair placement is just too good, and the movement from Forsaken.
Often don't come to fruition. And now you've got the operator in elbow. You've got Devi. He's going to get the info.
Feels like Gecko makes more sense for something if he's going to play the Reyna.
Kind of wait this out a little bit. Going to try to use the
Honestly, it would play quite differently still, but if they could get used to it, it could
the orb for sure.
be
Not
good.
enough time to do anything else. I guess.
I mean, T1's mega broke. They had to force up in this round.
At this point, I think they're just saving.
10 seconds left.
Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense with the economy.
I did keep one during like AVL and kickoff, but haven't kept track here.
What is there to break down in this round? It's just Forsaken peeking out A short 3 times, 3 kills. T1's plans completely foiled.
Well,
That's
one of those
it.
was through smokes.
Yeah.
The first one was just him anticipating that somebody was holding that angle. Oh my god.
Dude, just it's just pre-fire. It's just jiggling pre-fire, right?
Peeking out of the box. The smoke comes down and he still knows exactly where to place his crosshair. That's what we can
Just
talk
good.
about. How
He's just good.
insane his crosshair placement is. Ridiculous.
Truly one of the best players that we have in the entire game, entire
Yes.
community.
100%.
So with the offense available now,
Oh, dude, that was
back
so
into Robbie
quick.
Moore away from T1. Pretty soon T1's gonna have to call in a
And the
timeout or
satchel over from the TP. You've already kind of committed to that. So now Mind Freak trying to hold close. He actually gets out, which is more than you could hope for.
How do you collect on that
High
space? Well,
Tides.
the answer is gonna be Sia player with
I mean, Mind Freak's playing real well too today. Dude, 2 kills on that.
Counter flash coming in now from Divine. It's
T1's
execution from Jing and Forsaken. The bromance
T1 is they're kind of panicking after the initial kill, but that's the thing, right? So this comp from T1,
takes the quick peek out of hookah.
they need to they need to get up to this point, right? They need to get up here. They need to get up here. So PRX basically gets early contact, denies that timing, and if they get the first kill, T1 starts to panic a bit because they've already lost they've already lost a piece of their play.
So clean, so perfect.
But this happens every time in PRX T1. If they don't get the first map, if they start okay and then they start to lose, they start to just crumble under pressure.
That's a good old jingle.
Yeah, well, they're trying to catch him pushing off the back of that Sky Util, but Izu.
Okay, set up for a good trade there.
T1 needing to exercise that patience. Going after
Trades? Dude.
Good little bit of movement. Divine deals with it so quickly. Accurate.
Trades are late, which basically, quite frankly, it tells me that they weren't quite prepared for this because they flashed deep in here.
Numbers not exactly favoring T1, although it is a full 3-on-3. Apart from that, though, Mind Freak.
Well, look, they're in their heads. This reckoning is not connecting on anybody. They can just wait this out. Something.
It's got the Empress.
Spike planted.
Looking for the opportunity.
Okay, the pit.
With an op too. I mean, this is
Okay, their own Reckoning. Good swing off of the Reckoning. That's huge from Rossi.
Onto Forsaken. Perfect stuff.
Okay, so since he has the back, yeah, they've got to start to watch out here. Now they know. Good Dizzy.
Great times Dizzy by Carpe, tossed right up in the Ethiopian air. And it's going to be Mind Freak who gets spotted out. He knows he can't quite walk out.
I mean, Mind Freak's just here to make sure he drops a couple weapons at this point. Oh, he's going to save? Really?
It's going to use the TP for the safety.
He's got enough to buy up for a teammate in the next round.
Yes. I thought maybe
Seems,
he might just go
I mean, honestly, he could have gone for it. Even if he died, he would get his orbital strike. They would drop their weapons.
Well, that's it. Like, great round from T1.
Yeah, no, this is a breath of
Interesting.
fresh air for T1 and our sold-out crowd.
Oh, they wanted to buy the op.
Applause, trying to get their team
Wait, no.
back in the game. The patience there. This time
Yes.
anticipating the continued aggression from PRX. We've seen them push down a lot of different angles early in the round to try to find those picks, and this
They
time
did want to buy the op. Okay.
T1 finally.
So they wanted to even things out. I think they still could have managed it one way or another, but
Yep.
Just another word in that chapter. Next round, though, T1 looking to continue on with this lead. They're still trying to be a little bit more patient, right? Not just blindly rushing the hookah.
He's through the cascade. Izu timing. Oh, dude, X-Curate. Very, very quick on that. I mean, granted, it was a bit of a whiff, too. Held the spray.
Something off of the other side with the operator still. Knows not to overpeak too much this time, but you've got that guiding light. You've got the Trailblazer. It's a little bit
Does he get the swing? Okay, Izu just respects it, right? He says, okay, we've confirmed where the op is. We've tied him up. But now Mind Freak's pushing out. T1's ready for this. So T1's making the Mancy. They're starting to realize that basically PRX wants early contact. The point is if you're waiting for it, you got to win it.
He's smart. Reading the game, reading the timings of it, sense that there were players up around B, given the information from something, so he just calls for the right time to push out, and now reaggressing back into A. PRX is aware of it.
Dizzy to clear back sight. So where'd that brim come from? They have no idea yet. They have no idea yet. Now they know. Showstopper. Okay.
Just to secure the round.
A little messy, but they should get the round.
Back around, but it's an operator.
I mean, it's something, so.
Do it as carefully as he can. Wow.
The thing is that timing was so good from X-Curate. That timing was so good from X-Curate.
There's no idea that Izu is right back around the corner through showers.
Smart. He's gonna hold just close as well.
Yeah, no time, not safe enough. Operator.
You're gonna chase him? No, you want your own op. Oh. The call's late on the op. Saya wanted the op.
To give that operator a chance, try to catch him a little off guard. So if he does come back and tap again, you're able to swing out quick from showers. Really smart.
It's just a rookie, and, you know, that's why he's been picked up. He's got these strong fundamentals, good IQ, good ability to pull some rounds back into T1's favor. Just needs a little bit more of that, even though you don't always see, like, crazy impactful kills.
Yeah, but it's good cover fire there as well. Whole team really working together as a unit for T1. Saya player still with an op.
They had to buy up their own op.
Going to be the cut fund for PRX. So now T1 is starting to really kind of understand.
So basically T1, right, they want to stick with the op because they know that PRX basically is trying to get early contact. They're trying to prevent T1 from getting close to their starting line of scrimmage. And so they're going to wait for the peek outs from PRX because, quite frankly, also, they kind of need to do that with the Reyna, right? Otherwise, it's really hard to get value unless you've got... Oh, they spot both.
Wasn't able to be cleared in time, so they know the op's here. And they're immediately going to rethink.
They draw out the Leer as well. That's a lot of value. You draw out the Trailblazer, you draw out the Leer. So now you got to start re-clearing a little bit of A, right? You've waited on both sides for a very long time. That hasn't happened. The high tide continues to pressure on Hookah and Garden. Saya's going to wait. He sees nobody peeking off of the Cascade. They still have one more chance for a rotation if they wanted, but he's not checking for it.
High tide sent over onto B just for added security. Players has been spotted. Cascade sent out.
Cascade kind of ruins his own sight line there.
Off of some of these flashes. PRX trying to reposition themselves back over onto triple,
Man.
It's a little bit open. Rossi and X-Curate able to punch
Dude, that crossfire was almost dangerous. Something.
Hops on over, tries to spot out ahead, but not quite able to.
This is still very doable for PRX, which is the scary part. But X-Curate's position is pretty good. They're actually all going to group up together. The sneak bite. Oh, both of them. Dude, Saya just says, I stick with my own off. Doesn't switch to the sidearm.
Raining from above. It's all down to Divide. High tide just blocks off way too much, and Lamps is open. X-Curate comes back in to stab him in the back of his neck. It's going to be 4-4 as T1 equalizes.
This is a pretty good read by PRX.
Is there a timeout?
In terms of them kind of being on the right side of the map, anticipating this hit.
30 seconds left.
But some of these plays just a little bit better. Something getting a little bit over ambitious. Should have just stuck with the op, but thought about the shorty, then it felt a little bit too far for
there
that.
It is, PRX timeout.
Thought he could switch to it in time. Kind of overthought that situation just a little bit. And T1 is starting to get this groove going.
Now, what do they do off of this, right? So most likely what they'll talk about is we don't need to push out as much. Or if you do, you got to push out even further. Right now, what they're basically trying to do is like push out a little bit on B, push out a little bit of Hookah, push out a little bit of short, right? Like 3 out of the 4 alleys.
So all of a sudden, you've
So either you push out even harder and really just force the fight, especially since now T1's constantly waiting with the operator, or you kind of wait. The thing is if you wait, if T1 doesn't need to use a lot of util or time to get up to the site, their set plays are going to be very good. So then your retake has to be good for PRX.
Forcing PRX to spend a bit more utility just
It is going to be a push out. Look at this. It's a full hard commit push out here.
Now that they've done that for the past several
And then
rounds
T1 kind of has a read on it, it looks like.
it's a sudden decision to swap sides
Now, do
over
they
onto
go
H.
fast, though?
T1 might be able
Because
to
if they go
surprise
fast, it's a hard read on the setup.
Certainly, this is going to look
They're
like
pinging
a
this.
round where Forsaken is all on his own against the full force of T1. That worked out pretty well for PRX though, because they're able to push.
They're going to walk
really
out.
Deep. No contact going to be
Okay, no contact. Just PRX TP over. Trailblazer is going to come out. They're waiting for this, though. T1's waiting for it.
From Forsaken, and they're going to cut through the
okay, wait, the Trailblazer just spotted
Yep.
everything. All right.
I think they were trying to wait for a potential flash out as well.
So nervous.
Now, PRX, this is the big insurance, right? In case there's a rotation. This high tide has bought enough time for the rest of the team. T1 has to know about this. T1 has to know the possibility. They've got the Thrash, they've got other util, but they've already taken some chip damage.
Pro players. Got showers now.
Oh.
Divide, just a blind spray.
I mean, the fact that they're hard committing to this is insane. Dude, how does Carpe get through?
Off of some utility.
Peeks out for another one off the flash.
Still able to take down onto a
I mean, they've somehow equalized. The thing is, it's this. It's this flank. It's this lurk. They still haven't seen another one. Okay, he's ready for it. He's ready for the flank this time. Well, not quite.
Spike slowly taken away, but Divide able to shut
Oh, no.
down yet another
He's just not going to be ready for this. Oh, he is, but he...
I'm like trying to be professional about it, but I hear the crowd going ace, ace, ace.
You know what was funny was I was watching the,
Oh,
the
man.
camera just to see his reaction, and he just kind of went, ah.
What is
Dude, Devi, man.
Devi is playing really well off the utility of his teammates in the movement. Like, Jing opens up that
Oh,
first kill on the U-Haul.
that peak.
Truthfully, cerebral play. That cascade that he made use of to sneak up behind the T1 player.
Yes, and that let Jing blast back ahead of him to open up that angle, so he was there for the trade. That's really smart stuff, using your opponent's utility.
And then now
against
PRX goes again, right? Because they've got nothing to lose. It worked last time in one way. So T1's ready for the ante. You have to hard commit to this fight, though. At this point, you just have to commit to the brawl. So they come out on top for the time being. Here's the thing. T1 needs to calm down here. They need to relax. They just heard the TP. They spotted everyone. They don't actually need to fight this.
A little bit nervous because of the mosh pit, but still able to recover nonetheless. Able to take down Excurate. Now, PRX having recovered. Carpe down
Okay.
to HP. It's going to be Saya player with the op that brings them back into the equation.
Dude, Forsaken's still ahead of it, though.
Yeah, he had a great little round there. Holding things nicely. Can Forsaken
Oh, no.
do anything
Oh,
about
no.
this?
Swings out wide in the open.
Spike down.
Rossi was meant to cover, but unfortunately sidestepped at the wrong time. He was trying to peek for info. So now using the Cove just to mark that spike. High tide to block off even more space.
Oh, but Saya knows. He's anticipating this wrap.
There's a world, you know?
Forsaken should know. Trigger discipline lets him pass for 1 second. Comes back in just to isolate the duel. Reckoning being sent out. Senses that Saya player is not exactly right around the spike. But wow, picked it up at the right time.
He's going to go with the op?
Might just be able to make it happen. But Forsaken quicker on the draw through the teleporter. Shoots him back in the head. He turned around, but wasn't quick enough.
Like, this is like, why is T1 staying and fighting while just sending the spike over?
Devi did it previously. Wow, Devi actually getting up close and personal with T1 on that push out. What a timing there, right? As that spike was. I know he's just got this internal sense.
Oh, I said it because I felt like it was gonna happen, you
Right as
know?
Rossi was looking away is when he swung. Just
Man.
so difficult to deal with.
Is he really sick? Like what?
I don't believe it. It's all ruse.
Yeah, supposedly Forsaken's a little under the weather. I think that's probably why he's not as like hyped as he normally is. But
They went B long several times in the past now. There's a little bit of a switch up around A.
oh, okay, rare something with.
Surprising something.
The Reckoning.
Shot whiffs.
Do they hear? Well, it doesn't matter because something's going to get a kill.
Defy here to back him up. A double spray. Carpe with a stinger just to trade. Saya player finding one of his own now too, but
I mean, there's how do you hold this with the weapons you have? You don't.
Now with the outlaw. It's a bit of a half-buy strat from T1, and Carpe tries his darndest to make it work. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh.
Still able to recover.
Oh my gosh, he almost didn't catch the op too. Oh my gosh.
Carpe, absolutely incredible play there with the stinger. And then gets the thrash to get the detain. And almost doesn't react in time to where the player actually was.
If Carpe didn't get that, that would have been disastrous.
It's so intense. It's so fast and furious. You know, you're just kind of...
Hop, hop, hop. No, he's not in this corner.
Oh my god.
Oof.
And that was that sort of an eco round play from T1.
Yes. But it's again because something just can't quite get
Okay, right back into it.
What the heck
So this time T1 just gonna go quick.
But T1 continues to press forward. They've managed to
Yeah, we like missed that because some reason they were showing the stage. That's unfortunate.
Down in the last round of the first half. It comes down, it falls onto Devi and Something's shoulders to save it. PRX so far having a great lead, but T1 pushing the pressure on towards PRX. Great angle, but
Yeah,
wow.
I actually think
Awareness
the
from Something
producer
to
might have thought it was halftime.
Sharper
That's
mechanics
what it
just
seemed
to
like
stop
from the
the fire
camera movement.
accurately. He's gotten the Empress as he's going forward even further. Taps onto the spike, anticipates the showers play. T1
Real patient from T1.
not near showers to be found. Actually, it's around
Huge.
truck. And playing together, making use of the spike
Equalizing
timing.
6-6 is probably the best T1 could have hoped for, considering just how impressive PRX was in that first half.
It's just the pace of play is just so insane. And I love that T1 turned it up with those stingers on to get that thrifty round win. But again, the early op miss 2 rounds ago, because we didn't get to talk about it because the next round just kicked off so quickly.
I mean, it's anybody's game.
So much. There are just so many targets. He just kind of, I think, kind of second guessed.
They told their friend to cheer for T1, and he became a PRX fan. Hey, it's just like you, chat. Cheering for T1, and then you just can't escape the charm of PRX.
You know what I mean? You sort of get that mirror image stuff going on, and that hurts because then he doesn't find that opening kill, and that gives them the ability to get in there and get space so much easier. 2 rounds ago, this previous round, I don't know. Jing got 2, and then a bunch of people died on PRX before we even saw what happened. So
got knocked in for a bit of a loop, but definitely.
All right.
By the PRX bundle, then the desk will survive.
I'm not sure that's helping. They're already winning the bundle battle in Pacific.
Not saving the desk, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure the desk is receiving the benefits.
All right, 6-6. T1 now swapped over onto the defense side.
Okay.
See these great ideas as to how they can retake space, how they can hold.
The thing is T1 I think probably wanted more on the attack.
PRX needing to recover.
Right.
I mean, you talked about.
Otherwise, they're gonna have to play real carefully with how they want to do retakes with this composition, like the timing and the spacing.
Are needing to win more pistol rounds.
So we'll see. Izu a little bit quiet on this bind.
It's at times a little bit off kilter still. There still isn't quite that same cohesion with Jing and some of the other players that you're used to just yet. I mean, that being said, you're still seeing some pretty good stuff.
Early high tide.
Really doing their
I mean, this is very telling, though.
and I'm really impressed.
Are they really going to stay? All 3? This is insane. You're going to hold these angles?
Covering all exits of the smoke, the wall as he falls.
Okay. I mean,
but as soon as the rest of the T1 players continue to peek out, trying to trade, lo and behold, 3 more
it's a pistol strat though. A lot of damage done, however. That's the good news. Mind Freak and Forsaken low. Jing also not at 100%.
So no real need to commit to it unless they spot more. Using the boom bot now, but Saya player lands a great shot.
1v1.
Jing recovering off of it. Rossi trying to do what he can too, but Jing just that much sharper.
Yeah, I mean, this push out towards market for T1 almost works. That high tide to try to obscure it, but that gave PRX enough time to set up kind of that crossfire from Fountain and from market. finish the job. It almost.
Dude, I mean,
for T1.
like that, the high tide, the way it was sent out is just super obvious that someone would be there. So I feel like that play itself is fine. I feel like they could have maybe sold it a little bit better. I don't know.
That's for sure.
Or maybe start with 4 people, have someone run out. I mean, something a little extra.
That's it, T1 making use of the same strategy. It is pistol after all for them, and they're trying to do what they can, but PRX completely evading it. Forsaken very aware of what they're about to pull off.
Sure, you did it in the pistol, so might as well try to catch him off guard. That's one. Just the hold. It is a Spectre, so they are able to chase him out.
PRX backs off, just coming in to reinforce.
Pop, not gonna work.
Right clicks, Forsaken with the sprays. Saya player through the backside, able to find one, but Forsaken
I mean,
is finding all
this game
and even more.
Dude, PRX and T1 always delivers.
And into round 3 too.
Genuinely curious. How many multi-kill rounds Forsaken has so far?
Now please find out.
Well, I can tell you how many he had on the first map. So he had, well, it was actually not as many as you would think. It was 3. 1 2K, 1 4K in the ace on Lotus.
Pretty good number.
But he's had like 2 or 3 on this map too. Like a 3K, another 4K right there. Absolutely bonkers.
Having a good day. I mean, PRX filled.
Okay, showers control with the util. Okay, so a big part of them doing that in the pistol is because they want to use this to condition them in the defaults. Okay, so now it starts to make sense, right? Whether you win or lose the pistol, the idea is that you hold them off long enough. They send someone with the Trailblazer on the TP that makes them think that B site is empty. You're still holding it with Excurate. He catches one. He gets greedy, but okay, the trade is there. Izu couldn't die there. Dude, Izu's getting caught out. Like he basically gets left behind a little bit and doesn't really have the next step in mind, it feels, on a couple of these rounds. Numbers advantage still for T1, but ideally they don't want to drop any more weapons here.
Has a prime position to set up a bit of a flank.
The fact that PRX is confident enough to basically go their own ways to catch their own 1v1s to make sure they cover their flank is kind of insane.
Check a little corner. Nothing much spotted.
The timing there. Carpe hears the guiding light being sent out. Now they got to get in, though. Good swing.
Nice little side swerve movement from Saya player. Jig's not quite able to connect the shot. Saya player putting T1 back into the game after PRX's great start in the second half.
Yeah, and this is getting Saya player really close to his showstopper. Hey, really good stuff from T1 in this round. I mean, Rossi with the opener.
The KJ proximity mechanic was applied to Viper with that balancer.
What a readjust back on a Mind Freak.
Yes, but it'd be hard to do with the toxic screen.
Saya player. Good fucking retake. It was a good retake.
I think it'd be very difficult to do with the toxic screen, right? Like where's the point of relation? It might actually make her suddenly too weak. Actually, I mean, it would definitely be a nerf. It would be a very tangible nerf. This time they send out the Trailblazer, and they're able to pinch from long.
Same way they have before, so it's a different look on a push. See if Forsaken can read it. They're gonna go all the way to spawn.
Forsaken hears this though.
Forsaken's in trouble.
Oh, but dude, the distraction and then the peek out. It's good. Okay, so T1's got a lot of mini set plays. So I take back my hate. I mean, I still think there's a better way to make this high tide a little bit more valuable even on a pistol. But it's a good default conditioning. Dude, and holds on to lamps, the showstopper, only Carpe dies to it. The Reckoning chases him away. Okay, that's the TP, so the spike will get planted, but Rossi needs to not greed this. If it's the moment he hears the spike planted, he should just wait. There you go.
Sending it over onto B. But T1, while pulling off the same maneuvers from the previous round.
Yeah, high tide to just allow them to get into the site. Did they see him?
He saw him for sure.
Because Devi saw them. I don't think they saw him.
Right around it. No idea. Devi waiting for
He's making noise and then following through quietly.
Mind Freak, unfortunately,
okay.
Suffering that
Oh.
first contact. Now they know. Rossi,
now they know.
What a read. Smart as ever. Devi just having to go for it regardless.
Very good recovery from T1.
equalizing the score again. We have a game at our hands.
Absolutely. These retakes have been really, really good for T1. Able to play patiently enough. Not falling for any of the traps, any of the trickery, using a little bit of their own. Saya staying hidden long enough. And that sends things into disarray for PRX. Mind Freak there trying to take a high angle. See if he can find one, and then Devi can play off of it, but Devi's never able to find that comfort to push through the high tide like he wanted.
Just never quite sure.
And
what's on the other
now
side.
just no high tide on B. They want to T1's. They might be overcooking a little bit, but they want to continue to set up different defaults here, right?
To play around this map.
So it looks like they were prepared for a potential early push onto short. Meanwhile, audio cut, Trailblazer used, and Reckoning. It's just a fast rush. Got to consider emptying the site. Oh no, it's just going to be a TP pinch. It was a read from T1. Well, I think they were originally blocking that off, but they're ready instantly for the pinch. So they were aware of the Reckoning, right? They know that PRX oftentimes likes to go for that fast rush with the Reckoning, cause chaos on the B site.
That Reckoning to try to clear the space.
That was very good from T1. And surely this is a timeout.
Good luck. We got better guns. And right now they've got better gunplay as well. What a push out. What a time for that TP.
Great showstopper.
To find that showstopper.
I mean, just playing into T1's hands, because T1 has, you know, in the past few rounds now controlled this B lobby, and then knowing that PRX now maybe on a bit of an eco, this is probably what they'll do. Side player was prepared to full send it right past that teleporter.
Absolutely. And that's so smart. And right now, T1's kind of starting to read the map really nicely, finding their own.
Now, Alex's timeouts, they're always good, especially against T1. Very successful.
Loving what I'm seeing from them. No give up. Heartbreaking loss onto Lotus.
I know, I actually thought they would have. I was surprised that T1 didn't call a timeout in the first half. The fact that they stabilized 6-6 without the timeout is insane. But he must have liked what he was hearing in the comms, right?
Being really vocal over there.
I mean, they made the right adjustments without a timeout, right? They started to wait for the push out. Started to counter with their own op. Okay, so after the timeout, it's going to be the same high tide, but this time they're going to hold. They're not going to push it.
Do have device seekers. This might be some kind of fast hit.
Now they're past it. The guiding light's going to ping. I mean, this defaulting is actually doing a lot of work. It's doing so much work.
Little snake bite lineup from Rossi.
So because they've stopped him, T1's going to rotate over. Now, they didn't take hard showers control, so... I mean, this is a bit of a prediction read from T1.
Interesting little high tide from Forsaken.
They have one more snake bite. They still have the toxic screen to buy a little bit of time. But Seekers are online for Devi as well. So, okay, you got to be prepared for the retake.
He's going to do much, but there might be a quick TP
Yep.
play off.
I think it might be a read on the Seekers as well.
Forsaken turns back around. The Seekers went out. Jing has stayed back.
Spam, okay.
So a bit
Trade
of
one
an
for
early
one.
trade now. Forsaken might have fallen, but that's still okay. Look at how Jing's perched up on
But
top of
Saya
his
is
box.
still back there. Thrash, he gets the kill though. That's huge. Pushes him out. Cascade allows him to drop in. So now they've been able to cut up the site in half. Huge kill from Devi. Mosh.
Still very much alive though.
And Wingman's little bro sticking it. Oh, the cover from Rossi.
Oh my goodness, little homie has gotten the spike defused.
Dude, how did they protect little bro for so long?
T1, it looked like maybe PRX is going to be able to hold on, but knowing that they needed to play, protect the VIP there. In this case, it is the Wingman who is our VIP, and they're able to get it done. Jing seeing if he can help. Forsaken doing what he could, but that flash caught him. He just held
Dude, the
it down.
cover.
Saya so good with the op right now. Rossi really on point with his
And they could do that because they stayed in spawn for the longest time, right? Rossi was here for the longest time, so they know at that point they've already cleared hookah. These are the only two angles you got to protect against. You've got little bro, so you've still got enough firepower. Good retake from T1. And the fact that they go through the TP is huge, and then they still bring Syed back out here in case there's a late wraparound. It's all very well thought out, and this default is doing work, man.
Against that launching pad right now, PRX PRX looking to take over Garden. The Empress,
Oh
but
my God.
everyone's been blinded by Carpe's.
Oh, what just happened?
At the same time, Izu's guiding light as well.
Just utility for utility and 2 for 2. I thought maybe Carpe was going to knock down a few more there.
Rossi,
He went for it.
Just
big lurk though.
Upside of V-Long. Straight into B site. Got the high tide now for a bit more coverage just to cut the side in half.
They're gonna check for Saya. I can't believe he's holding this with an op. As soon when this high tide goes down, he's in trouble. So Securit's kind of there to cover for him.
Got to deal with the site first though. Silent player is still very much tucked away and hidden.
Securit with the trade. Do the movement, but the spike's down.
For the quad. Has to pick up the spike, but he has no idea that Rossi's right here.
Oh, the screen was good from Rossi, right?
Breaking it past 10.
It's part of kind of what they needed to start doing on Lotus a little bit. But you're absolutely right. The teleporters are a big part of this, but these lurks, these unexpected positions that they're finding, kind of keeping PRX at bay. You know, they can scrap with them. That's great.
Wow, that double.
Trades, but able to hide in positions like Saya player right there. Rossi's done it a bunch of times where he's kind of slipped around. Him and Saya both, frankly, have been doing a great job with it. And that's really keeping PRX off balance, keeping them from storming away with this match.
So just a fast hit again with the Reckoning. Huge kill from Devi. They didn't expect it on the A side. T1 did not expect it on the A side.
But Carpe answers right back in kind, just as quick.
They know it's still not planted. Dude, he dodges away from the Trailblazer. Ooh, that guiding light doesn't hit. It didn't attack. Izu's not going to realize. Izu doesn't realize. It didn't clear the corner.
Hopped off it for a second.
Izu still gets the kill, though.
It's going to be Mindfreak committing the orbital strike just to give them a little bit more security. Rossi, the last one left, trying to wrap back around from Lamps. Does he know, though? Something does know. I was thinking more about Mindfreak watching the angle.
I mean, I think Izu is starting to get shaken up a little bit on the mental game, though. Right? Hopefully they can give him a little pep talk if this does go map 3.
That you love to see. The way he can just dive in, use that Reckoning, make it a little easier to identify his target, knock it down.
I wonder if it's a matter of the sky as well. Just a little bit of comfort and the positions he has to take.
They're great, man. They can get their full coordination going on these executes. They're fearsome.
They can take their licks and punches. They know that, yeah, you know, T1 trying to play around these teleporters, so PRX just comes right back in around to catch them with a quick and fast and heavy hit.
What was this actual scoreline in map 1? Map 1, it felt more like just at a certain point, T1 all started to crumble quite a bit. But maybe I'm just misremembering.
Saya player with the opposite. PRX playing their own teleporter plays.
They check for it.
Unfortunately, not quite able to land the shot. Mindfreak on a bit of a lurk.
And the lurks, man.
Catches onto the first player. Wingman throws off his crosshair. Great play.
Thrash online, but opt for the retake.
Spike, however, will still be
Surely you switch guns, right? No, they're just gonna go for the save.
Is so good, man. He's so confident.
They're just gonna go for the save. Okay, because of their creds. All right.
They're gonna have to seed it over because of their economy. Need to save these guns. I mean, the way he's so tricky with his utility, his wingman's got it defused. So many impactful dizzies. A great thrash.
T1. The question is do they use?
One of the first teams to start running Gecko on this map, anywhere really.
Do they use a timeout?
Who kind of pioneered this style?
That's my big question.
It worked so well for T1. Well, Forsaken is going to drop the gun, but he's got enough money that he can go on a lookabout. Probably don't want to drop any more, though, for the side of PRX. You've got, as the attacking side, you got a little bit more control of the orbs, and you're one alt orb away from 2 big ones, Showstopper and the Sequel.
They do use a timeout. Okay, I was wondering. Because you could argue that you didn't want to give another chance for PRX, but the thing is PRX's adjustments the past 2 rounds were kind of big.
Get into his team's mind, and it's really good during these timeouts. I mean, I like what T1 is doing because it's so close, and they want to try to
a little roast trying for Carpe. Rossi looks tired, man. I mean,
further back, play like they were.
It's a long game.
Where they ran a bunch of rounds together. Don't get too scrappy. Unless you get him like right at the point of attack.
Why don't they use APAC for keybinds? Because technically,
go off the teleporter or just
yeah, use the teleporters.
I don't know. I think they're trying to stay away from APAC because like sometimes it was used just for SEA
has to kind of anticipate a lot of these.
in like other regions, etc., etc. I don't know. Because technically it's not VCT APAC, right? Obviously Jake's title is APAC, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Quite frankly, that's probably just production doing that, so maybe if we suggested and a Riot liked it, maybe they would switch to APAC. But I think it's because like unless like none of the official language around VCT Pacific has APAC other than like Riot or titles, so
Rossi is prepared to market. Economy not the
that could be.
One, though, so PRX stands a chance.
Maybe we should get Alex like a like an AI assistant coach, right?
They're getting him set up for the entry, I think.
Put a little AI assistant coach on the screen next to him.
With Thrash just to hold them as long as the timer allows.
I think he's anticipating the showstopper there.
Right, dives right back into himself.
Okay, T1. The adjustment is they're just gonna wait. They're gonna kind of stay grouped. They want to get ready for trades. Except From Lamps is insane. From Lamps is insane. That's not where you're peeking out from for trades.
They knew that they were going to try to play around that Gecko.
Bless you.
They knew that they were going to try to play around Lamps in some of these spots on the map. Spike now planted. T1 without their limbs, without any arms and legs, gonna have to save.
And it's just that little pump of the brakes from PRX. I think the anticipation there with the util starting to come out that you can use that Thrash while Jing is trying to find a spot to get in with that showstopper potentially to catch him and slow that down. Or just get anybody on the entry. It doesn't really matter who it is. Now that's interesting.
I mean,
Last player standing.
tried to go for a ninja stick in case they've all emptied it.
Whatever to PRX. I mean, they don't care too much about that.
It's more for a Silent player to hold on to that.
I mean, Izu gets, yeah, and also Izu gets a little closer to his ult.
I mean, the thing is T1. I haven't seen like.
Okay.
Even last year, granted the roster's very different, but they didn't, right? They didn't really have trouble closing it out so much against other teams, whether it's the off season, you know, or things like that. It's just PRX.
But what was I gonna say? Oh, overtime.
It seems like it goes into.
The last time they played. That's what I was thinking about.
That's true.
It seems like it really gets to their head, right? It seems like PRX really gets to their head, and I feel like part of it is I really believe that part of it is that T1 has a bit too much confidence. Like they're like, no, we can fight them, and it's like you can on your own terms. Like your actual aim. Like if you did an aim competition, you might be able to match them. If you did 1v1s on Ascent mid, you might keep up, but.
Does T1 want to
PRX's pacing is second to none, so I mean Izu's definitely also crumbling quite a bit, and I'm not quite sure why. It's kind of sad to see just because he showed a lot of promise in kickoff. Obviously just one game. I'm not writing him off. I just wonder what it is.
Kind of have two options in a way.
Granted, Mindfreak also only has 9 kills, but obviously more deaths on the side of Izu.
Just try to hang back. Hang back. I could see either. I think because it's a rifle buy, because you're able to get all of your rifles.
Okay, so the call is to take over Showers. They have Seekers and they have Reckoning, right? They've got great retake potential. So as long as they hold this position, they can pinch here. Someone's got to take out these Seekers before they all go into Showers. Okay, well, they know that they're here. The showstopper, the flash. Okay, they still get the trade, but oh, what a trade from something. And dude, Izu is struggling today. And Showers, hello.
From behind, there's that additional layer. PRX dominating this.
I mean, yeah, like, but this is the thing, and I wonder if T1 will catch on to this if they review this VOD, is that PRX or T1 can keep up with PRX like at times, like during certain fights, like they can, but PRX does that 4v5, right? They still cover their flanks, they can still have their lurks.
That will give him a lot of information. Spots out Divide, tosses in the cove, creates a little bit more space for himself.
Well, now they know he has to peek out. You know he's stunned. And DRX, I mean, DRX, I saw Divide D and PRX. Divide still wins that even with the stun.
And it allows for PRX.
I mean, it's a very PRX-y game, but
I thought he might just try to save, but I guess just enough left in the economy that they can squeeze out.
it's unfortunate.
I had no idea. You're absolutely right. There's a few extra wrinkles here. And again, it's a slight pause for PRX where they set up and execute.
Does he normally play side? No. I think he's played it
They hesitate.
a couple times,
he gets on top
but like
of the box at short A,
not at all would be the answer, which is why I was kind of surprised that he picked this guy. Granted, I mean, Carpe's usually the get-go anyway for this comp, so Izu would have, like, Izu's meant to be the flex for this roster. Okay, T1 this time causing their own chaos. I mean, again, this high, like, things like this, like, I like this idea, right? This high tide default, it did a lot of work in the beginning of the second half. So yeah, like, Izu playing this guy is necessary in some ways, but I think part of it's he doesn't look as comfy with this guy. But he's been getting caught kind of overall today. Frame drops.
With the off angle, Mindfreak in for the trade. But now the entire T1
he only heard 2 TPs. So Mindfreak's trying to play the mind game here.
Can you?
Dude, this is actually what a setup from Mindfreak. Oh my god. Okay. Well, as we talk about Izu, regains himself. OT.
VCT 2024 Pacific Stage 1. Yeah.
I mean, T1 also runs out of steam for sure.
What Xcure gets away with.
I mean, T1 runs out of steam, I think. But the thing is like, for instance, granted, I mean, it's not a great comparison because it's not like Liquid is looking like the kings of Europe anyway, so it's probably not a great standard. But during the off season at AVL, like with Liquid, obviously went like what was that, quintuple overtime, and T1 was like still hanging. Things like that. So I think it's very much a mental game against PRX. But in terms of like the layers, for sure, right? They can keep up with step 1 and 2, but PRX has step 3 and 4.
Doesn't seem to make too much of a difference in this, and the fans are letting each of their favorite teams know. Oh, little bit of a spot for Jing.
PRX, their own little adjustment coming out again. I think they did that once in the first half.
Carpe has been performing on this map. He's up by 23 kills.
Dude, if T1 can get the attacking round here, I think they have a decent shot.
Done a great job keeping T1 in this game. As that Gecko utility so on point as well. This is dangerous.
Desperately trying to push themselves into a third map, but Mindfreak does not allow them.
Oh man.
Through. Spike carrier drops.
I mean, this is right. PRX knows that the guiding light cleared it, so they send their cascade, and then it's a double swing.
Trying to cut off a fight, trying to isolate players.
This is all clear.
They pretty much should know.
So Jing repositions to make sure that he's set up for an angle after the smokes come out. He wants to make sure that they're cutting off any sort of lurk here. The Molly's still holding on to Showers, the Cove, so PRX has a good idea, and that's the spike too.
Might as well let them sweat. Sad play with a great dink though.
30 seconds left.
So comes back in. 30 seconds left. Spike still dropped out in the open.
Rossi has to win this fight against Jing.
Rossi tries.
He's concerned about the lurk, but he has to get this kill on Jing.
Trying to set up for something with his utility, but Jing catches him off the timing. Oh! Double satchel up on top of Drug. Hello! Right up over the edge.
Switching sides.
That's the most Jing thing ever. He's at 41 HP, and your opponent's like...
You say that you think T1's playing too scared, but I think the reason they're playing too scared is a couple times they got too aggressive and they couldn't keep up with the pace, right?
Unbelievable. Hello. So fast, too. It's nice. The quickness with
which, I mean, I'm not saying that therefore it's the right answer. I just think it's a it's a result of them trying the other thing as well. I mean, I feel like they're somewhat half-assing it to a certain extent.
Although there's that kill lead in the form of Carpe.
Okay, so it's the same default. This time they commit to the peak out of B short. Since they haven't been pushing out on it recently towards the later end of the half, they're going to push out. They're trusting to Saya's going to drop and hold. Okay, so he's just watching for showers. Backside giving up entirely.
They have to clear.
They're aware of Mind Freak, it looks like, with the ping.
Still staying tucked away. Excurrent marking him. Device starts things off as he finds.
Oof, that's rough because of Mind Freak now.
Rossi slowly pushing up front now, but the marking, two of them
Oh
all together,
man.
all at once. PRX. It's another overtime, but it ends just as quick as it starts. 14-12. T1 will not be able to make it past PRX today.
Looking
GG.
T1 still keeping pace, still showing that they can fight tooth and nail with PRX, but they are still yet to take a map against them. It's close. It's been close twice so far this year. They've almost been able to get him in overtime.
Ah, but it's close every time.
Yet again, Jing
It was close at AVL too.
back to PRX winning. Unbelievable.
It has been getting closer. And we saw the greatness of Excurrent, some of the great ideas, the great strategies that they pulled off. The way that they worked the map
GG's,
with the
chat.
teleporters against PRX, it brought them to overtime.
I mean, towards the end, I would agree. Towards the end, I think so. In the first half and the beginning of the second half, I don't know.
Yeah, man. This is a scary,
But towards the end, but that's the thing, and that's what I mean when I say they run out of fuel, right? They think they can match them in steps one, so they match them on steps one, and then they start to get outpaced, and then they get scared because they feel like nothing is working, right? And then they play scared, and then nothing works still, and then they panic, and then nothing works, and they run into this like bad negative cycle. But I mean, who knows though? We don't know what the comms are like, etc. So.
Look better than last time, so that's improvement.
Yeah, that's it though. We will toss it over to our analysts to tell us how is Jing's return.
How is Jing's return? The crowd is going wild. This is the first time I've heard full-on chanting
T1,
in the stadium since we
I don't
started.
know.
I mean, it's only since
I'm trying to also figure out if I wonder if there's a like overall kind of a mental block. I feel like maybe not, but
went really deep into Masters Madrid. He had a different kind of confidence here, a different kind of energy. It's the old PRX.
But on PRX overall, I mean, sure, things are a little wonky here and there, but they look just as good, right? The individual decision making still just as crisp. The movements from Jing are just as excellent. Why am I not part of the panel? Today and yesterday were my kind of off days. I'll be on the broadcast tomorrow.
I asked him, is there going to be any experimentation? Clearly, no. There just hasn't been time for that yet.
Yeah, but I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was working so well back
I mean, the
then,
thing is that's the other thing, right? Like, these are comps that we've seen time and time again. These are comps that we've seen lose, like,
with the support,
well, not the Reyna, I guess, but
throwing out here for both Jing and Something, just the timing on those pushes, like these cascades, they just push aggressively and get 2 kills out of nowhere.
I wouldn't believe that he was sick if we didn't see Cam, like even when he's acing and he's getting these amazing 3-4 Ks and he's just casually.
I mean, quite frankly, probably Lotus should have gone T1's way as well if they wanted to win, because they had the chance to.
But you know what? This is also a huge testament to T1 because they were really close.
But GG's. I mean, PRX played well. PRX played well.
Yeah, I mean, they continue to get so damn close to this PRX.
Again, the real question is PRX, for me, the question will always be, will PRX have enough time to figure out how they want to look for Masters Shanghai? I think they're always going to look fine for playoffs in Pacific and relatively fine to make it to Masters Shanghai. It's not a guarantee, but, you know, I think they're still favored just from pure mechanics, right, and teamwork. But, like, comps, meta, you know, things like that. Like, how are they going to have, like, how are they going to look going to Masters Shanghai against international teams? That's my question. Just because, again, like, the schedule is brutal for them. Because they went so deep at Masters Madrid, right? It was kind of a double-edged sword for them.
Carpe going crazy on Bind, by the way, with his fragging there. I think that T1, this is a tough pill to swallow right off the rip to kick off stage 1, but in the end, I think that they have a very strong season ahead of them.
I wouldn't be surprised to see both these teams in playoffs. I would almost expect it, actually. So, I mean, great job to T1.
I mean, GG.
And
T1, again, I don't think T1 looks bad. It is PRX, so.
Thank you, PRX. I mean, not only our predictions for PRX, but also our prediction which team will go in a timeout first. Alex never fails when it comes to giving us a timeout. No death slamming, though.
Thank you for holding out Autumn.
Yeah.
How different does PRX play with Monyet and Jing? I mean, the thing is quite frankly, I don't know if we ever really got to see what PRX would look like what a PRX with Monyet would look like down the road. So, I don't know. It's hard to compare. I think it's really unfair to compare that. Like, the one thing for sure is, like, Jing's raise is just different. Not just to Monyet. Like, even amongst the best raises, like Jogamo, etc., Jing is very unique. Jing's raise is very unique, so...
I will say, I was told by the Koreans while the game was going on, because we were talking about
the desk is a little softer, you're right.
I was told that there's a prize. We don't know what it is.
I didn't know there was a prize.
But I had no idea that there's a prize for this. I would have been taking this so much more seriously, putting actual thought into it, rather than just...
There's a prize? But then we have to demote them.
Now that I know that there's something of value...
That's crazy.
Some kind of value on the line, I'm going at this completely diehard.
I've seen you...
I mean,
really seriously,
we'll see how
it's gonna get a little stressful here at the desk playing these.
We'll see how Izu adapts for the season. Obviously, like a lot of us, including myself, I have a lot of hopes for Izu. I think my hopes are still there. Like, it's not like I watched this game and I'm like, oh, maybe I was wrong. Like, I don't think that, but we shall see.
It's a Filipino coin, you know. It's only accessible to
I'm actually only on the desk a couple times though, I think.
But you know what? I'm happy because
so I'd have to get like 100% win rate, you know.
There you go. That's a strategy.
Damn.
Get in, get up early, and then just dip.
Yeah, there's no rank decay here, so he gets to sit there until he comes back. We are going to go to an interview. I'm not sure who we're interviewing, but I do know that our MVP definitely has to be Forsaken.
15 first kills.
Yeah, I mean, just across the maps that we saw, I mean, at least...
What's the next match? There is no next match. We're just waiting for the interview, so we'll listen to the interview, and then I'll be signing off because I have to cast tomorrow.
I think that you do have to give it to Forsaken. You can go for a storyline MVP, give it to Jing so we can hear from him on stage, you know, after his first day back. Ultimately, Forsaken was just
see if there's anyone that we want to hop over to.
Here for Forsaken, that he can be incredibly hype and then performing, and here he just looks like he's stone cold deadly and just still also perform, which is insane.
Yeah, I mean, he's just the most valuable player in the world, I think, at this point. I don't think that is at all ridiculous to say. I think this guy is just absolutely nuts.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
10 was co-streaming.
He just knew he had a job to get done.
Old Zeta Division 10.
And,
That's sick.
you know, we saw this coming from Gen G when they
That's kind of cool.
during kickoff and the semis, when Texture wasn't feeling well, when one of the other team members aren't feeling up.
Dude, the TieCast is already getting to do an interview with Devi.
But in this case,
Where's our interview?
Here, Jing had Jing moments. I was so happy to see it. I know we were all waiting for those satchel moments where he just kills people in super unorthodox ways. Like, why, you know, Ferrari peak when you can just satchel up onto.
I mean, that last one, that last one to take down Saya player, just it was so low HP. Nearly.
Are you going to be watch partying the Sentinels one? No.
Instant headshots. I mean, he plus ones Forsaken to get the highest ACS.
I will not be.
So those guys just
I mean, I definitely won't be watch partying it. 10 hours and 22 minutes. What time is that?
I think that this was very.
Oh, I can probably watch it. I actually probably could have watch partied this.
In his hands, but you know, things
in the morning.
Rough around the edges. A couple, you know.
Would have been fun actually, but
not even the rounds themselves, just a couple
I didn't think about asking for clearance. The other thing is actually it's probably good that I'm not doing it, because if I watch party that and then I go to the venue and then try to cast, my voice will probably die.
From both teams. But with that, we are gonna go down to our interview because I know you guys.
When will I be on the
winners.
desk? The desk next Monday, I think. I'm casting.
Hey guys, I'm standing here with
tomorrow, and Monday and Tuesday, and then again on Saturday, Sunday, and then I think I'm on the desk.
I know you're not feeling too well, so I'm not gonna keep you here for so long. But so how are you feeling today? Are you feeling better?
I mean, today is feeling better, yeah.
He definitely looks not like himself.
Of Jing, I know you guys had
Normally
less than
he's
a week to
much more
practice,
jovial.
but it felt like he just never left for us. So, did it feel that way for you as well?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, even though like last time he watched from behind screen, but we felt the way that he really support our team and watching from behind, So yeah.
And I feel like your brother Kevin, he improved so much since the kickoff as well. So any thoughts on how much he's grown?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can see he's trying to I would say try to believe flex as well. He tries like a lot of agents, but definitely is really improving.
Right, last but not least, you guys are going up against Gen G next Saturday.
Damn, Gen G's their next match.
So how's it gonna be different?
I think it's gonna be different now because now we have really like five power. It's like I think PRX, the old one is back, but I think we maybe need more time. I hope we can adjust fast and we do
Man.
Gen G.
All right, thank you so much for stake,
Thank
and I
you.
really appreciate it. Go get some rest. You can go now. And I'm gonna toss it over to you guys on the desk.
So from YouTube, what do I think about T1 versus DRX, assuming they both get to their optimal form?
Couple words from Forsaken. He seems pretty happy, and he's definitely still under the weather.
The thing about that is,
like
I think I have a pretty good vision about what T1's optimal form would look like. DRX, I just have no idea with Bane there. Bane looked really good yesterday.
And
then the core, obviously, their optimal form is just through the roof.
Definitely.
But if I were to believe Bane's form yesterday,
Now, here we
I mean, if
Alpha
DRX and
Group
T1 were to
Omega
get to their
Group,
peaks
Omega Group,
when they match up,
now,
I actually think
100% win rate for
DRX
the group so far.
What happens if that two
could
twin
win.
things happen? Or
Although I guess it actually more than Bane, I think it might actually rely more on
teams in
Foxy9's
Alpha Group can get
performance.
themselves to
Just
match
because he looked
victories.
great
We've
yesterday, but
seen the top squads from Omega
again,
Group
we've seen
going
ups and
into the
downs
playoffs,
from that guy.
basically.
So
But again, I think especially for T1's sake, no concerns whatsoever. Gen
they
G,
didn't
they're
comment
gonna
on
be
it.
there.
They
It's
said
pretty
they
much no matter
specifically
what. I
stated
think
that
it's a
they
matter
are
of
not
which
going to
of the
comment
teams
on
are
it.
gonna be
Just
going
he
alongside
requested to be put on reserve for personal reasons. So I think we just gotta all hope that whatever it is, hopefully it gets better. Hopefully it's nothing serious, and we just gotta respect the privacy there.
I think likewise for Global Esports and Bleed. I think they've had some interesting showings yesterday and today. So I'm.
But do I think Bane has potential to be a regular starter for DRX? Absolutely. I mean, I'm so happy to get to see Bane because, again, he's like the OG trainee for DRX. He's the OG kind of like, like future of Korean Valorant, the OG like young rookie superstar that's waiting for his time to shine. Like that was his original storyline. So getting to see him come into the match yesterday and play very proactively, very aggressively. He had a couple misses here and there with the utility, but
there's plenty more matches to be
things like
played,
that.
and, normally.
I think he could slot right in. I think he could be really good. It also seems like I don't know if it's Bane or I don't know if it's just the overall vibe, but I want to say partially it's Bane. It seems like he's also kind of like a bit of the vibes guy that we've been missing from DRX. So
get that final qualification. So if you are these teams that still are undergoing
don't predict Team
I
Secret.
think that that's perfectly fine. I think that's acceptable. There's been plenty of changes to the rosters.
Okay,
since
but
kickoff,
can you
but
imagine?
You need to be able to get your butts in the gear as fast as humanly possible.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean every single one
If
of these
I
points
predict
lead up
Team
to
Secret
champions,
tomorrow,
which is back here in Seoul, South
and
Korea,
Secret loses and RQ wins,
absolutely
that
cannot wait.
all
We
but
don't even know what the venue's
confirms
gonna be.
that I
And all
truly
these
am a
teams,
curse to
they get
both
hang
teams.
around and stay here. But yeah, every point, 1 point per match win, 3 points to.
I mean, no matter
this,
which way,
stage,
like.
stage 1's winner. It's kind of like a weird, mouthful to say. Stage 1's
Oh,
winner
man.
gets 3 points.
Now I'm
Gen
thinking
G's
about
already
it.
in the
Now I'm
lead
thinking
with
about
3,
it.
Obviously, and
Oh boy, there's a chance. There's a chance, chat.
now for the remaining matches
There's a chance.
over the next 2 days, are you guys excited for any of these particular
Hopefully they put
matchups?
Foxy9 KO or Sentinels only.
All of them.
I mean,
pretty much.
he looks really good on Sentinels.
Yeah,
He looks
I mean,
good
again,
on
RQ,
Sentinels.
this is a team that had a really tough draw going into kickoff. They ended up.
Dude, it's
once
yeah,
more,
it's so
playing
funny that
against
both
Gen
teams
G
probably
and
don't want me to
PRX.
predict them. That's so
So we haven't gotten to see them against any teams that just didn't go to Masters Madrid.
Yep.
So I think that there's a lot more potential there to be shown. And again, I want to see Jemkin just really come out swinging as soon as he gets into the lobby, because we didn't quite get that.
Dude, I want to. I mean, Jemkin definitely didn't perform up to his peak potential that we've seen in the past. But for me, for RQ tomorrow, I want to see Elmimore have a good start.
Congratulations on your
I want him to have a very solid start. Like, I want him to have a strong start, not a slow start.
We will see you then. Rest well, guys. And,
I think that's very important for them.
Games tonight.
I mean, again, it's not just Elmimore. Like, obviously, Estrella, Jemkin, like everyone, right? Like, Flips, maybe not getting a little bit too, not trying to make all the hero plays when things go wrong, things like that. Like, there's a lot, but something that's bugged me since the middle of Pacific last year has been Elmimore just getting more and more inconsistent, like having these slow starts. And that really hurts them a lot because they do a lot of lurking plays, and Elmimore used to do so much on his lurks. Hey, Rosenorn. So since I don't think they're playing the Clove music video at VCT Pacific, so you can find it. I'll actually, so now I'll make sure to add these back onto the playlist. I should have a playlist on my YouTube for VCT watch parties. If not, you can always find the VODs on the live tab under my YouTube. So they will be there. They will be there. It should go up like soon after I close the stream because it's just automatic on YouTube. But I'll make sure I put it onto the playlist as well, so you guys can kind of always have a thing that you can bookmark and check in. I'll answer a couple more questions before I hop off here from YouTube. Which team secret do you think is stronger, with Dubstep or NDG? I mean, if I am to believe NDG's potential, then I think the potential is there for NDG. Currently, it's a little not fair because I think they probably look stronger right now. Granted, yesterday obviously was not as convincing, but it's also like Jeremy and Envy got more experience as well, right? But honestly, it's going to come down to Jeremy, in my opinion. If Jeremy can become a consistent, explosive duelist, then I think overall it works out very well for them. Thoughts on Excurate? I have a lot of hope for Excurate, actually. I'm really excited for Excurate throughout the season. I think he can still play even better. I think he's still in his adaptation period. Dude, the replay machine is struggling. Or just so we don't all go crazy. I think our Excurate's probably still adapting, right? Like, he's looked better, like, from off-season to kickoff to here. So I'm really excited for Excurate, what he can do. I think he brings a lot for T1, but I said this once we watched them at AVL as well in the offseason. I think Excurate's really good for T1, but there's a world where he becomes a double-edged sword for T1. So I'm curious to see how things go. Yeah, I mean, NDG looked really lost during kickoff as well. So I'm wondering, because NDG definitely, it was kind of similar vibes yesterday as well. I felt that as well, that NDG just looked like, well, there was nerves or whatever it was, like just getting used to the new stage, things like that. Obviously, like, dude hasn't really been playing on lands at all, so it's a lot to get used to. So we'll see how so here's the thing. I do think Secret's going to look stronger tomorrow versus RQ. So I think RQ is going to have to bring their best game if they want to confidently win, for sure. Do y'all get a say in what games you cast, or is it based on another metric or random? It's mostly just like scheduling. I don't know. We don't get to really say what games. I mean, I guess we could ask, but no one's ever really done that. But the first priority is scheduling, right? If some people have like other things that conflict, et cetera, et cetera. So for anyone curious, at least in Pacific, basically the very first question we get asked, and usually the only question where we have full say, is like, they'll just ask like, hey, these are the days for the season. Are there days that don't work or that like you want to avoid? And then I'll be like, yeah, like these days, I can't do it because I have another show, or like, hey, like I've got a family thing on this day, so if we could avoid it. And then they try to respect that. If it's personal stuff, they try to respect it as much as possible. If it's another show, obviously, then you can't do it. So, so that's like the only big thing. And then afterwards, in terms of like how they get who do cast on. The thing is, it's just given the number of people we have and where we're like, and then people coming in from abroad, and then, you know, potential schedule conflicts for certain people. At that point, there's probably not too much room to tweak things around. I would figure, right? And trying to like balance things between casting and desking. So, but I don't know. I mean, every company is probably a little different. I assume at internationals and stuff, Riot probably does take into account a little bit of like, they imagine because every cast, especially at internationals, because you have fixed casting duos, which by the way, I would love to have, which I think would be greatly beneficial for everyone, in Pacific as well. But anyway, what was I going to say? Because they have that, so every pair has got their own like tone. So I imagine there they might have a little bit more of like a, well, this would be a good matchup in scheduling, etc., etc. But Envy and Jesse Vash are definitely the most consistent players. But that's what I'm saying. I think if Jeremy gets consistent, then they could be much better, I think. And I'm not saying that Jeremy's bad. It's just that like they kind of need that from their duelists, right? Especially with the way they play, etc. Will there still be global coverage for KDO? Well, there isn't even Korean coverage for KDO. Is just on like indefinite hiatus, isn't it? I know they're doing like some variety show stuff right now, but I think that's just like supplemental content just to tide people over. I don't think the league's restarting yet for Cartwriter. Who's my best duo? None. Me sitting here saying we should all duo up. Also me saying I don't want to duo up with everybody. No, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that most people I haven't casted with a lot. Obviously, like, I mean, Seth and I have both casted for so long across different games, so we can always gel no matter what. But, like, I've liked my cast with everyone. I've never casted with Asterai. That will be my first time. I think I get 1 or 2 days to do it with Asterai this season. I'd have to double check. Obviously, I've casted a lot with Quack. And then I've casted a couple times with Valdez. I actually liked my cast with Valdez quite a bit. I feel like we hit a decent balance. But obviously, that was also Valdez's first season of casting Valorant, like first matches of Valorant. In fact, his very first game of Valorant, we casted together, and that was the GE versus DRX game last year with the overtime on split when Monyet dropped the 34 bomb or whatever. But it's hard to tell, right? It's hard to even say like who do I think I gel best with, just because like it's hard to do that when you're rotating all the time. But we'll see. I mean, I think the thing is everyone's also like still, a lot of the people we have on Pacific are still trying to figure out their own casting like style and color as well individually. I mean, including myself, I would say. So, do you enjoy more being a caster or being at a panel? Casting, 100%. Difference would be if the panel gets to actually, well, I would still prefer casting at that point, but if we get to do like actual breakdowns and like actual analysis with the right resources, then I think I would be like 55-45 on casting, maybe. Yeah, probably. So it'd be very close. But currently, I mean, I enjoy casting more. I get to talk about the actual game more. Like, I don't mind paneling. Someone's got to do it. And with my experience in esports, right, like hosting and casting and producing, et cetera, like, I feel very comfortable being on the panel. I have fun on the panel. It's just that, like, I really like to nerd out over Valorant. So if I'm not going to be doing that on the panel, then I would rather be casting. And then also, like, the energy, etc., the hype and whatnot. I mean, to a certain extent, I would say, therefore, like, I probably, if it was all equal opportunity, I'd probably prefer official casting over, like, co-streaming as well because of that. Because while, yes, I can, like, nerd out, etc., but, like, the energy, etc., and the challenge of doing that during an official cast session, I also find a lot of fun. But anyway, we're going to cut the Q&A short here for tonight so I can get a lot of rest before tomorrow. Again, these are going to be it for this week's co-streams. Well, I guess the weekend, because the weekend's over now. I will post. So for those on stream, just a heads up, tomorrow. So for VCT Pacific, tomorrow and Tuesday, I am on the official stream, so I won't be here. But then we will be back on Wednesday because guess what? Challengers Korea isn't done yet and playoffs are still continuing. So we will be doing the lower finals of Challengers Korea playoffs on Wednesday. So we'll be co-streaming that. Whether there will be another like VOD review or not on Thursday or Friday remains to be seen. But we will have a stream on Wednesday. And then, so I'll update that sometime tomorrow morning. I'll post it, but just as a heads up. So if you're curious on Challengers Korea or you want to hang out for more co-streams, we'll be doing that on Wednesday for sure. And then I'm going to aim to do like a short VOD review or something on Thursday or Friday of maybe one of the other regions that we don't get to co-stream. But that's the plan. Hopefully you guys all tune in for VCT Pacific tomorrow. Secret versus RQ. The big match. The big match. And then that's it. I'll be at the venue. If for some reason you're in Seoul, come visit the venue. They apparently have lounge seats outside, even if you didn't buy a ticket. There you go. All right. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the new followers as well. Hope you guys have a good one.